Hello everyone, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom. Let's go! Oh, welcome to the fabulous Walt Disney World Resort here in Central Florida. Hey explorers, like I just said, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom. You're going to want to stay tuned for today's video topic. We'll jump into the breaking news in just a few moments. It's a good to go day here at the Magic Kingdom. We'll check out the guest entrance. Hold on a second, I'll start spinning on my axis and I'll flip the camera. And as I always say, don't get seasick, folks. And you're now looking at the main gate, the guest entrance here at the Magic Kingdom. Like I just said, it's a good to go day today, meaning John with Fun to Be Free and the various other guests did not actually have to secure a Disney Park Pass reservation to gain access to the Magic Kingdom today. Instead, I just applied the bat phone to the touch point and gained entry here. At any rate, let's get on with today's video topic. It's Walt Disney World, Orlando, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park, 3-day Disney World itinerary in 4K. That's right, folks. Today's video topic is Walt Disney World, Orlando, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park, 3-day Disney World itinerary in 4K. So again, we're broadcasting in glorious 4K, ultra high definition. My camera rig, I call it Frankenstein, 4K. So stay tuned for the breaking news. In the meantime, let me slowly turn and look up ahead, overhead if you will. You can see the Walt Disney World Railroad's Main Street Station and of course the locomotive along with its rolling stock. It's headed to Frontierland, folks. Down below is the Mickey Floral and over in this direction is the Disney Photo Pass photographer. Since it's a good to go day today, I'm assuming that the attendance is on the lighter side, a little below average today here at the Magic Kingdom. But we'll check into that as well. I was gonna say we'll head through one of the entrance portals, but we'll go to the west side, if you will, of the park today. It seems like we've been going to the east side portal quite often. But at any rate, if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. But let's jump into the live chat and see who is chit-chatting today. Who's knocking on the door? Is it Pee Wee Herman knocking on Francis's door? Francis is busy. Oh, really? Busy doing what? He's having his bath. Oh, really? Where are they hosing him down? But Yukon Ron says, hey there, Randy. Welcome in, welcome back. It's nice to have Yukon Ron here. Yukon Ron says, here we go. Yukon Ron says, here we go again. Randy says, howdy, Yukon. Welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Randy, the employee of the month. And yes, Randy, you can keep your office in the event, of course, Fast Pass Radio becomes the employee of the year. Not So Scary Married TV, welcome in, welcome back. Not So Scary Married TV says, at Randy at Yukon, hi, with big red hearts. And Christina, oh, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Christina back in the chat. Christina says, hi, in Claremont. Yeah, so you're local, just down the street. A little warm here today in Central Florida, right? Christina, thank you for being here. We're now in Town Square. We are about to look north, up Main Street, USA. You could hear the Dapper Dans singing their little hearts away off in the distance there. And Yukon Ron says, hey there, Mary. And Christina. Randy says, probably hey, Mary. Randy says, hey, Christina. Jaylon, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Jaylon here. Jaylon says, hi, everyone. Not So Scary Married TV says, I'm always happy to see John with Fun to Be Free. Thank you for being here, Neri. And Adam N, welcome in, welcome back, Adam N. Adam N says, hello, Fun to Be Free watchers. Thank you for being here, Adam N. Yukon Ron says, hey, Jaylon. Randy says, hey, Adam. And Christina says, I hope we can ride Haunted. Yeah, stay tuned, Christina. Since we're broadcasting in glorious 4K, I'd like to check it out too. The Dapper Dans are performing, but we should head inside the Emporium right now. So we're standing underneath the Emporium here at the, on Main Street, USA. There's the marquee, but let's come back down to ground level here. Navigate around the column. Let me remove my sunnies, my sunglasses there. I'll put it on my shirt. and I'll have to take out the bat phone. Of course, in order to bring you the breaking news, I need to enable the wireless feature on the bat phone. Hold on just one moment, folks. I'll be right with you. Of course, I'll send my phone screen over to your device at home, if you could just give me a few more moments here. And we're gonna head towards the mirror here. You're looking at Frankenstein 4K. That's right, folks. Yet again, another new camera rig John with Fun to Be Free has, cobbled together here. You could see why I call it Frankenstein 4K, because the camera's up here and you got all the cables on the backside. We could flip the camera and I could show you what it looks like from the backside, if you will. So there it is. That's Frankenstein 4K again. You can see all the chats over here as well. So 2 batteries, folks. Orange bird off to your left-hand side. And then they have a battery on the back side. So I'll flip the whole Frankenstein 4K around again. So a battery up here, folks. That's another battery. That's another battery. But we should get on with the show. If you give me just a moment here, I will be right with you. I need to get set up for the breaking news. It's a little on the humid side today, folks. All right, so let's jump into the breaking news. Without any further ado, I'll come back to the live chat once we complete today's headline. The breaking news. Website credit goes to DisneyTouristBlog.com. That's shout out to DisneyTouristBlog.com. Today's headline is 3-day Disney World itinerary. Again, the headline for today, 3-day Disney World itinerary. Here we go. Our 3-day Walt Disney World itinerary offers an efficient plan for experiencing the highlights of Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Hollywood Studios, and Animal Kingdom. This includes strategy for popular rides, beating the lines, where to eat, plus what to see and what to skip if you're tight on time. Updated June 21st, 2025. Conventional wisdom says that if you should spend a full day in each of the 4 theme parks, which would mean that you should spend no fewer than 4 days at Walt Disney World. This is our standard minimum recommendation. We usually advise doing at least 5 days at Walt Disney World, or even more if possible. Pay attention, folks. Tom Bricker knows what he's doing. However, the practical reality is that not everyone can swing that long of a trip. There's a lot to see and do in Florida. Vacation time is limited, and Walt Disney World is expensive. We understand all of that, rather than just saying, that sucks, you're on your own. We are here to help you with a plan of attack that'll allow you to accomplish the best of Walt Disney World over the course of only a long weekend. Bum, bum, bum. Even as die-hard Walt Disney World annual pass holders, this is a type of trip we've done ourselves many times over the years. Back when we first started visiting Walt Disney World together, Sarah and I were still students, and it was frowned upon for us to skip class. That didn't deter us, as it was also fairly easy to miss Mondays, so we'd fly out on Friday nights and return Monday evenings. As we bounce around, it's been a similar story. Red eyes out from LAX at midnight on Thursday, hitting the ground running Friday morning at Walt Disney World before departing on the last flight of the day on Sunday night. This one is the ultimate money-saving hack, as it reduces the resort stay by a day. We're now here near Casey's Corner. We're going to turn around, folks. I'm going to stay inside the Emporium, if you will. 2 reasons. 1, AC. 2, it's a little bright outside for the actual bat phone screen. With that in mind, let's start by discussing some recommendations to set up for success with the 3-day Walt Disney World plan. First, we highly recommend park hopper tickets. This ticket type is more expensive, but park hoppers also allow you to accomplish a lot more, especially on a shorter trip. This is a splurge that is worth it, in our view. There will be other places to trim the fat from your vacation budget, and we'll point to some of those in this plan. I'm no math whiz, but park hopper tickets are the only way to do 3 parks in 4 days. Good point, Tom Bricker. Doing a single park in a single full day is not the primary focus of this itinerary because we already have single day options for each of the parks. If you want the easy version of this 3-day Walt Disney World itinerary, it's doing full days at Magic Kingdom and Disney's Hollywood Studios, plus a morning at Animal Kingdom and afternoon/evening at Epcot. That's not our ideal approach, but it's the most straightforward one. See the following to put together your own plans. So here we go. Magic Kingdom 1-day itinerary, an aggressive itinerary for Walt Disney World's flagship park that starts with an early morning in Fantasyland and Frontierland. It's normally tough to do Magic Kingdom in a single day, but this comes very close. So if you click on the red link there, we're not going to click on it, but if you do, it'll take you to another article. So once this live stream concludes, once it's over, we're not ending now, but once it does, return to DisneyTouristBlog.com and click on the Magic Kingdom 1-day itinerary. And then beyond that, Epcot 1-day itinerary. This one manages to hit all of the Epcot e-tickets with minimal waits, while also prioritizing a leisurely and low crowds experience in World Showcase. Then there's also the Hollywood Studios 1-day itinerary. Home to the most new headliner attractions. This covers Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, Toy Story Land, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, roller coasters, and the park's many shows. And lastly, Animal Kingdom 1-day itinerary. This itinerary gets you in and out of Pandora World of Avatar efficiently, bypassing the frequent 2-hour waits for Flight of Passage. It also allows ample time for exploration, animal watching, and eating. If you don't have park hopper tickets and are thus forced to skip a park, make it Animal Kingdom unless you or your kids are big fans of nature and wildlife or the marvelous mind of James Cameron, Avatar Auteur. For more as to see why, see, should you skip Animal Kingdom until 2027? As much as we enjoy Animal Kingdom, it is the least compelling way to spend a full day at Walt Disney World, especially after the overhauls at Disney's Hollywood Studios and Epcot. It's also currently the only park without a nighttime spectacular, and it closes the earliest of the 4. John with Fun to Be Free fully concurs with Tom Bricker there. If you only have 3 days for 3 parks, skipping Animal Kingdom is the obvious option for 80% of the visitors. For the remaining 20%, it's probably 50-50 as to whether you should skip Epcot or Hollywood Studios. Almost no one, even those without small children, should skip Magic Kingdom. It is the flagship park at Walt Disney World for good reason, and the quintessential experience for guests of all ages. Honestly, even if you do have 4 days, you might want to consider skipping Animal Kingdom and allocating that 4th day to Epic Universe at Universal Orlando instead. That would be our recommendation to most guests between now and 2027, which puts you exactly in the same spot with this 3-day WDW plan. Second, we strongly recommend staying on site at Walt Disney World. At this point, you might want to be skeptical that this plan is actually appropriate for those trying to do Walt Disney World on a dime. Hear us out, because we are not suggesting that those on tight budgets stay at the Grand Floridian or the most luxurious on-site hotels. To the contrary, we debated the value proposition of Walt Disney World's cheapest value resorts. That explains why these are not only good enough for most guests, but also can offer better bang for the buck as compared to staying off-site. In a nutshell, not having to rent a car or use an Uber or Lyft offsets most of the savings offered by an off-site accommodations for many families. As with anything, there are some exceptions to that. Another good point, Tom Bricker. Even if you're doing a longer Florida vacation and Disney is only a small part of that, we recommend staying on site at Walt Disney World for a portion of the trip. In fact, our advice is precisely the same for those visiting Universal Orlando. We are huge proponents of split stays and think dealing with the mid-trip transfer is better than the hassle of commuting everywhere from a centralized home base. On top of that, there are the on-site perks that each theme park operator offers its hotel guests. This brings us to the third point, which is that taking advantage of early entry at Walt Disney World is almost essential. Also help is extended evening hours, but that only occurs 2 days per week and requires a higher-end hotel stay. Although early entry is only officially a 30-minute head start on the off-site crowds, it can be hugely advantageous, especially at Epcot and Hollywood Studios. We love early entry at both of these parks, especially now that the Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind is open during the 30-minute head start. That's also true to a lesser extent at Animal Kingdom and Magic Kingdom, but can be big at the later on days when official park opening is 8 a.m. instead of 9 a.m. Anyway, the key here is not to dismiss early entry because it's only 30 minutes. Good point, Tom Bricker. Effective use of early entry can eliminate the need to purchase Lightning Lane, Multi-Pass, Single Pass, or Premier Pass. See our guide, The Lightning Lanes at Walt Disney World. Otherwise known as Paid Fast Pass. This is Walt Disney World's line skipping system. While we don't love the idea of paying for something that was once free, it can be a necessary evil to accomplishing everything in a shorter amount of time. However, if you're up early and stay out late, that may not be the case. We'll point out where lightning lanes might be helpful and where they aren't, and give you the option. It's always an option for bonus rides, but is not strictly necessary if you're staying on site and leveraging early entry to its fullest. See, we told you there'd be options to cut the fat from your budget. With all of those caveats out of the way, let's dig into the big picture of this 3-day Walt Disney World vacation plan. Actually, we have 2 different plans. The first one we'll call the aggressive plan of attack. Day 1, early entry at Magic Kingdom. See our strategy for early entry at Magic Kingdom. Regular park opening and full day at Magic Kingdom. Okay, so here we go. Day 2, early entry at Disney's Hollywood Studios. See our strategy for early entry at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Regular park opening at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Park hop to Epcot. Afternoon at Epcot. Park hop to Disney's Hollywood Studios. Evening at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Day 3, early entry at Disney's Animal Kingdom. See our strategy guide for early entry at Disney's Animal Kingdom. Regular park opening at Disney's Animal Kingdom. Park hop to Epcot or Magic Kingdom. Evening at Epcot or Magic Kingdom. Here's the simplified or streamlined plan of attack. So this is probably, more suited for families with younger children, if you will. Day 1, early entry at Magic Kingdom. Regular park opening and full operating day at Magic Kingdom. Day 2, early entry at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Regular park opening and full operating day at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Day 3, early entry at Disney's Animal Kingdom. Regular park opening and morning at Disney's Animal Kingdom and park hop to Epcot. Afternoon and evening at Epcot. As you can see, the basic difference between these 2 plans is the first one has more park hopping. It also offers potentially more time at Magic Kingdom or Epcot and less at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Now that all-day park hopping has returned, you could be in and out of Animal Kingdom before noon. Are you paying attention, folks? Tom Bricker just scored 1 for you. The rationale for bouncing back and forth between Epcot and Disney's Hollywood Studios on the second day of the aggressive itinerary is that it provides the foundation for making an informed decision as to how to spend your final afternoon and evening. It might seem like an obvious decision given the only short segment of the day previously spent at Epcot and full day at Magic Kingdom. However, some families actually prefer multiple Magic Kingdom days while skipping other parks entirely. So this sets the stage for Choose Your Own Adventure. Remember those books, folks? John the Fun to Be Free is saying, remember the Choose Your Own Adventure books? Final day based on experience and what you think you missed from the first 2 days. It's more than just that, though. Disney's Hollywood Studios has a formidable ride roster, but it's heavy on headliners and light on secondary attractions. As a result, wait times skyrocket within about an hour of park opening. People grow fatigued. Hello there, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
As a result, wait times skyrocket within about an hour of park opening. People grow fatigued of long lines and end up leaving early as a result. Watching stage shows or doing meet and greets is one alternative that will allow you to wait out the crowds. But another option is park hopping to Epcot, enjoying the middle of the day there, and returning to Disney's Hollywood Studios once the crowds are lower in the evening. Under the Lightning Lane multi-pass system, you can make initial ride reservations for Slinky Dog Dash, Toy Story Mania, and Tower of Terror all lined up fairly early in the day. Knock out a couple of rides via standby to rope drop. Then start using lightning lanes and making subsequent selections via the rolling 3 rule. At this point, you can either make new lightning lane rider reservations for Disney's Hollywood Studios or Epcot, choosing the best available options from either park. You're unlikely to get Frozen Ever After, Remy's Ratatouille Adventure Test Track, and Soarin' around the world, but you might at least get some of them. Sticking with the topic of line skipping, we're also fans of buying lightning lane multi-pass at Magic Kingdom. We would stop short of saying it's a must there, but it can be incredibly useful, easy, and not nearly as stressful there as the other parks. You can expect to score 6 or so lightning lanes at Magic Kingdom, which makes lightning lane multi-pass worthwhile in most cases. See our Magic Kingdom lightning lane rankings for the best order of selections. In terms of step-by-step strategy for the flagship Castle Park, you can simply consult our one-day itinerary for Magic Kingdom. Since this 3-day Walt Disney World plan calls for a full day in Magic Kingdom, that slots nicely into this. You'll also note that the first, more convoluted plan potentially allows for 2 evenings in Magic Kingdom. It's worth noting that you could close down both Epcot and Magic Kingdom. See the fireworks at Epcot, which end around 9:20 p.m., and then book it to Magic Kingdom and arrive in time to score seats for the second showing of Disney Starlight Night Parade at 11 p.m. Interesting, right, folks? Tom Bricker, he knows what he's talking about. If you want to catch Starlight twice or simply squeeze another hour out of your trip, this is an option. It's a bold plan and requires moving fast to beat the rush after Luminous at Epcot, but it can be done. For the best results, we recommend watching the fireworks from close to World Celebration using the monorail. That's the easier option. Alternatively, you could watch from France, exit out International Gateway, walk to Beach Club, and you could take a bus to the Magic Kingdom from there. Another good pro tip from Tom Bricker: when it comes to the potential partial day parks, lightning lanes can be useful at both Epcot and Disney's Hollywood Studios, especially when stacking. However, there are a couple of pitfalls and superior alternatives. At Disney's Hollywood Studios, you can knock out 3 to 4 headliners during early entry and rope drop. Check out our report on early entry at Disney's Hollywood Studios that covers our experience knocking out the triple-digit trio at Disney's Hollywood Studios before the park opened to regular guests. From there, you can knock out more in the first hour of operations and then pivot to popular character meet and greets if those are important to you. Fast forward to the end of the evening, and you could do the remainder of the popular rides with minimal wait via standby lines. This would be a great alternative to paying for lightning lane access, and one that is far less stressful too. The approach also works well with the second showtime of Fantasmic, especially on nights when that occurs or after park closing. If you'd prefer to play it safe and use the multi-pass service, see our lightning lane rankings for Disney's Hollywood Studios. Early entry is also a great option at Epcot, but you won't be able to take advantage of that with this 3-day Walt Disney World plan. Sadly, the only other good alternative is extended evening hours, but that's only 1 day per week, and only deluxe resort guests are eligible. The big downside to skipping early entry at Epcot is not being able to knock out Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind when its line is the shortest, but the upside of starting a different day at Animal Kingdom more than offsets this. Just do Cosmic Rewind during the dinner lull or pay to play and buy Lightning Lane single pass. There's no magic wand that can make or can be made to ensure a perfect and complete 3-day Walt Disney World experience. Compromises come with the territory, and anyone suggesting otherwise is selling you a false sense of security. I love that statement by Tom Bricker. Another practical reality is to understand going in is the size of Epcot. It's a colossal park, and naturally, all of its most popular rides are scattered as far away from one another as possible. Literally, as such, lightning lanes can lead to a lot of backtracking, and by the time you've done that, the case could be made that you would have been better off simply walking less and waiting in standby. Very quite possible, Tom Bricker. You could be correct. Finally, there's Animal Kingdom. This, in far and away, is the easiest park from a strategy perspective, with a salient piece of advice being don't do stuff midday. Seriously, that's about it. Go early, stay late, and you'll be just fine. Without question, arriving for early entry is the best option, especially on dates when it starts at 7:30 a.m. That is absurdly early and a big barrier for most guests. If you're able to arrive to Animal Kingdom by 7 a.m., this gives you a huge advantage. Rushing to Pandora, the World of Avatar, and knocking out Flight Passage and Na'vi River Journey during early entry is huge. From there, you can pretty much run the table, doing almost every attraction in the park as a walk-on. There's a strong possibility that you'll be done with every ride by mid-morning, giving you the option of leaving early or eating and enjoying entertainment, atmosphere, etc. Fortunately, Animal Kingdom has great stage shows, Finding Nemo, The Big Blue and Beyond, and Festival of Lion King, along with excellent wildlife exhibits. It should be obvious, but Lightning Lane Multipass is wholly unnecessary at Animal Kingdom. Don't waste your money on it there. Ultimately, let's turn around here, folks, slowly on our access. Ultimately, that's our advice for how you should spend 3 full days at Walt Disney World. Obviously, this isn't a strict step-by-step schedule, but rather this is a rough rubric for illustrating potential ways to accomplish just about every headliner and highlight at all 4 parks. Also obvious is that some sacrifices are going to be necessary, as you cannot do everything at Walt Disney World in only a long weekend. But for that matter, you can't do everything at Walt Disney World in 5, 7, or 10 days. Even if your vacation is better measured in weeks rather than days, you still will not see and do it all. That's right, listen to Tom Bricker, folks. Heck, we've been visiting Walt Disney World for decades and have spent literally multiple years at the Parks and Resorts complex, and there are still things we haven't done. Walt Disney World is basically a modern metropolis, albeit with a mouse as mayor. And just like that, any living and breathing city is impossible to complete. Honestly, that's a big part of why we like efficient itineraries like this. Even longer trips, consolidating our park plans gives us time to explore Walt Disney World beyond the parks, enjoy our resort, spend time at Disney Springs, do resort crawls, and more. Savvy strategy to avoid attraction line saves time that is better spent wasted by relaxing and wandering. At least that's how we like to do Walt Disney World. In reality, there's no one-size-fits-all best way to tackle the theme parks, resorts, etc. at Walt Disney World. About the only thing you can't do is sleep in, visit the parks from 11 a.m. until 4 and leave early. This has always been the worst way to do Walt Disney World, and that remains true to this day. Yet, for some reasons beyond me, that continues to be the preferred approach for so many guests. We should be thankful for those guests as they make it easier on the rest of us. If you simply don't do that, you're automatically ahead of the pack. All right, so good advice from Tom Bricker. If you've just joined us, today's headline is a 3-day Disney World itinerary. In other words, today's headline is 3-day Disney World itinerary. Again, shout out to DisneyTouristBlog.com. That's website credit goes to DisneyTouristBlog.com. I'm going to take the graphic off the screen and we'll be magically transported back to the Emporium here on the west side of the Magic Kingdom. Let me disable the wireless feature on the Bat phone. I'll be right with you in just a moment. And I quickly wanted to mention though, if you've just joined us, if you've just popped on live, today's video topic is Walt Disney World, Orlando, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park. 3-day Disney World itinerary in 4K. That's right, folks. Today's video topic, Walt Disney World, Orlando, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park. 3-day Disney World itinerary in 4K. I'm going to put the Bat phone back in my pocket, in my cargo shorts right pocket, and I'm going to zip the zipper good there. And we'll come back to the live chat. But before we do, I would like to invite everybody into the live chat. If you're ninja watching, if you're a hitchhiking ghost, jump into the live chat. Let's have an ongoing conversation. Do you have any further suggestions? Do you agree with DisneyTouristBlog.com, Tom Bricker? Have you done it before where you travel out for just, a very quick weekend for a 3-day Walt Disney World itinerary? Do you have any other pro tips to offer? Again, jump into the live chat. Let's have an ongoing conversation. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you see it differently? Whatever it is, jump into the live chat. We're back outside here, folks. We're rapidly approaching the hub here at the Magic Kingdom. We're going to continue to head north. We'll go check in with the Walt and Mickey partner statue. And then also, if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring the notification bell as well. Real quick, I wanted to mention, you're now looking at the gorgeous Cinderella Castle with its golden spires shimmering in the Central Florida sunshine here. We're going to come back down to ground level. We're approaching Main Street, USA. And let's attempt to check the chat. It is very bright out here, folks. Yeah, I quickly wanted to mention, John with Fun to Be Free gets lots of chats. I apologize if your chat fell off a cliff. Sometimes if I get more than 99 chats, the 100th one will fall off. It'll get deleted, it'll get zapped, so I apologize for that. The last chat I could see is from 1412 from Surf Bum. Surf Bum, welcome in and welcome back. Surf Bum says, Mary on the move. Randy says, hey, Surf Bum. Christina says, I hope Disney tickets drop the tickets prices. Hey, Christina, my money's on. They're not going to actually lower the actual dollar amount on ticket prices. Instead, they'll give you more value for the dollar. That's what John Want Fun to Be Free would like to believe. Florida Mark says, I love Animal Kingdom. Welcome in, welcome back to Florida Mark. Nice to see you again. And Jaylon says, Florida Mark, hello, welcome in, welcome back. Florida Mark says, hi, Jaylon. Randy says, oh, I think I know where Randy's going with this. So let's pop up the subscribe banner here. Randy says, John and Frankie are spreading the news faster than Aladdin on a magic carpet. They're sharing a 3-day itinerary fit for royalty with all the tricks of the trade, tips from the tippy top of Cinderella Castle and a sprinkle of pixie dust. Whether you're rope dropping like Rapunzel or stacking lightning rings like Genie Grant's wishes, they have got you covered. So smash that like, hit subscribe, and ring the bell because the magic starts now, and John is live here every day at 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Thank you, Randy. Well done, as always. We're now saying hello there to the Walt and Mickey partner statue. You can see in the picturesque background, of course, is the beautiful Cinderella Castle. We'll pause here for just a few more moments. And let me find where there are more chats that got sprinkled in between Randy's statements there. Jaylon says, hi, Florida Mark. Did you know Animal Kingdom is a great park? Florida Mark says, we stayed at the Dolphin before. Reasonable price, nice pool, and right on the boardwalk. Yeah, that's a good pro tip, Florida Mark. Thank you for that. So real quick, Florida Mark's talking about, of course, the Swan and Dolphin, or the Walt Disney World Swan and Dolphin, and Swan Reserve. That's on Crescent Lake, located in between Epcot and Disney's Hollywood Studios. The prices are very reasonable, and you could actually walk to both Epcot and Disney's Hollywood Studios, possibly take a Skyliner or even a friendship boat. Good job, Florida Mark, with that. Randy says, oh, hold on. Jaylon says, wow, Dolphin. And Florida Mark says, Jaylon, yes, it is. Yukon Ron says, hey there, Steven. And Jaylon says, wow, it is a dolphin. Hooray, dolphin is a great blue like waves. Yukon Ron says, Randy is on point, as usual. Yukon Ron, I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but I agree with you already. Let's get a better shot of Cinderella Castle here. And if you just joined us, we're here at the Magic Kingdom. We're broadcasting in glorious, ultra high definition 4K today. Jaylon says, wow, Florida Mark, Boardwalk is a resort. Nevada Smith, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Nevada Smith back in the chat. Nevada Smith says, howdy, all y'all. I love it, Nevada Smith. Thank you for being here. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Mr. Smith. Yukon Run says, howdy, howdy, howdy. Debbie, oh, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Debbie joining us as well. Nice to see you, Debbie. I hope you're enjoying your burger, or, you know, like in Dumb and Dumber. How's your burger? Hi, Nevada. Debbie says with a hand waving. Randy says, that's on my to-do list, Jaylon. What's your favorite resort? We'll come back down to ground level, folks. It is definitely warming up. My camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K is definitely heating up right here in the Central Florida sun right now. So let's go seek some shelter. Maybe we'll take the fast track, if you will. In other words, the shaded awning. We'll take a shortcut through maybe the ye old Christmas shop. We'll head into Frontierland, up the parade route, if you will, towards Tiana's Bayou Adventure. And of course, stay tuned for the 3 p.m. Festival of Fantasy Parade. Or as Rob's Mad World has coined it, the Festival of Fun to be Free. It's the fun to be free. Florida Mark says that Jaylon, yes, there is a boardwalk in as well. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Debbie. And how are you on this day? Jaylon says, my favorite resort is Beach Club Resort. Jaylon, you a great minds think alike. So I really adore a lot of the resorts here at the Walt Disney World Resort. That's too many resorts, and I'll be clear. When I say resort hotels, everyone. John Want Fun to be Free likes the resort hotels here, spending a lot of times at the resort hotels. At any rate, the Beach Club is one of my favorites based on proximity, because it's in between, of course, Epcot and Disney's Hollywood Studios. In the meantime, what I need to do is hunt around in my pockets for a Robin. So I have Batman and Robin traveling with me today, and I'm looking for Robin. In fact, I have Robin in my hand. So that is Robin there, folks. That's the T-Mobile phone. I'm not certain where the T-Mobile service went, but it looks like it just fell off a cliff. It's gone. Zapped. Looks like the data connection dropped from the T-Mobile phone for whatever reason, not certain, but I'm trying to re-secure it, relock it on, if you will. So we're right outside the ye old Christmas shop here. And the reason for our visit is, of course, some air conditioning. We need to cool down Frankenstein 4K, my camera rig. and I'll read the chats from in here. It's easy to read. Hello there, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. So we're back online, folks, with T-Mobile there. Not certain what happened with T-Mobile where it just, disappeared. But anyway, we're going to turn around here slowly on our access. And obviously in the ye olde Christmas shop, they have Christmas ornaments, Christmas decorations for purchase. But if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. Florida Mark says, I like the beach club. Yeah, I like it a lot, Florida Mark. Jaylon says, me too. Randy says, nice. I have never been there, but I'm going to start touring the resorts again. Yeah, highly recommend, Randy. And just my opinion, Randy, I think you're going to enjoy the resorts more than the parks.
You got the whole setup?
I do. This is Frankenstein 4K.
It's I've never seen that before. Usually it's a little phone.
Well, yeah, I'm a professional. No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. No, I'm teasing. No, but thank you for making the magic. Thank you for making the magic.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great day. Hello there. So folks, the off camera there is a cast member, nice cast member. She says that she's never seen anything like this before. She's referring to my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K. Because as you know, folks, John with Fun to Be Free is a little different and a little unique. He just doesn't settle for just anything. No, folks, just like Theme Park Giant says, where does he get all those wonderful toys? Just like Batman the Joker. But let's get back to the chat. Nevada Smith says, is it me? Or is this moving picture clearer than it was last week? It is clearer, Nevada Smith. You're probably talking about the 4K ultra high definition or 4K UHD. Hey, we have the Main Street Philharmonic, the marching band. They're making their way. I keep making my way back to you, babe. But they're headed down the parade route. Let's find a good location and we'll enjoy for a few moments. Then we'll come back to the chat.
He did add a bunch of information he didn't understand, but I did. Basically, I was telling him.
The Magic Kingdom proudly presents the Main Street Philharmonic.
I'm gonna go right around the corner. Southeast will be just right around the corner.
Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. All right, we're slowly going to turn our axis, and we'll remain in the shade as long as we can, folks. Even though I just said that, we're literally going to leave the shade now. Oh, I just spotted some characters. We have a couple characters from the Bear Band, folks. We have Wendell. Hold on here. Let me get a better shot here.
Come here.
Hey, Wendell, I don't know where you're going, but maybe you're going backstage. Nice to see you. I'm looking for Romeo. Have you seen Romeo, or is he still in his dressing room?
Romeo's at band practice.
Oh, band practice today. I see. Band practice. So he's not combing his hair in his dressing room getting ready for the Bear Band show. He's, of course, at band practice. Wouldn't you know it? Just know it, folks. At any rate, let's head down the steps onto the parade route. We'll still try to remain in the shade in the meantime. And let me double check the time. So we have less than 20 minutes until the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. Stay tuned for that. Thank you for making the magic. And let's get back to the chat. Jaylon says, really? Wow, thanks, Randy. Resorts is amazing. Debbie says, great at Nevada Smith. Here with John and his chat fam. Thank you for being. Oh, Score Jason! Nice to see you. I did not. I'm literally walking past Score Jason, but real quick, shout out to Score Jason. Once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, go check out Score Jason. And of course, like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer.
Yeah, same thing here with John from Fun to Be Free. And John's here all the time. Look at his getup. He's got every little thing going on. He's got such a cool setup. It's John with Fun to Be Free. Make sure you go to his channel, hit like, hit subscribe, and support John. Streamers support each other. So we met one time actually right here.
Yeah, right here, right here.
Right?
Exactly.
So that was so cool.
Great minds think alike. You want to? Maybe I'll come back.
Yeah.
Let me get some water and I'll return.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right here. I'll see you.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right,
I'll see you soon.
See you in a little bit.
So again, support your local live streamer. Like, comment, and subscribe to Score Jason. Nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. So we'll return hopefully to that spot for the parade. But real quick, folks, Frankenstein 4K is a little larger than my other camera rig. So the device obscured my vision. Not even partially obscured, but fully obscured my vision. I did not see Score Jason standing there, folks. Oh, until he said hi. At any rate, let's get back on track. We're now in the pin trading location here in Frontierland. But Randy says, I have done the monorail resorts and the values. Yeah, I do recall you saying that, Randy. And of course, Randy's one of his personal favorites is Steakhouse 71. He just can't get enough of that particular table service dining establishment at the Contemporary. Nevada Smith says, glad to hear Debbie and concur. Jaylon says, wow, Boardwalk Inn. Oh, you like the Boardwalk too, Jaylon? Not bad choice, not a bad choice. Jaylon says, wow, monorail amazing. And Florida Mark says hi at Nevada Smith. Yukon Ron says at Nevada Smith. Don't keep up with the technology, but from what I understand, Frankie's now 4,000. So 4K, Yukon Ron? Steven, I don't know if you are new or you've been here before. It's just plain Steven on the handle. We get lots of people that are named Steve or Steven, if you will. But Steven, I believe that you're a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Steven. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Steven. Steven says, how long is he reading for, LOL? Steven, we had to get through the news. That's what makes Fun to Be Free so unique. We bring you the breaking news daily from the parks. We are, of course, now on the boardwalk here in Frontierland, or what I call the fast track lane. We're staying in the shade, folks. Hold on. But welcome to the channel, Steven. Nice to see you here. Florida Mark says, I did Lightning Lane once and found it was a lot of backtracking. I prefer to start at one end and hit each attraction as I go. Yeah, Florida Mark, you're onto something there. Just like Tom Bricker and Disney Tourist Blog was saying, that you backtracking, it could end up taking more time and you spend more money. And in other words, Florida Mark is a professional and he's bringing up a good point. Instead of backtracking, he just essentially does one loop and even just waits in the standby. And sometimes it comes out ahead or essentially dead on track. Hello there. Nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. We're live on YouTube right now.
Oh, we're out live. We're live. All right.
Nice to see you. We're here in Pecos Bill, Tall Tale Inn and Cafe. The reason for our visit. We're here for a complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. So we're here at the mobile order pickup, 7 and 8, if you will. And hopefully in just a few moments, we'll be able to secure, this complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. In the meantime, I'll attempt to catch up with the chat, and then I'll be right with you. If I go silent, hold on for a moment, but let me see where we are in the chat. I'm trying to find our location. Oh, I think I found it. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Mark. And Nevada Smith says, oh, thank you, Con. And I'll come back to Never Too Old to Play in just a moment here, I think. Thank you for your patience, folks. Hello there. So nice to see you again. Thank you for making the magic. May I get one cup of water that you probably get nonstop all day? Thank you again. Have a great day.
Nice to see you.
Take care. Hello there. We're live on YouTube. Oh, we have success, folks. That's our complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. One moment, folks. I'm just enjoying. I'll come back to the chat here in just a second. Let me make a couple of adjustments to my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K. All right, and Never Too Old to Play. Never Too Old to Play, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Never Too Old to Play. Never Too Old to Play says, when I was watching the first soundtrack of Lilo & Stitch 2025, I thought it was Chip and Dale playing percussion instruments, including the drums. You did, Never Too Old to Play? But welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Never Too Old to Play. but I had no idea. Is it really Chippendale? Never too old to play? Jesse Minetti, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Jesse Minetti here. Says, awesome streaming, John. Hope lots of rides today. Fun, fun, fun. Yeah, that's right, Jesse Minetti. I always think about you in the Magic Kingdom because you always say, John, can we go on some rides? Jesse Minetti, you know what I'd like to do today? I'd like to go over and pay a visit to the Haunted Mansion because we're broadcasting in glorious ultra high definition 4K today, or 4K UHD. And I want to see how the low light comes across the quality of the 4K in the mansion today. So stay tuned for that. I'd also like to head over to Tiana's Bayou Adventure because, you know, it's summertime here in Central Florida. Maybe we could cool down my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K. But Steven says, hi, Yukon. And Jaylon, the chat is rolling in, jumping. Where are we in the chat? Hold on a second, folks. Oh no, we have a rope there. Not certain what I should do. Maybe I should reverse my direction. Maybe I'll reverse my direction here. So we're hydrating today, folks. I've located an entrance from the patio. We'll head back inside here. We'll take the long cut for the shortcut. And I'll try to see where we are in the chat. Hold on a moment. I'm looking for where we are in the chat, folks. Hold on. Okay, so as it turns out, I just rewound to the last chat I could see from 1432. So we may have had chats fall off a cliff. In other words, I could only receive a maximum of 99 chats, and then after that, they get deleted, they get zapped. So I apologize if they fell off a cliff there. It looks like we may have some weather approaching because the winds here in Central Florida just picked up, folks. So we'll have to monitor that as well. We're now in Frontierland. We're approaching Adventureland. Stay tuned for the 3 o'clock Festival of Fantasy Parade. Just up ahead, I can only imagine we could encounter Captain Jack Sparrow here in a few moments. We're not going to stay too long because we have to return and find Score Jason back on the parade route. But I'm still enjoying my complimentary fun to be free cup of water. In the meantime, enjoy views of Captain Jack Sparrow.
I got out of coming here earlier. Now I get to come back.
Now shall we see them in blood? Ingot shall be. One moment while I procure ourselves a writing utensils. Wait, Robert. Very well trained, I know. Now, bars and time this week will resist contraction, combination, and all this Mayhaps?
No worries, no worries.
Well, mayhaps is better.
All right, folks, like I said, we're not going to stay too long. We got to reverse our direction and go visit Score Jason back on the parade route. I believe he's saving our spot for the 3 o'clock Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. We're slowly going to turn on our access and we're going to head back to Frontierland or near the parade route, folks. Hold on a second. Let's get back on track. And I need to locate a garbage receptacle. I see a few up here on the left and the right, so give me just a moment. And like I said, then we'll get back to the chat, but I apologize if the chats fell off a cliff. But Yukon Ron says warm today, 33 degrees Celsius. Oh, so is that like 92 degrees Fahrenheit? Yukon Ron, something like that? It's a little warm today in Central Florida. Yukon Ron says, hey there, Christopher and Lamons. And Sweet Prince, welcome in, welcome back. Sweet Prince says, we did 3 days at Disney and skipped Magic Kingdom with the 3-day 3-park pass. Was half the price of a 3-day park hopper. Sorry, Tom Burger. Yeah, okay, Sweet Prince. So yes, that's another tip. If you're looking to save money, you could just simply elect not to purchase the park hopper ticket. The only issue with that is you're just locked into, you know, one park, one day, if you will. But that is another option. Thank you for that particular pro tip there, Sweet Prince. But Lamons Gray says, hi, Yukon Ron. Welcome in, welcome back, Lamons Gray. And Theodore, welcome in, welcome back. Theodore says, it's warm here in Kentucky. Well, I think it's warm everywhere. Welcome to summer, Theodore. Are you ready for the summer? Are you ready for the good times? Jalen says, Sweet Prince. And Sheldon, welcome in, welcome back, says, it's raining in Tampa. Okay, Sheldon, thanks for the update. So that's probably not a good sign. I'm not certain what direction the weather is moving, but it's not a good sign. Jaylon says, Sweet Prince, hi. And Theodore says, Sweet Prince, what was your favorite? Randy says, hey, Lamont. Lamont's Grace says, hi, Randy. Timmy Rich, welcome in. Welcome back. Timmy Rich says, like the video, y'all. Thank you for being here, Timmy Rich. And Sweet Prince says, at Theodore, Epcot was by far the best of the 3. Oh, Sweet Prince, John with Fun to Be Free concurs. John with Fun to Be Free, his most favorite park in the entire world is Epcot. Sweet Prince. But you probably already knew that. Never Too Old to Play says, can Chippendale do a drum battle today? I don't know if we'll see Chippendale today. Maybe at the Hoedown? I don't know if they have their set of drums with them at the Hoedown, though, Sweet Prince. But possibly we'll see them today. I'm not certain. We'll try to catch Chippendale today. Stay tuned for that. Reddy says, hey, Timmy. Hey, Never. Never Too Old to Play says, can Chippendale do a drum duet today? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if they have drums available for them to play, though. Never Too Old to Play. Theodore says, did you get to ride Ratatouille? I spelled it right? We did. The last time we were over at Epcot, we had the opportunity to experience Remy's Ratatouille Adventure, Theodore. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Timmy. And Yukon Run says, hey there, T6. And Jaylon says, Nevada Smith, hi. Lisbeth, welcome in. Welcome back. Says, hello from Sweden. Nice to have Lisbeth here. Sweet Prince says, yes, we did at Theodore. And Florida Mark says, Chap might jump off a cliff. Frankie may walk around on those. What do you call them? Oh, feet. Anything is possible at the Magic Kingdom, so like, comment, and subscribe. Florida Mark, I fell right into that trap. I didn't see that coming, and I went, oh, no, you're doing aerial here. Okay, so let's do it right. Florida Mark says, Chap might jump off a cliff. Frankie may walk around on those. What do you call them? Oh, feet. Anything is possible at the Magic Kingdom. So like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you, Florida Mark. That was a good one. Again, I walked right into that, Florida Mark. Yukon Run says, hey there, 4-time Timmy Ton. No, it's T6, right? Yukon Run, T6? And T6 is in the chat. Awesome. Thank you for being here, T6. Mama Duck was asking for you the other day, T6. Theodore says, how was it? Yukon Run says, hey, Elizabeth. And Fulton Pierce, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Fulton Pierce. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. Fulton Pierce says, any problems near Tom Sawyer Island? Was watching another stream earlier and people near the boats were getting sick, dizzy, and nauseous. People are thinking fumes from the boat. I haven't seen anything, Fulton Pierce. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Hey, John.
Welcome to the channel. Oh, again, we have Score Jason. Hold on, quick. Am I interrupting your stream?
No, you're good.
Okay, so shout out again to Score Jason, streaming live on YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. So Score Jason and John with Fun to Be Free are going to hang out to enjoy the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade today at 3 o'clock, less than 6 minutes to go.
But it may be a rainy day cavalcade.
Oh, really?
Standing, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because there's no Grand Marshal.
Okay.
And they haven't made any announcements yet, so we're not sure yet.
Okay.
We're going to find out in about 6 minutes.
So stay tuned and find out in the event that we don't have the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. Instead, the Rainy Day Cavalcade Parade. But that's almost like, allow myself to introduce myself.
Yes, guys, this is John from Fun to Be Free. Make sure you like and subscribe to his channel. You can go ahead and say something if you want.
No, I'm just teasing, because I was just saying that it's so odd for Rainy Day Cavalcade. I didn't actually ask you to introduce me, though.
Okay,
I was just saying it's so odd. It's not raining.
Yeah.
No, but I understand that if there's an issue with whatever mechanical or operational issue, that they may have no other option but to bring the actual Rainy Day Cavalcade.
Check the forecast too, and it said there's rain like for the next 20 minutes. Obviously, right now where we're standing, it looks great. But we don't know, so
exactly.
I haven't heard any official announcements yet, but I don't know. We're going to find out here in just a few minutes, though. So.
But real quick, this is Frankenstein 4K.
Yeah, Frankenstein 4K. You have the getup. A little bit different setup, right? I think last time you had like a cooling fan on or something like that, right?
Yeah. Every time you see me, it's different.
Yeah, right. That's right. It's Frankenstein, right? Because you can program it all different ways. That's cool. So what do you have going on? I see you move the DJI, the Osmo Pocket 3 to this side. Yeah. Because usually last time it was in the middle.
Right.
So a little bit different getup.
A little different. Now we have the big battery here instead.
Oh, that's the big battery.
So we have 2 NP batteries. So this is a large battery and this is a smaller one.
Yep, I see that.
But long story short, this is required to go in 4K.
That's right, I know, because you do 4K. I mentioned that too when you walked by earlier. Yeah, so John was streaming 4K, guys, so if you like to watch 4K videos, he's got the 4K going on. So that's really cool. And then this is the contraption he uses for his smell phones, guys. So when he goes to confectionery, this one picks up the scent and sends it to the phone. I'm just kidding. That's
good.
That's a running joke I use on my stream.
That's good.
So I just wanted to add
That's good.
So it's one of the jokes I do when I
Yeah.
stream. I was like, "Oh guys, turn on your snow." And people are like, "What's that?" And I'm like,
Oh, that sounds like 4D out of Muppet Vision 3D.
Yes, exactly. So that was just like a little joke.
All these people think I'm talking to them, but I'm really just talking to you.
That's so funny. But yeah, guys. So I don't know. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. We got about 4 minutes to go.
Okay. That's an extra loud scream from Tiana's there.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Obviously, there was no Grand Marshal today.
Okay.
So I don't know what's happening with that. I don't know if they just didn't pick anybody or if they canceled altogether.
Yeah.
I checked my phone here just a minute ago.
Here, let me just make something up.
Yeah.
Because you remember, I used to work at Disneyland Resort in parades and show support, driving the floats in the parades.
Okay.
It could be that they just don't have people that showed up, or well, for whatever reason, enough people trained in the units or in the positions.
Okay.
Or I mean, they could be short drivers, they could be short maintenance, they could be short operations. So for whatever reason, you know.
So they could just cancel it, just put a shorter parade.
Yeah. In other words, they don't have the personnel,
Yeah,
the cast.
exactly.
So we'll see.
I've seen that before, where they actually do the parade, but it's a shorter parade. Like
Yeah.
Some floats are missing.
Right, like Pinocchio.
Yeah. Like
My opinion is that because that's an original chassis. In other words, in general, the chassis, you know, the steel underneath,
Yeah.
they put the fiberglass shell of the fiberglass body on top of the chassis.
Right.
They reuse the chassis, and so they're old, is what I'm saying.
Oh.
And so sometimes when they age, they're more challenging to maintain.
Sure.
So they're not reliable.
Right.
So that's the reason why I believe Pinocchio's not out. But I have no inside information on Pinocchio.
Right. That's just.
But I'm just
but it's
saying,
educated
in
guess,
general,
right?
that's exactly how Disneyland Resort did it, same way. Because the expensive part of the parade floats are the chassis, the drive systems,
Yeah.
the mechanisms.
Right. That's it. So you see here, like
91.
it says
and
it says 9 minutes, a rain ending at 9 minutes, but it's not raining where we are. So
one of my chat people said Tampa's raining right now.
they are on hold for weather. Okay. So Tiki Mama.
Okay, Tiki Mama.
So Tiki Mama said her daughter works on the parade. She's
Yeah.
actually going to be in the parade.
Yeah.
And she's telling us that they are on hold for weather.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll hang out.
Then what are they expecting for weather then?
Yeah, well, AccuWeather says that there's no rain, so I mean, there are some looming clouds in there.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen with that, but we'll hang out and we'll wait to see what happens.
Yeah.
here.
So stay tuned, folks. We'll see. Keep your fingers crossed. But we're going to get something here.
Yeah, we're going to get something.
Nevada Smith says, howdy, Elizabeth and Fulton. Fulton Pierce says, hello, Nevada. Yukon Ron says, wasn't Frankenstein the name of the doctor? Yeah, Dr. Frankenstein's monster, Yukon Ron. You've said that before.
Oh, Monique says hi, by the way.
Oh, hello there, Monique.
I understand.
In Pasta Drums, 3886. I do believe Pasta Drums, 3886 is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Pasta Drums 3886. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Pasta Drums 3886, you know they're hot. I'm not sure where you're referring to. Maybe some chats fell off a cliff there. I'm sorry if they did. Pasta Drums 3886. Welcome to the channel, though. Mark F says, hydrate extra today, John. Person fainted on Tom Sawyer Island today around 1 p.m. Oh,
God,
no.
really?
Mark F., thank you for the update. Thank you for being here. Welcome in, welcome back.
Stay hydrated.
Yeah, stay hydrated. So, Mark F., I just got a complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. So, thank you again. Stay hydrated, folks. Oh, and we have Monica Toddy. Welcome in, welcome back. Nice to see Monica Toddy joining us, probably from, Michigan today. But Monica Toddy says hello. Well, hello there, Monica Toddy. Oh, and Fast West Radio back in the chat. Fast West Radio says, John still lost the Magic Kingdom looking for Romeo McGraw. Maybe check under the Country Bear stage. Like and subscribe so he doesn't get adopted by bears. Thank you, Fast West Radio. Look at you go. Are you enjoying a tasty burger, Fast West Radio? Oh, this is womp 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 womp.
Temporarily well, the temporary delay message could easily be followed by a cancel message.
It's just my assumption is this part of their protocol.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So we'll have to wait to see. But long story short, folks, we got a temporarily delayed announcement, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens. In the meantime, you can see the Liberty Bell off in the distance there. The Liberty Bell, the last day of operation, if I remember correctly, is July 6th, 2025. And John with Fun to Be Free and Frankenstein 4K will be here to bring you, of course, the last voyage, if you will, on July 6th. But let's get back to chat. Fastest Raider says, John still lost in Magic Kingdom looking for Romeo McGraw. Maybe check under the Country Bear stage? Like and subscribe so he doesn't get adopted by bears. Thank you, Fastest Radio. Jaylon says, yes, Boardwalk is a good resort. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Monica and Fast Pass. And Dole Whip Dave, welcome in, welcome back. Dole Whip Dave, where's Ladybug Runner? Dole Whip Dave says, hey buddy, does Frankenstein have an eye? Yeah, exactly. Frankenstein has an eye for you and the Dole Whip Dave. Dole Whip Dave. Fulton Pierce says, at Mark F, thought it may have been fumes from the boat. Suppose watching another stream an hour plus ago and multiple people, including the streamer, was feeling sick, dizzy, and nauseous suddenly. That's not good to hear. I hope they're doing well and better, Fulton Pierce. Thanks for the update. But I have not heard until you guys are saying something in the chat. Oh, we have Liberty Bell steam whistle.
I need to get over to Disney Springs right now.
Jalen says, yes, Boardwalk is a good resort. Nevada Smith says, howdy, Monica and Fast Pass. Dole Dave says, hey, buddy, does Frankenstein have an eye? Oh, we got that. The chat's jumping. It's rolling. Hold on. Let me find where we are. Dole Dave says, iPad on it. You nailed it, Dole Dave. Jalen says, also, I love Boardwalk because Boardwalk is a resort. So, Dole Dave says, hey, buddy, does Frankenstein have an iPad on it? Yeah, it does, Dole Dave. I'm not certain. Is that a double? Yeah, we got double chats there. And Fast says, oh, there we got the Liberty Bell steam whistle again. Toot toot. And Fast Pass Radio back in the chat. Oh, we got the big brass bell from the Liberty Bell, folks. But again, Fast Pass Radio says, John saw score Jason and pulled a full-on Romeo McGraw, head down, power walk. Pretend he didn't see him, like and subscribe so Jason gets the apology he deserves. Yeah, because I was buried in my chest behind this, Frankenstein 4K. I didn't even see you at all. And then you said hi, and I'm like, oh, score Jason.
That's funny. Yeah, no, I know. You were looking at that. Totally get it. I tried to say hi. I was like, hey, John.
And you're like, he's ignoring me. What's going on here?
Yeah, last week they put John Port at the step off on TV.
Oh no!
And Dole Up Dave says, also, John, please stay cool and hydrate. Thank you, Dole Up Dave. I will. Don't worry. We'll be fine here. We're all fine here. How are you? I'm still looking to see where we're in the chat. Florida Mark says, just a spoonful of Beverly helps the complimentary water go down. I'd say no thank you to that, Florida Mark, but I know where you're going with this. David Bird, I do believe David Bird is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, David Bird. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, David Bird. But David Bird says, I was watching Jason just subscribe. Oh, David Bird over here jumped over.
Awesome.
Thank you, David Bird. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the channel, David Bird. Hey, and real quick, off in the distance is the Liberty Bell. It's circumnavigating around the rivers of America, David Bird. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the channel. David Bird says, glad you support each other. Isn't that cool that we can do this, David Bird? I mean, it's just we're one big happy family, right? We're all in this together, just like High School Musical. We're all in this together. Sorry, go ahead.
We can't all stream at the same time.
Exactly.
But we want to watch streams.
Exactly.
So if we can't watch one stream, watch somebody else.
Yeah.
And so, of course, I watch all the streams. I watch your stream. I watch other people's streams.
Thank you so much. And I look to see when your subs keep going up.
Yeah, dude, it's been amazing. Like today, I'm almost at 700
Yeah.
at the end of the day today.
You were like 588 just like
yeah.
days ago.
Yeah, it's pretty
amazing.
wild. So actually, today was the first time I ever hit 200 likes in a day.
Awesome. Congratulations,
yeah,
dude.
so it's really cool. It's really exciting.
And Find a Fun, I do believe Find a Fun is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Find a Fun. Oh, here's the announcement. Let's see what they have to say.
Well, we're going to see what they're going to begin.
So another delayed announcement for a Festival of Fantasy Parade there, folks. But Find a Fun, that's Find DA Fun, says 222 days till our first Universal Studios Vacation Cabana Bay opening weekend for Mardi Gras. Awesome. I'm so excited for you already. Find Fun. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. Welcome to the channel, Find a Fun. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Fulton Pierce says, can't go wrong with the mansion. I agree, Fulton Pierce. Real quick, Fulton Pierce, John with Fun to Be Free. This guy, his most favorite attraction of all time is the Haunted Mansion. Fulton Pierce says, don't forget the heat index. I know, it's a little warm out here. I'm hydrating, if you will, Fulton Pierce. Thank you for the update and the suggestion. Florida Mark says, it's the festival of fun to be free. Thank you, Florida Mark. And David Bird says, Jason is at the top of the most popular places to stream the parade. Yeah, David Bird, you were right. Score Jason is here. I call this Big Boy Alley.
Yeah.
Because the popular streamers love coming to this location.
Come over, yeah. And honestly, like, you know, and I get that and I respect that. So I don't know if we come and try and steal their spot.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I'm not gonna do that to anybody. But they're not here today.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna.
Yeah.
So and this is a great spot to watch it from. So
Yeah.
if people are coming on to watch the parade, well, they're not gonna give them
Yeah.
a spot, right? So
Right.
so we're both gonna do that. So
But I like moving, as you're aware.
what's that?
I move, I zig, I
you do.
zag.
That's right. You do move around.
I
That's
move.
great.
I go from step off to step down.
Yeah.
So that's what I enjoy.
Are you gonna go back to Main Street too?
Oh yeah.
after? Yeah.
We'll go. I'll go with you to the firehouse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. We're gonna go to the firehouse.
Because I love a parade. I love a parade.
Oh, Megan Amy says I just hit 700 subscribers.
Awesome! Congratulations. That's awesome. So real quick, folks, Score Jason just hit 700 subscribers.
Wow.
So shout out to Score Jason. Like, comment, and subscribe as well.
Thank you to everybody who watches Fun to Be Free with John and who subscribed to my channel. That means so much to me. I really appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you so much, everybody.
And you go right
Bingo bango.
That is so cool. It's fun watching like
Yeah.
channels grow, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, you're watching
Yeah.
your channel grow too. It's really, really fun.
It sure is.
So I was talking to somebody earlier on the stream that they subscribe to both our channels,
Yeah.
and they said the same thing. They like our channels a lot because we respond to the chat, people
Okay.
in the chat.
Awesome.
And so I said, yeah, I do. That's one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
And I notice you do that all the time.
Yeah.
So it's one of my favorite things
Yeah.
to do is just have a converse with people in chat. So it's
That
really cool.
makes it really fun, unique, and special.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's a good engagement with
Mm-hmm.
the viewer, and you know. Oh, thank you, lovable creatures. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yeah, I don't know. Like I like when I do. It's fun when they respond to
Yep.
my chat. So I like that stuff.
Monica Toddy says hello. Randy says extra, read all about it. John and Frankie are dishing out the Main Street secrets. They've got a 3-day itinerary so good, even Mickey asked for a copy. From churro-fueled rope drops to fireworks finales with more sparkle than Tinkerbell's wings. They're giving you the inside scoop and the fast pass to fun. So don't let your trip turn into Goofy's mess. Smash that like, subscribe faster, and dash and ring the bell so like you're waking up, Sleeping Beauty. John's live every day at 2 p.m. Eastern because dreams and tips come true right here. Look at Randy go. Well done, Randy. Thank you again. Holding down the fort here. And Chris, welcome in, welcome back. Says extra, read all about it. John Fun to Be Free is going to watch Festival Fantasy Parade. I sure hope so, Chris. Thank you for being here. Chris says, and iNews reporter Chris indicate that the Festival of Fantasy Parade should start at 3 p.m. I sure hope so, Chris. Keep your fingers crossed. And Eric, I do believe Eric is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. It just is Eric, E-R-I-C. I don't have any other further information, but we get a few Erics in here, but I do believe Eric is a new subscriber. But welcome to the channel, Eric. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Park Bros says, hey, everyone. Well, hello there, Lawrence. Welcome in and welcome back. Nice to have Park Bros in the chat. Park Bros says, happy Sunday, John. Happy Sunday to you, Lawrence, and your family. Park Bros says, just in time for a parade. Yeah, that's right, Park Bros. I love a parade, especially Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. Debbie says, hey, family. Jaylon says, hi, Eric. Randy says, hey, Eric. Surf Bum says, hi, L. Park Bros. Eric says, hey, Jaylon. And Super Boomtown. Welcome in, welcome back. Always nice to have a Super Boomtown here. Says, hi, John. Hi, everybody. How's it going today? Hot day today in Central Florida. I was going to mow my lawn. Maybe I'll wait until November. That's, yeah, you've said that before, Super Boomtown. Or how about you just put in, some AstroTurf, and then you don't have to mow it ever again. Or some rocks. Maybe you could water your rocks, Super Boomtown. But Eric says, hi, Randy. And Monica Tati says, hey, yes, in hot Michigan. Oh, is it really hot in there? Is it hot in Detroit right now, Monica Tati? Antonio Ramos. Hold on a second, Antonio Ramos.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So. But Tiki Mama may have an update for us.
Yeah, so we're waiting for Tiki Mama.
But it might not be until after the parade because, because if a cast member is involved in it, maybe the phone goes in a locker, maybe it goes in,
It could be. In other words, if they're like actually getting set up,
Yeah.
the phone might be away.
Yeah, because there's a certain point they just have to, store all cargo and get on board,
Well, it's interesting that it's been 10 minutes delayed, and they still haven't announced a closure. So I wonder if that means that they see, this, the weather being clear, and they just need to wait for that time, and they're going to actually run it
Possibly.
Because I don't think they've ever gone after this long and then canceled and done something else. So
Okay.
it's usually quicker from my experience, but I could be wrong.
But remember that it takes a certain amount of time to essentially get the floats out of the warehouse,
Yeah.
put them in parade staging area, bring the ladders up to them, secure the cast members with the lanyard, safety devices, and the
Yeah.
carabiners, you know.
Well, you've got the experience doing that. So,
Yeah. So
would you say it's been what is the longest they would delay before they officially announce a cancellation?
bottom line for our Disneyland Resort, it was literally an hour and 15 minutes.
Oh wow!
That's how long it took to go out of the warehouse to do sound checks or audio checks, checks at parade staging area, load all parade performers, advance to the gate, do the pre-parade pre-stack, and then of course go out the gate at step off.
So do you think that they've started that process?
Oh yeah, the process has been going on. I don't know how long it takes because I have no experience in operations here, but their warehouse is moderately close by the parade step-off gate, so I can only imagine theirs probably could be 45 or 50 minutes in advance, because our Disneyland was literally on the other side of the resort.
Right.
So
Merriman, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah, once the floats go out, they can't go back in. Yeah, that's right. Hey, Jeff.
let's try to catch up with the chat. So
Buddy, thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, Jeff, I only caught like the beginning of your stream while I was coming to the...
Antonio Ramos, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Antonio Ramos. It's nice to see you. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Antonio Ramos. But Antonio Ramos says, hi from Puerto Rico. Well, thank you for viewing us from Puerto Rico, Antonio Ramos. Quick update, we're delayed. We're on a parade delay, so we're about 12 minutes late already. So stay tuned. We're hoping for the Disney Festival Fantasy Parade. But Super Boomtown says it's so hot today. How hot is it? It is so hot that I saw a dog chasing a cat, and they were both on jet skis in the Seven Seas Lagoon. Super Boomtown, I like it when you're in the chat, dude. Oh boy, cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria, right? Super Boomtown. Park Bro says hi, Surf Bump. Not so scary, Mary TV back in the chest says that's Super Boomtown. Haha, that's hot. Dole Up Dave says Ladybug Runner is watching me in hitchhiking ghost mode. You got it, Ladybug Runner. Thank you for being here. Florida Park says it's a dream come true for you and me. So there's a great, big, beautiful tomorrow. Awesome, thank you, Florida Mark, for that. Always puts me in a good mood when you pop in the chat. Park Bro says hi, Antonio, and Normand Azalin. I do believe that's how you pronounce it, and I do believe that's a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Normand Azalin. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Normand Azalin says, hello everyone, first time in chat. Be careful if you go to Tom Sawyer Island. I was watching another stream and everyone's getting sick on the raft for some reason. It appears, or we got another update, that a guest passed out, I guess, apparently, we think, on Tom Sawyer Island. So I think everything's safe enough now. But thank you for the update, Norman Aslan. Thank you for that. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. But Mark Abston, I think Mark Abston's been here before, right, Mark Abston? But welcome back, Mark Abston. Mark Abston, welcome and welcome back. Says, how's the weather? I wish I was there. It's a very, very hot, very humid today. And we're on a rain delay, apparently, for the Disney Festival Fantasy Parade. But thank you for being here, Mark Abston. Jaylon says, hi, Score Jason. Oh, Jaylon says, hi, Score Jason. Oh, here, hold on, let me. Jaylon says, hi, Score Jason. Sorry, interrupting your chat.
You're good. Thank you so much. Yes, because of weather, so.
Not So Scary Mary TV says, what a beautiful community, John. Bingo bango. Thank you for being here, Neri. And Park Bros says, hi, Not So Scary Mary TV. Not So Scary Mary TV says, Park Bros, hello. And Randy says, hey, Park. Park Bros says, hi, Randy. Randy says, hold on, let me pop up the subscribe banner here.
I didn't say hi to Oscar. I didn't know Oscar. We didn't see Oscar.
Oh, we got another announcement. Hold on. Oh. Nope. So we're getting there we go. So, quick update, folks. The Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade has been canceled. However, stay tuned for the Rainy Day Cavalcade Parade stepping off literally right now, I believe, folks. So stay tuned for that. But Randy says something as the chat's jumping. Chat's really jumping. Randy says John and Frankie are handing out 3-day itineraries, but the Disney math isn't mathing. 3 park days, 2 tired feet, 1 melt Dole Whip, and not nearly enough thumbs to power the magic. It's like Figmix says, use your imagination and your finger to smash that like button. Every like helps keep the stream flying higher than Peter Pan and more dazzling than a fireworks finale over Cinderella Castle. So if you're watching the magic, just don't let it go. Show your support, hit like, and join the fun. John's live every day at 2 p.m. Eastern, and with your help, the magic gets even mightier. Thank you, Randy, for that. There were some other chit-chats in between there. See, what did I miss here? Oh, Florida Mark says, nice, Randy. And Derek Leach, I do believe Derek Leach is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Derek Leach. It's nice to meet you. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Derek Leach says, hi from Louisiana, sitting by my pool, wishing I was at Disney. Derek Leach, thank you. Welcome to the channel. But it sounds like you got a pretty nice gig going on there, Derek Leach. But it is fun and exciting to be here at the Magic Kingdom, that is. But stay tuned for, of course, the Rainy Day Cavalcade parade today, Derek Leach. And David Bird says, if they started the parade on time, they would have been done by now. Possibly, David Bird. Good point. Chris says, I agree with Randy that the magic might get more mightier than a handful of pixie dust and a swashbuckling pirate eye patch. And Norman Aslan says, yes, you pronounced it correctly. And I love you went all the way back to read everyone's messages. Thank you, Norman. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Florida Mark says, I love a parade. That's right, Florida Mark. I love a parade. And Park Bros says, this is an oddity for sure. Bright sun and a rainy day cavalcade. Yeah, it's a topsy-turvy day here at the Magic Kingdom, Park Bros. Thank you for being here, Lawrence. Good point.
Is that Park Bros?
Yeah, Park
okay.
Bros.
Yeah, he's in my chat. Yeah, Park Bros. He said something about a group he has going on.
Yeah.
And he was sending me a link to it. Yes, I can go. Okay, you're in that, right?
Yeah, I'm in it. Okay. So I highly recommend you join, yeah.
All right, awesome.
He's up to 22 creators, I think, right now.
Okay, that's awesome. All right.
So Corey and Lawrence. So shout out to Livin' in Diz, Corey and Lawrence.
It's very nice of him.
Like, comment, and subscribe to Livin' in Diz, live streaming from the Walt Disney World Resort as well. And of course, support your local live streamer. Shout out to Livin' in Diz, Corey and Lawrence. And Jaylon says, hi, Derek Leach. Let's enjoy the cavalcade. Oh, the big goof.
Look at that.
We got Chip and Dale, no drums though.
Hey guys. Oh, the other side. That's okay. Oh, Jeff, that's awesome. Have a great trip. What's the matter, company?
Score Jason's really getting into it, folks. Oh, we got Dopey.
Dopey, what's going on, buddy? Oh, we gotta look. We gotta look at this. Peacefully. Peacefully. No trouble here, bud. Hey, you look good. I was talking about Rapunzel.
Oh. So that's the end of the line, if you will.
Tiki Mama's Caitlin here.
Wait, I didn't hear. What, Tiki Mama?
This might be Tiki Mama's daughter, Caitlin.
Oh, really?
Caitlin, Mom's watching. She waited for like 2 hours to say hi to you.
Okay.
There you go, we did it. Tiki Mama, hope you're watching. You guys need a towel? Well, there.
You can cut in going to the street. You don't have to stay on the side.
So, yeah, maybe he had an extra cooling towel.
Oh, I see. Crystal! Oh, yeah, so you need a towel.
Okay, so what we're attempting to do is take the breezeway, the shortcut from Frontierland into Adventureland. Once we get to Adventureland, we'll make a left and we'll attempt to catch up to the rainy day. But it's moving fast, folks. So we really got to hoof it. We got to get going. Where'd Score Jason go? Okay, we're going to make a left here. We're now in Adventureland. I'm not quite certain where the opening unit is, but it's probably in the hub right now, folks. So stay tuned for that. We'll come back to the chat probably after the conclusion of the Rainy Day Cavalcade Parade, folks. At this moment in time, what I'm attempting to do is make a technical update to my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K. Give me one more moment, folks. Hold on a second, I'll be right with you. All right, but today's video topic is Walt Disney World, Orlando, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park, 3-day itinerary in 4K. So again, if you've just joined us, today's video topic is all about Walt Disney World, Orlando, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park, 3-day Disney World itinerary in 4K. Once this live stream concludes, once it's over, be kind and rewind, start the video over. We're not ending now. But check out our article that we popped up on the screen, the breaking news in regards to the 3-day itinerary here at Disney World. But we're attempting to catch up to the Rainy Day Cavalcade Parade. I should say cavalcade, excuse me, folks. I'm trying to make some updates to my technical setup on Frankenstein 4K. I'm looking for the opening unit. It's approaching Main Street right now, I believe. So stay tuned for more exciting views from the Rainy Day Cavalcade Parade. I said it again, folks, incorrectly. The Rainy Day Cavalcade here at the Magic Kingdom. Even though we have bright and shining sun in the sky. It's not raining, folks, but it's probably raining surrounding the area is my guess. Here in Central Florida, that is. Well, let's get caught up. Splash, splash. turn to our forward direction of travel.
See the clouds?
Yeah, we got some ominous clouds overhead, pointing south here, beyond town square, that is. We made it, folks. Okay, off in the distance we have the opening unit for the Rainy Day Cavalcade in Town Square, so stay tuned for that, folks. In the meantime, if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. Park Pro says, I like this song. I know, it's a good song in Park Pros. David Bird says, so does this mean there'll be no parade? Well, we have the Rainy Day Cavalcade, David. We'll come back to the chat afterwards here. Let's enjoy this looping song here on the Rainy Day Cavalcade, because we don't get to listen to it too often. no worries, no worries. So that was a good change of pace, folks. Even though it's not actually raining this afternoon here at the Magic Kingdom, we still had the rainy day cavalcade. I love a rainy day cavalcade here at the Magic Kingdom on this gorgeous day. Like I just said, it's not actually raining today. And behind me on screen on camera, we have a special guest star. It's Score Jason. Like, comment, and subscribe to Score Jason. He just scored 700 subscribers, folks.
Great day, man.
Awesome.
It was great. And thank you for your help with getting there, too, because I'm sure some people came over and subscribed, so I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Guys, on our channel, do me a favor, if you haven't joined yet, subscribe to John from Fun to Be Free. He streams in 4K, and look at Frankenstein he's got over here. Who else does this? You definitely want to subscribe to John from Fun to Be Free right here. So make sure you do that, guys.
Thank you, Jason.
All right, so I'm going to be heading out here. in a
Okay.
second. I'll be back. Actually, I'm going to come back to stream. Oh my God, Happily Ever After.
Okay.
And then
Are you going to split the stream?
I have to split it because I started at 9.
Oh, okay.
I can't go more
Got
than
it.
12 hours.
Got
So
it.
I'm gonna bail out, get some dinner.
Okay, that
and
sounds
come
good.
back and stream later.
That's a long day for you.
It's a long day, but it's worth it because everyone's enjoying it. So, and it's been a great day
Yeah,
celebrating.
that's true.
So I'm going to keep celebrating.
Real quick, I hope everybody in your live chat appreciates that, because it's a lot of hard work out here in the Florida heat and sunshine for 12 hours.
About streaming's easy.
No, you just hit go live.
Just hit go live. It's easy. It's easy as that.
Nice to see you, Jason.
All right,
Take care.
John, good
Bye-bye.
seeing you again, buddy. Take it easy.
Again, like, comment, and subscribe to Score Jason, folks. Let's get back on track. But John with Fun to Be Free is currently in Town Square. I checked the weather, if you will. It doesn't appear that it's going to rain much, so I'm hoping it won't be lightning. I hope we won't be under a lightning watch here. But at any rate, let's head north up Main Street, USA to the beautiful Cinderella Castle. We'll check in there, and then we'll head over to Tiana's Bayou Adventure. So stay tuned for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Now, prepare yourself, folks. I popped up the wait time for Tiana, and it's at 35 minutes. Can that be accurate? Stay tuned and find out. I hope it'll be open, folks. So stay tuned for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. I'm still hoping that it will be open when we get there, of course, because there's a potential risk of lightning in the area, which can cause a temporary closure of Tiana's Bayou Adventure. But again, stay tuned for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Well, let's get back on track here. We're going to jump back into the live chat, see where we're at here. Randy says the mod squad is trying to have lunch, but John's reading chat like it's a crystal ball in Madame Leota's seance room. He's juggling fries, friends, and comments like Mickey and Phantasmic. One bite for John, one comment for the stream, and one like away from Frankie doing a celebratory churro dance. So whether you're Team Turkey Leg or Dole Whip, devotees, smash that like button, ring the bell, and keep the chat flying faster than Dumbo. Because even during lunch, John and Frankie are serving up Magic Daily at 2 p.m. Eastern with the side of pixie dust and park tips. Thank you, Randy. Thank you for that as well. Park Bros, welcome in, welcome back. So there's no parade, David. And the chat is rolling, it's jumping. Hold on, folks. Where are we in the chat? Hold on. I think I found it though. Normand says, just another thing I love about Disney, even though the parade got canceled, they still have an alternative in their back pocket. You have nailed it, Norman. Very much so, Norman. Sounds like you know what you're talking about here. I like having you in the chat. David Bird says, Jason is behind you. Okay, thank you for the update, David Bird. But we found Score Jason. Yeah, a little chaotic getting out of the parade from Frontierland, you know, heading into Adventureland there. Like I said, we're going to check in with the Cinderella Castle. We'll, take, a moment, a brief moment, just to say hi. Maybe we'll talk to Walt and Mickey, the partner statue as well. And Ray Haley, welcome in, welcome back. Ray Haley says, good Sunday morning. All hello, John and Frankie and chat family. Thank you for being here, Ray Haley. And Never Too Old to Play says, imagine Clarence the Chipmunk asked the kids if she could have a drum and percussion solo show at the Refreshment Outpost. Are you talking about at Epcot? To play in Africa Pavilion. Is that what you're talking about? Daryl Dixon, welcome in, welcome back. Daryl Dixon says, hi John and everyone. Trickle, trickle, splash, splash. Yeah, isn't it good? The audio, the background music, I like it. The song and dance. Daryl Dixon, thank you for being here. Where are we in the chat though? Hold on, I'm still looking. Let's say hi to Walt and Mickey. We'll pause here for just a moment. And wouldn't you just know it, folks, it's so bright out here that I really can't see the phone screen. Go ahead, no worries, no worries. So we're gonna get going here. Sorry, folks. Let's head to some shade, maybe some air conditioning. But we need to head over to Frontierland. I'm debating on which direction we should go right now. Maybe this way, back through it. Oh no, folks. I just heard thunder. So I was just gonna say, oh no. Let's do this. Since we're here, let's maybe come back to Tiana's Bayou adventure at a later point, because my guesstimate, if I've just heard thunder in the area, there's a 10-mile radius. Within the 10-mile radius, Tiana's Bayou adventure will close if there's lightning in the area. So I can only imagine the radio calls are going out very shortly, folks. So can you hear the thunder in the area? So that puts a damper on things, if you will. But stay tuned for the Haunted Mansion, since we are in Liberty Square right now. So again, let's head over to John with Fun to Be Free's most favorite attraction of all time, the Haunted Mansion. So again, stay tuned for the Haunted Mansion then. Like I said, I want to get into some shade right now so I can read the chats. Maybe we'll head into the building over here on our right-hand side for a brief moment of respite. It's the Hall of Presidents. Let me double check, of course, the chat when we get there. In fact, we could take a little shortcut, if you will, to check the chat messages before we jump into the Hall of Presidents here. Ray Haley says, love it when Minnie and Mickey wave to the people lined along the parade route and you look at their faces. I'm so happy. Awesome. Thank you for being here, Ray Haley. Isn't it cool? And Shane76, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Shane76. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World. So thank you for making the magic. Have a great day. We're headed into the Hall of Presidents. And folks, the lobby is essentially open as a cool down for respite. In other words, you could come inside the lobby, enjoy the nostalgia, all of the historical items on, display, and of course enjoy the air conditioning. But we could head through that door, through the exit there in a moment. But Shane76, welcome to the channel. Shane76 says, Jason sent me. Oh, cool. Thank you for being here, Shane76. So Score Jason sent Shane76 over to John with Fun to Be Free. Thank you for being here. Shane76. We're going back outside. We're still in the Liberty Square. And Never Too Old to Play says, can Chippendale do a drum battle today? I don't know. We saw Chippendale earlier. I didn't see any drums, though. Never Too Old to Play. Ray Haley says, hey, Mama Duck. Oh, and Mama Duck, welcome in, welcome back. Says, hey, at Ray Haley. Alex J, back in the chat. Welcome in, welcome back, Alex J. Alex J says, good evening, everyone from a cold UK. Yep, back to normal weather for us. Okay, so as soon as you popped in the chat, Alex J, I thought, oh, you're going to say something about the heat wave? What's going on with the heat? And then you said back to normal. So isn't that just the way it works, folks? Summer, I guess, in UK. Unpredictable. Hold on just a second. Let me get a drink of water. I'll be right with you. So I'm not quite certain what's going on with the Haunted Mansion here. Are they no longer accepting any...
Okay, we're coming, everybody. Everybody's going to be here when we're ready.
Oh boy. So we'll come back later, folks.
I didn't do it.
Yeah.
I have an alibi.
So it appears the Haunted Mansion is not operational at this time, folks. So they're saying technical issues, folks. So my head's on a swivel. I'm debating on what direction we should go here. Maybe we should head over to the Pirates of the Caribbean right now. That's a little more indoors and hopefully operational. I hear more thunder in the area though. So I hope it's not coming to, pour on us soon or shortly. But in the meantime, if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. So that almost seems like a strike 2, folks. First strike was Tiana's that I elected, since you hear thunder, there's going to be lightning, and then they'll probably close Tiana's for lightning. And then second, technical issue for Haunted Mansion. But Jalen says, parade. Mama Duck says, welcome back, Alex J. And Never Too Old to Play says, yes. And Chris says, what? If the parade did get canceled, what does that mean when they keep the rainy day cavalcade? That means, I guess, they just didn't do the actual Festival of Fantasy Parade, Chris, and maybe they're just doing the rainy day cavalcade. That's the best thing I have for you, Chris. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say. Alex J says, hey, Mama Duck. The chat's rolling, jumping. Where are we in the chat? Mama Duck says, hi, Jaylon. And Jalen says, hi, Mama Duck. And Chris says, hi, Mama Duck. Not So Scary Married TV says, it looks amazing. Hold on, the chat is rolling and jumping so much, folks. Every time I unpause it, it's jumping in the next zip code here. It's going to Lakeland, Florida, Mark. But here we go. Not So Scary Married TV says, it looks amazing, crispy, clear, 4K, bestest live stream channel. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you again for that. And Danny Marchand, welcome in, welcome back. Danny Marchand says, hi, John. Well, hello there, Danny Marchand. We're in, of course, Frontierland. We're headed over to Adventureland or Caribbean Plaza, I hope, very soon or shortly. So stay tuned for Pirates of the Caribbean. I hope that'll be open when we get there. And Score Jason, oh, Score Jason, welcome in to the channel. Of course, Score Jason, we just spent some time with Score Jason on the parade route here. So again, shout out to Score Jason. Once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, head over to Score Jason on YouTube. And of course, like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell and support your local live streamer. But Score Jason says, great to, probably great to see you, probably, Score Jason. But thank you for being here. It was nice seeing you, Score Jason. The chat's still rolling, folks. Hold on. I'm trying to find where we are in the chat. Trying to find it. Hold on. Jaylon says, hi, Alex J. Not So Scary Married TV says, Mama Duck. Alex J says, hi, at Jaylon. Mama Duck says, Not So Scary Married TV in the house. Thank you, Mama Duck. I love it. Score Jason says, great to hang out with you today. Thank you for your support. You're welcome, Score Jason. Nice to see you. Fuller Mark says, hello, Mama Duck. Mama Duck says, welcome at Danny Marchand. Danny Marchand says, it is humid outside. It is humid in Orlando, Florida, USA. You can say that again, Danny Marchand. It is extremely hot and humid right now. Theme Park Giant, welcome in and welcome back. Nice to have Theme Park Giant in the chat. Theme Park Giant says, hi, everyone, checking in from Disney Springs. Have a great time at Magic Kingdom. Oh, Theme Park Giant, do you have family in town? Nice to have Theme Park Giant. So quick shout out. So once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, I left a link in the description box below. But of course, you could click on Theme Park Giant, like, comment, subscribe, support your local live streamer. Don't forget about Not So Scary Married TV. That's Neri and Benny, or Not So Scary Married TV. Link in the description box below. Also, like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. Magic Adventures, also a link down below. That's M-A-J-I-C, M-A-J-I-C. Magic Adventures also does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. Of course, that's Mike and Jen, or Magical Mike and Jen. And of course, don't forget about Scuda Adventures. Scuda Adventures also does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort. Likewise, link in the description box below. So like, comment, subscribe, support your local live streamer with Scuda Adventures. And of course, FastPassRadio.com. FastPassRadio.com is where you could listen to free Disney theme parks background music, streaming live over the interwebs at FastPassRadio.com. But Theme Park Giant, thank you for being here. That's awesome. And if you're new to the channel, welcome in, welcome back. I should say, if you're new to the channel, like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell. The chat just jumped, it rolled. I was looking at something, I thought, oh, there's a... hold on, folks, let me find it. I'm all over the road right now. I can't locate the next chat on deck. Hold on. Jaylon says, Score Jason, you're welcome. Not So Scary Married TV. Oh, sweet, at Mama Duck, you just make people happy. And hold on, Zippity Doo Doug. I do believe Zippity Doo Doug is in the chat, so welcome in and welcome back, Zippity Doo Doug. Of course, Zippity Doo Doug, nice to see you. Hello there, thank you for making the magic. Have a great day. We have a 20-minute standby wait time for Pirates of the Caribbean here in Caribbean Plaza. Let's get back on track. But Zippity Doo Doug says, hello at Chris. Welcome back, Zippity Doo Doug. So shout out to Zippity Doo Doug on, of course, the old YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer at Zippity Doo Doug on YouTube. I'm trying to find where we are in the chat, but the chat keeps doing this, folks. Where are we in the chat? Hold on. And I need to make a technical update to Frankenstein 4K. So I need to take out Robin. This is Robin, folks. So I have Batman and Robin traveling with me today. But Robin is actually a T-Mobile phone, and I need to ensure that Robin is still broadcasting or talking to the streamer phone. Hold on a moment, folks. Yeah, I think we're back online here. So the T-Mobile data connection dropped off a cliff for whatever reason. I brought it back to life there. So let's get back to the chat. And every time I unpause the chat, it rolls into the next zip code, folks. Hold on a second. Where are we in the chat? Zippity Doo Doug again says hello at Fun to Be Free. Mama Duck says hello at Florida Mark. Great to see ya. Zippity Doo Doug says hello at Theme Park Giant at Not So Scary Mary TV. Not So Scary Mary TV says at Zippity Doo Doug. Hey there. Florida Mark says hi at Theme Park Giant. Mama Duck says welcome back at Zippity Doo Doug. Great to see ya. Not So Scary Mary TV says at Theme Park Giant. Hi. Big heart. Zippity Doo Doug says hello at Mama Duck. Surf Bump says hey Doug. Florida Mark says yeah, it rained while out on a run around the lake. So we have rain all around us, I guess, according to Florida Mark. Zippity Doo Doug says hello at Surf Bum. Surf Bum says Jason. Of course, Surf Bum is referring to Score Jason. Let me get out of the way here for the guests. They're off camera below me, the guests. They're traversing under and over the ropes. They're trying to reach their family and friends. Hold on a second, folks. And Laura Medley, I do believe Laura Medley is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Laura Medley. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Laura Medley. Laura Medley says hi. Nice to have you here, Laura Medley. Welcome to the channel. Mama Duck says the living legend himself. Welcome back at Theme Park Giant. Surf Bum says Thad. And Chris says if we had either early entry at either Animal Kingdom or at Hollywood Studios or Epcot, then we do rides with Lightning Lane. I'd say you wouldn't have to, just my personal opinion, Chris. I don't think you need to spend the monies. That's right, folks. John with Fun to Be Free likes to add an S onto everything. The monies, because you can knock out a lot of the headliners, the e-tickets, the anchors, the major attractions due to early entry, even though it's only a 30-minute head start on the other guests. Zippity Doo Doug says hello at Chris. Mom Duck says welcome back at Surf Bump. And again, chat is rolling, folks. Chat's rolling. Get lots of chit-chats. Where are we in the chat? Mama Duck says, welcome back, dude, at Surf Bum. Dude. Mama Duck says, hi, Laura Medley. Chris says, because we'd be here at the parks at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. Surf Bum says, Mama Duck, with a big thumbs up. And Mama Duck says, you're awesome at Score Jason. Thank you, Mama Duck. Surf Bum has Pirates flags. And Ray Haley says, boy, I'm just now noticing, John, that the Pirates of the Caribbean is so different from ours at Disneyland, isn't it? Yeah, Ray Haley, it is different. However, I'd say it's a little smaller in scale because, of course, the interior show building is missing parts of the catacombs, the caverns from Disneyland in California, where here in Florida, the queue is larger, of course, and it's, indoors and shaded due to the weather. So they're different, if you will, but similar once you get to a certain point in the show building, Ray Haley. But yeah, they're different, but similar. Norman back in the chat says, today is day one of a heat wave in Rhode Island. I'd much rather deal with a heat wave at Walt Disney World, LOL. So yeah, so what I think Norman's saying is, if he has to be in the heat, he might as well have fun in the sun here at the Walt Disney World Resort. Right, Norman? And Ghost Host, I do believe Ghost Host has been here before, but Ghost Host says, hi John, welcome in, welcome back Ghost Host. Ghost Host, as you're probably aware, John with Fun to Be Free's most favorite attraction is the Haunted Mansion, Ghost Host. And Megan P, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free, but Megan P, M-E-G-H-A-N, P as in Paul, says, what is this ride? Welcome to the channel, Megan P. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Megan P. But what is this ride? It's Pirates of the Caribbean. Stay tuned for that, Megan P. Thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing. Daryl Dixon says, good afternoon, Duck. Mama Duck says, hey there, Ghost Host. And again, the chat's rolling, folks. I'm looking for where we are. Jaylon says, zippity doo Doug, hi. Florida Mark says, you need the Batmobile to carry some equipment and jugs of Beverly. I need the Batmobile is correct, Florida Mark, but I don't think I want to transport jugs of Beverly in the Batmobile. Mama Duck says, we are excited to ride Pirates. Thank you, Mama Duck. Ghost Host says, hey, Doug. And Surf Bump says, Jason. And Norman says, yay, Pirates of the Caribbean, my favorite ride. Oh, your favorite's Pirates, eh? Mama Duck says, welcome at Norman. Zippity Doug says, hello at Ghost Host. Ghost Host says, hi, John. And Daryl Dixon says, good afternoon, Doug. Mama Duck says, hey there at Ghost Host. Love your handle name. Oh, Mama Duck. Great minds think alike, right? And Send It Soren, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Send It Soren. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Send It Soren. But Send It Soren says, good afternoon, new to channel. Thank you for subscribing, Send It to Soren. We're here at the Pirates of the Caribbean queue. The chat is rolling, folks. Hold on a second. Still rolling. Every time I unpause it, it jumps into the next zip code. Where are we in the chat, folks? Hold on. Jaylon says hi at Zippity Doo Dog. Zippity Doo Dog says hello at Daryl Dixon. Mama Duck says welcome at Megan P. This is Pirates of the Caribbean. Thank you, Mama Duck. Zippity Doo Dog says hello at Jaylon. And Fast Fuzz Radio back in the chat. Fast Fuzz Radio back in the chat. Here we go. Fast Fuzz Radio says 260 people watching and only 106 likes. That's more cold shoulders than score Jason got from John. Hit that like button before Jason starts throwing popcorn. Thank you for that, Fast Fuzz Radio. Thank you for the update. But again, Fast Fuzz Radio says 260 people watching and only 106 likes. That's more cold shoulders than score Jason got from John. Hit that like button before Jason starts throwing popcorn. I like it a lot, Fast Fuzz Radio. So John with Fun to Be Free is calling all explorers. Calling all explorers. We're going to do a countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody viewing us live to smash the like button. Unless you've already done so. So in 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. Because Fast Fuzz Radio says 260 people watching and only 106 likes. That's more cold shoulders than score Jason got from John. Hit that like button before Jason starts throwing popcorn. Thank you, Fast Fuzz Radio. And Norman says, thank you, Mama Duck. Mama Duck says, good afternoon at Send It Soren. Again, folks, the chat is going plaid, just like Spaceballs. I'm having a challenging time keeping up with the chat, folks. Norman says, absolutely, at least I'd have Dole Whips. I guess so, Norman. That's one way to look at it. Maybe you can get a Dole Whip, at the Aloha Isle Terrace, maybe the Sunshine Tree Terrace, maybe, the Disney's Polynesian Village Resort. Brett Knutson, welcome in, welcome back. Brett Knutson says, good afternoon. Randy says, hey, Mama Duck. Mama Duck says, good afternoon at Brett Knutson. Mama Duck says, hey, at Randy. Norman says, I will ride Pirates of the Caribbean all day long, given the chance. You will, Norman? If you like it that much, eh? Uncle Aardvark. Oh, it's nice to have Uncle Aardvark back in the chat. Uncle Aardvark says, we were there last week, John. Sorry I missed you. Oh, Uncle Aardvark. I would have loved to see you. But next time, you'll come back, I'm sure. Thank you for being here, Uncle Aardvark. Welcome back. Pix. That's P-I-C, P-I-C-S. Pix, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Pix. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Pix. But Pix says, hello, new viewer. Thanks for streaming. You're welcome. Pix. Nice to have you here. We're at the Pirates of the Caribbean. Stay tuned for that. Mama Duck says, welcome at Daryl Dixon. And Chris says, I'm a fan of all the attractions. Tiana's Peter Pan, Winnie the Pooh, Pirates, Haunted Mansion, Liberty Bell, and of course, the Railroad. I'm aware of that, Chris. I like all those as well. I'm a little sad that the Liberty Bell will be leaving us, on July 6th, the last day of operation. July 7th, if you show up, no dice, folks. So stay tuned for July 6th. I plan on being here. I already have, hold on.
In order to keep your wait time down to its absolute minimum, we ask that you please keep up with the party in front of you at all times, filling in all that available space. That means fill in wall to wall, row to row, and hang down with stage to stage. If you are traveling with someone who's like single, able, building, like a walker, wheelchair, or a e-scooter, please have them keep your group in line so that we may best accommodate your group. At this time, please have the total number of your group
says, well, hello at PickPicks, welcome. Ray Haley says, hey John, if you're looking for something to do after you get out of this ride, stroll over to the Tomorrowland and say hi to my niece working inside Merchandise Star Traders. She loves your stream. Okay, Ray Haley, we'll have to get over there. Keep in mind they get a little sidetracked. Like, for example, I said, let's go to Tiana's by Adventure, and then we get lightning. And then I go, well, let's go to the Haunted Mansion, and then we get technical issues. And then I said, let's go over to the Pirates, and here we are. And then Ray Haley says, my niece is working inside Merchandise Star Traders. She loves your stream. So we'll have to try to get over there, Ray Haley. Thank you for that. And PickPick says hi at Mama Duck. Mama Duck says welcome back at Uncle Aardvark. Daryl Dixon says hi at Mama Duck. Where are we in the chat though? Hold on. Still rolling, still jumping. PickPick says smash the like. Thank you, PickPicks, for being here. Mama Duck says awesome. Thank you at PickPicks. Ray Haley says fast pass. I hit it. 3, 2, 1. Tapped it with my pinky. Thank you, Ray Haley. PickPick says hi, John. Cool. Thank you for being here, PickPicks. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. And Norman says, yep, that's why I like the old school E-Nights before they change it to deluxe resorts only. Oh yeah, you're a professional, Norman. Oh, I can tell that you're going to have a lot of fun here on Fun to Be Free. This chat family is the bestest in YouTube land. The chat's still rolling. We're at the end door on the chat, folks. Hold on. Where are we, though? Jaylon says, hi, PickPicks. Mama Duck says, you're welcome. Norman. Norman says, I heard a rumor that Libertyville may be going to the new park in Abu Dhabi. Cannot validate, though. Oh, I haven't heard that at all. Please share where you heard that source, Norman. I'd love to hear about it, though. Randy, back in the chat, says, John and Frankie are deep in the queue for the Pirates of the Caribbean, and the queue commander is at work, charting the fastest course through Standby C. Want to see a magic trick? Bam! You get to subscribe. Just like that, you're part of the crew. No Genie Plus required. They're navigating every twist and turn like seasoned captains, keeping the stream afloat. And the chat treasure filled. So hoist your sails, smash that like, hit subscribe, and ring the bell. Or prepare to walk the virtual plank. John's live every day at 2 p.m. Eastern, delivering the magic mayhem and Mickey's moments from every queue conquered. Thank you, Randy. We'll do it again because I felt like every time the chat jumped, it was hard to follow it. The chat just keeps going to plaid, Randy. Again, Randy says, John and Frankie are deep in the queue for Pirates of the Caribbean, and the queue commander is at work, charting the fastest course through Standby C. Want to see a magic trick? Bam! You get to subscribe. Just like that, you're part of the crew. No Genie Plus required. They're navigating every twist and turn like seasoned captains, keeping the stream afloat and the chat treasure filled. So hoist your sails, smash the like, hit subscribe, and ring the bell. Or prepare to walk to the virtual plank. John's live every day at 2 p.m. Eastern, delivering the magic, mayhem, and Mickey's moments with every queue conquered. Thank you again, Randy. Well done. And of course, prepare to make sail here at the Pirates of the Caribbean, folks. Chris says, you know what? You're right, John. I'd be here on July 6th for the last day to ride the Libertyville before it closes on July 7th. Thank you for being here in advance. Of course, Chris. And Blue Goo, I do believe you, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Blue Goo. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Blue Goo says, I'm in front of you in the line. So we have somebody joining us on Fun to Be Free that's in the queue for Pirates of the Caribbean. However, I don't know how far in front of us. Are they directly in front of us? Like, really in front of us? Or are they just, off in the distance in front of us? But welcome to the channel, Blue Goo. Randy says, welcome in, Blue Goo. And Telecon 2, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Telecon 2. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Telecon 2 says hi from the UK. So we have lots of international viewers. But Telecon 2, thank you for being here. Welcome to the channel. Jaylon says Blue Goo, hi. Mama Duck says hi at Telecon 2, welcome. Mama Duck says hi there at Blue Goo. And Christina back in the chat says, did we do Haunted? Christina, as it turns out, I walked over there and it was, get ready for this, closed due to technical difficulties, Christina. So we'll try again. Stay tuned for the Haunted Mansion. I'm hoping later today because I'd like to bring you 4K streaming ultra high definition in low light conditions from the Haunted Mansion, Christina. So hopefully stay tuned for that. Thank you for being here. Randy says, hey, Telecon. Telecon 2 says, subscribe and like. Thank you for being here, Telecon 2. Thank you. And stay tuned for Pirates of the Caribbean in just a few moments, folks. And Florida Mark back in the chat. Florida Mark says, John and Frank are about to embark on a cruise down the Caribbean. There's no Beverly or Conga on this cruise, but maybe some Dole Whip when they disembark, or a free complimentary cup of water. Whether you're a pirate or not, come out of your cabin and smash that like, comment, and subscribe. Look at Florida Mark go. We gotta pop up the subscribe banner again. Look at that. That was well done, Florida Mark. Look at you. Florida Mark says, John and Frank are about to embark on a cruise down the Caribbean. There's no Beverly or Conga on this cruise, but maybe some Dole Whip when they disembark, or a free complimentary cup of water. Whether you're a pirate or not, come out of your cabin and smash that like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for being here, Florida Mark. Thank you for that. That is awesome. Well done. I enjoyed that one, Florida Mark. Mama Duck says, welcome in at Christina. I believe Haunted Mansion was down. Thank you, Mama Duck. Where are we in the chat, though? I think the chat just went to hyperactive mode. Where are we in the chat? Norman says, sadly, just something I saw a subscriber mention on another streamer's post. I didn't see any proof online, though. Probably just got boxed up. Oh, I don't know, Norman. I haven't heard a thing about that. That's news to me. But thank you for the update there, Norman. Thank you for being here. Florida Mark says, hello at Telecon2. Telecon2 says, hi, Florida Mark. And Christina says, I live in Florida for 10 months. Do you really? 10 months, that's so cool. Do you spend when? The hottest parts of the summer somewhere else in the country, Christina? Oh, and Lily's Life Dad. Welcome in, welcome back. Always nice to have Lily's Life Dad. So Ken is back in the chat. Ken says, good afternoon, John. Great seeing you yesterday. I love seeing your numbers going up. Well deserved. Thank you, Ken. Lily's Life Dad. Again, shout out to Lily's Life. That's Lily's Life on YouTube. So like, comment, and subscribe. And of course, support your local live streamer. Check out Lily's Life on YouTube. Thank you, Ken. I'm trying to find where we're in the chat, though. Hold on. The chat's still rolling, folks. Mama Duck says, nice, at Telecon 2. Word on Main Street is John with Fun to Be Free is the bestest channel. Thank you, Mama Duck. Again, Mama Duck says, nice, at Telecon 2. Word on Main Street is John with Fun to Be Free is the bestest channel. Telecon 2 says, hi, Florida Mark. Norman says, at Christina, Haunted Mansion was still closed from earlier. We were on the other stream together, LOL. Thank you, Norman. Thank you for the update there. Christina says, Norman, what stream was that? And Carmen Schuler, I do believe Carmen Schuler is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Carmen Schuler, CarmenSchuler. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Carmen Schuler. Carmen Schuler says Pirates needs an update. Really, Carmen Schuler? It's a classic, though. What are you looking to have updated about it? Do you want more drops, more thrill? Welcome to the channel, Carmen Schuler. Mama Duck says, welcome back at Lily's Life's Dad. Great to see you. Please tell Lily's Life hi. Thank you, Mama Duck. And 6527 Dave. 6527 Dave, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, 6527 Dave. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But 6527 Dave, have you noticed we're broadcasting live in glorious 4K ultra high definition, or 4K UHD? 6527 Dave says, do you have the annoying scroll bar on every stream? Oh, I wouldn't call it annoying. John with Fun to Be Free would say quite different. I see it a little different. It's very necessary to welcome new subscribers to the channel. 6527 Dave, thank you for being here. And Hunt Heron, H-E-A-R-I-N, Hunt Heron is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Hunt Heron. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from Walt Disney World Resort. Hunt Heron says, we're in line with you. Oh, that's so cool, Hunt Heron. Thank you for being here. So we're in line for Pirates of the Caribbean. So stay tuned for that, folks. Prepare to make sail. And Town Square, I realized that there was no Tinkerbell meet and greet, just Mickey Mouse himself. You nailed it, Chris. It's only Mickey nowadays. Mama Duck says, welcome at Carmen Schuler. Yukon Ron says, hey, Giant. Mama Duck, Blue Goo, Norman. The chat is rolling. I don't know where we're in the chat. I didn't find it. Hold on, folks. Lots of chit-chats going on right now. Jumping all over the place, folks. Yukon Ron says, hey, Giant, Mama Duck, Blue Goo, Norman, Telecon, Pics, Send It Soren, Zippity Doo, Daryl, Christina, Uncle Aardvark, Ray, Megan, Ghost, Dave, and of course, Frankie 4K. Yukon Ron is referring to my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K. Thank you, Yukon Ron. And Christina says, no, I moved to Buffalo, New York. I love Florida better. No more snow. Oh, I see, Christina. Hello there. Just one, please. Thank you for making the magic. Hello there. Nice to see you. Thanks for making the magic. Let's see where we are in the chat. The chat's still rolling. Folks, hold on a second. Still rolling. But again, Christina says, no, I moved from Buffalo, New York. I love Florida better, no more snow. Thank you for being here on Fun to Be Free, Christina. Thanks for the update there. And Mary Hinge, I do believe Mary Hinge is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Mary Hinge. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Mary Hinge. But Mary Hinge says, hi, I have a great day. Best wishes from the UK. Have just subscribed. Good luck. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing, Mary Hinge. Stay tuned for Pirates of the Caribbean here at the Magic Kingdom. Blue Goose says, Hunt here and me too. Mama Duck says, hi, Dave. Norman says that Christina. Pink Pam, weren't you there this morning? Oh, am I putting some pieces together? Is Pink Pam 86 in the chat? Is it at Christina? Oh boy. Welcome to the channel. Now I'll put the pieces together, I think. I sure hope that is correct. Pink Pam, nice to see you. I met Pink Pam 86, what was it, last Saturday? We're over from the Pete McDevitt, meetup, if you will, at the Magic Kingdom in front of Tron. Nice to meet you, Pink Pam 86. Welcome to the channel again. Yukon Ron says, hi, Mary and Carmen and Hunt. And Mama Duck says, hi there at Hunt Heron. Lily's Life says, hi at Mama Duck. So if that is correct, Pink Pam 86. So shout out to Pink Pam 86 on YouTube. Pink Pam 86 does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort. Subscribe and support your local live streamer. So shout out to, thank you for being here, Pink Pam 86. In fact, if it is you, me putting pieces together here. Yukon Ron says hi, Mary and Carmen and Hunt. Mama Duck says hi there at Hunt here. Oh, and Lily's Life in the chat. Welcome and welcome back, Lily's Life. Nice to see you, Lily's Life. Lily's Life says, hi, Mama Duck. So nice to see you, Lily. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed Pirates, Lily. Nice to see you yesterday. Lily's Life, Dad. Or Ken says, hi, at Mama Duck. Great seeing you. Lily is checking in right now. Awesome that Lily's here. Where's Reed Gibson? Where's Dorina Gibson when you need them? Paging Reed and Dorina Gibson. Lily's in the chat. Mama Duck says, hey, at Yukon Ron, welcome back. And Norman says, how's the AC in Pirates of the Caribbean? It's so hot outside that the AC's having a challenging time keeping up, I think, Norman. Have you noticed that too? But over at the Hall of Presidents, it's bone-chilling cold. But here at the Pirates, not so much. I'm looking for the chats. Where are they? Hold on. Norman says, no, Pirates of the Caribbean has had enough updates. Yeah, Norman, I agree with you. John with Fun to Be Free likes to keep things mostly original with his attractions. Right, Norman? More original, the better. Mama Duck says, hi at Lily's Life from us all. Thank you, Mama Duck. Mary Hinge in the chat says, hi, please show your face. Okay, Mary Hinge. Oh, hello there, Mary Hinge. Let me put the face tracking on here. Oh, hold on. But again, they're having a little technical issue. But hello there, Mary Hinge. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Like I said, we go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But thank you for being here. I'm showing my face. Of course, my face is always buried in the chats because I get so many chats, Mary Hinge, that if I don't keep up with them, they fall off a cliff. I can only receive like a maximum of 99 chats. Once it gets to 100, it gets zapped, it disappears, it gets deleted. So that's why I'm always constantly trying to keep up with the chat. But I'm going to flip the camera because we're headed to the load area, the station here at Pirates of the Caribbean. So stay tuned for that as we prepare to make sail. Mama Duck says, welcome at Mary Hinge. And Stephen A. Stephen A, I do believe, is another new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Stephen A. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Stephen A says, hi from the UK. New to the stream, enjoying it. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Stephen A. Mama Duck says, welcome at Mary Hinge. Mama Duck says, nice at Stephen A. Welcome. Norman says, at 6527 Dave. You can click the chat stream off on the options. Thank you, Norman, for the update. Norman says, hey, Yukon. Ray Haley says, hey, John, I just noticed you're up to 3.58 followers. Now I joined when you just had a little over 2,000. You're growing. Thank you, Ray Haley, for noticing. Thank you for being here. Yeah, John with Fun to Be Free's channel is growing rapidly, Ray Haley. That is a good sign. And Park Bros back in the chat says, raining in Epcot currently. Thank you for the update, Lawrence. Mama Duck says, hi at Park Bros. Hello, one, please. Would it be better if I sit near the rear, let me back row, possibly not to, disturb everybody?
Yeah, hang on right here.
Yeah, please, thank you. Momodex says hi at Park Bros. Yukon Ron said something, but the chat is going to plaid. I'm trying to find where we are. Yukon Ron says, hey, Park Bros. Norman says, yay. You thank cast members. I love streamers that acknowledge them. Sadly, some do not. My faves do, however. Guess which category you're in now. Your most favorite and bestest live streamer on all of the YouTube land, including the Walt Disney World Resort, Norman. Again, thank you for being here, Norman. It's nice to have you here. Thank you. We're going to get along just fine, Norman. John with Fun to Be Free likes his original attractions. Thank you. Thank you for making the magic.
Children, and no flash pictures. Prepare to make sail.
That's right, we're going to prepare to make sail. Momodex says, wait, the rainy day cavalcade was just early then at Park Bros? Momodex was delayed, really. Norman says, no, LOL, I don't think Pam is in here. Christina, though, I've seen her at a few of the streams I follow, but Pink Pam is great. Okay, thanks for the update, Norman. Hello there. We're live on YouTube right now.
Ahoy there, crew. For your safety, remain seated, keeping your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the boat. And watch your children, and no flash pictures. Prepare to make sail. Bienvenidos a bordo. Para su seguridad, permanezcan sentados con las manos, brazos, pies y piernas dentro del barco y cuiden a los niños. What may I offer for these martinis? Let's go. Jack Sparrow will never lay outside, nor this here king either. Fool him I did, by God. Search all you want, Captain Jack Sparrow. You'll never find the treasure without this here.
So we just disembarked from the Pirates of the Caribbean. Well, let's jump back into the chat. In Caribbean Plaza now in Adventureland. Earlier we attempted to head over to Tiana's Bayou Adventure, but due to the lightning in the area, I believe that, oh, is it raining now? Oh, the ground's wet here, folks, but I don't think it's raining at the moment, so we may have scored. But we wanted to head over to the Haunted Mansion, but due to technical difficulties, it was closed a little earlier today. What I could attempt to do is look on the My Disney Experience app to ensure the status is open before we head back over there, though. Oh, it's raining right now.
Yes, it's wet.
Yeah. Amazing. Rain is wet. Breaking news. Rain is wet, folks. At any rate, I'm attempting to pull up the My Disney Experience app. Let's see if the Haunted Mansion is open here. No, it looks like it's still closed, folks. So the Haunted Mansion's closed. Tiana's Bayou Adventure is closed. Lots of attractions appear to be closed due to probably lightning or weather in the area. So real quick update though. My camera rig is, I call it Frankenstein 4K. So Frankenstein 4K broadcast in glorious ultra high definition, or 4K if you will. I put the Bat phone or Batman back in my cargo shorts pockets. It's raining out here, folks. I'm thinking I should head for some cover, for some shelter. Not certain where we should go to at the moment. We're kind of in between both locations of breezeways. Maybe I should just keep pressing ahead. The rain it's not that bad. It's on the lighter side, but it is increasing in intensity right now. But again, we're in Adventureland. Let's get back to the chat. And Zeep180, welcome in, welcome back. Zeep180 says, I was hitchhiking Ghost for a little bit today, but I'm here. Thank you for being here, Zeep180. Zeep180 says, hi everyone. Randy says, hey Zeep. Zeep180 says, hey Rando. Mama Duck says, Zeep180, welcome back, man. Zeep180 says, hi Mama Duck. I'm looking where we are in the chat though. Feel like I'm going in circles, folks. I'm headed to the breezeway at the very least. Don't know where we'll end up. But maybe we should head into maybe Fantasyland or Tomorrowland, something to that effect. I'm not quite certain how much longer the rain will stick around. I could actually pop up the graphic, the weather, or even the My Disney Experience on the actual screen. I could send the Bat phone screen over to your device at home. But I'm debating on whether to do that simply because it tends to stall the pace of the stream. But at the very least, I'm just headed in to some shelter. So I'm gonna probably take the fast track in a moment to stay under some cover. There's always the option of the Country Bear Musical Jamboree, since we're here in the area. Let's check in to see the Bear Band, folks. Let's just see. I'm not going to commit yet until we look at the time. We have about 6 minutes until the next show, folks. So 6 minutes. So we can mill about for about 6 minutes and we could make that final decision. But I'm turning around, I'm spinning on my axis. I should check the weather. So instead of popping the weather up on the actual screen, I'll just check it, offline, if you will. Hold on a second. Just need to check to see, get an idea how long it's going to be raining for. So rain is expected to stop in 19 minutes. Just like Dr. Emmett Brown in Back to the Future Part 2, on the tick. So hopefully that'll stop in 19 minutes. So there's a good update there for the weather. But let's get back to the chat in the meantime. Trying to find where we are in the chat. Hold on a second. Lots of chit-chatting going on right now. And I rewound all the way back to essentially the top of the chat to try to find where we are, because lots of chats going on. Mama Duck says, wait, the rainy day cavalcade was just earlier than at Park Bros? It was. Well, I wouldn't say early, it was delayed, if you will. That's the way to say it. Mama Duck says, Zeep180, welcome back, man. Zeep180 says, hi, Mama Duck. And Norman says, yes, agreed. Too much change. Some is good, but it's also starting to hurt. LOL. Muppet Vision 3D, Tom Sawyer Island, Rivers of America, no more, please, LOL. Yeah, I agree, Norman. We've had a rough year this year at the Walt Disney World Resort with all the closures going on, right, Norman? Mary Hinge says, you look cool. Best wishes. Thank you for being here, Mary Hinge. Yukon Run says, hey, Zeep, how are you do? Alex J says, that Mary Hinge, brilliant. And Zeep180 says, hey, Yukon, I'm good, man. How about you? Oh, hello there. Nice to see you. Excuse me. We're live on YouTube. Doses of a Daydreamer. Hello there, Doses of a Daydreamer. I do believe is a new subscriber on Fun to Be Free. But Doses of a Daydreamer says, hey, what camera are you streaming with? It's a DJI Pocket 3 Doses of a Daydreamer. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Doses of a Daydreamer. And Christina says, you are the best streamer, no lags. Oh, Christina, quick update with that. So, John with Fun to Be Free has, of course, T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, and Disney Parks Wi-Fi. So I carry 3 phones with me. 3 phones on my person to do that, Christina. I'm actually making an adjustment to my technical setup. I call my camera rig Frankenstein 4K. So right now, at the moment, folks, we have 4 pipes. That's right. Think of the pipes carrying water. So if I have 4 small pipes and I combine them into 1 pipe, it's 1 large pipe. So I'm able to push a lot of data, folks. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring the notification bell as well. Momdex says, welcome at Doses of a Daydreamer. Florida Mark says, hi at Z.80. Yukon Run says, I'm still $1 million shy to being a millionaire, but cannot complain. Yukon Run, little planes, trains, and automobiles with some John Candy, or Del Griffith, if you will. Or did I get confused? Is that Uncle Buck? I'm trying to think. Where is that from? It's either Uncle Buck or Plains and Candy. That is Yukon Run. Thank you for being here, Yukon Run. Yukon Run says, hey there, Alex. Oh, and the Haunted Mansion, I think it just reopened, folks. We're in luck because we're heading into the Haunted Mansion, my most favorite attraction of all time. We are in luck, I'll tell you that.
Make wise choices, my friends.
Telecon 2 says one day you'll have so many subscribers you won't be able to keep up. Telecon 2, John with Fun to Be Free is already having a challenging time keeping up with the chat today, as is. But thank you for being here, Telecon 2. Hello there, thank you for making the magic. Stand by, 35 minutes, but it'll be shorter than that, folks. We are very much in luck today. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring the notification bell as well. But Mama Duck says, haha, Yukon Ron, you got me there. I'm $1,100,000 short. Z.80 says, hi, Florida Mark. Alex J says, hi at Yukon Ron. Norman says, dead men tell no tales. Yukon Ron says, at Mama Duck, ha ha ha. And Dose of Soul. Dose of Soul, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Dose of Soul. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Dose of Soul. Dose of Soul says, we want the redhead. Oh yeah, they quit doing that. Yeah, Dose of Soul. I think great minds think alike, that you want your attractions original too. Right, Dose of Soul? So we're just gonna let the guests pass here, and then we'll join the queue in a moment here. All right, let's get back on track. But thank you for being here. Welcome to the channel, Dose of Soul. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring the notification bell as well. But Mama Duck says, welcome at Dose of Soul. Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. Have a great day. And Yukon Ron says, hey, at Dose of Soul, do they sell her by the pound? I love it, Yukon Ron. Sounds like you know what you're talking about. You must be a professional here at the Walt Disney World Resort. Mama Duck says, duck everyone. Here ye cannonballs. All Mama Duck's all in show, all in roll in the show, all in theme. Norman says, we wants the redhead. We wants the redhead back. LOL. Thank you, Norman. That's awesome. I like it. This is gonna go quite swimmingly with you new subscribers in the chat. This is so awesome, folks. And real quick update. John with Fun to Be Free, or this guy right here. I used to work the Haunted Mansion at the Disneyland Resort in Anaheim, California. I also used to drive the floats in the Main Street Electrical Parade at Disney California Adventure and Disneyland Park at the Disneyland Resort. Imagine that. I had so much fun, folks. Thank you for being here. This is such a wild and crazy ride. Thank you to all my new subscribers. But let's get back on track. I'll flip the camera and then stay tuned for the Haunted Mansion, my most favorite attraction of all time. And Ray Haley says, dead men tell no tailors. Ha ha ha, my little nephew said that. No tailors. So, little nephew Taylor, I'm guessing Ray Haley. Yukon Ron says, ha ha, I'm Mama Duck. Norman says, show us your larboard side. Thank you, Norman. You're awesome. You know, I think about those lines all the time from the auctioneer, from the original Pirates, if you will. Where are we in the chat, folks? But where are we in the chat? Norman says, yo ho, a pirate's life for me. Yeah, that's right, Norman. Jalen says, arg, like pirates, arg. Norman says, I'm Captain Jack Sparrow, love. Norman says, again, lol. There, yeah, again, you nailed it. You nailed it, Norman. I like it when you're in the chat already, Norman. Thank you for being here. This is so much fun. Where are we in the chat? The chat just went to plaid like Spaceballs. Where are we? Hold on a second, folks. I keep saying, where are we? No, go ahead. I'm trying to find where we are in the chat, but now I'll come back to the chat after we disembark from the Haunted
Ghosts are present, practicing their terror with foolish.
Lively into the next chamber. We have no time to kill.
To the Haunted Mansion. I am your host, your ghost host. Our tour begins here in this gallery. Here where you see paintings of some of our guests as they appeared in their corruptible, mortal state. Kindly step off the way in, please, and make way for everyone. There's no turning back now.
For the best view of the portraits, drag your bodies from the walls to the dead center. You don't have views.
Your cadaverous power betrays an senses wilding metamorphosis. Is this haunted room stretching? Or is it your imagination? And consider this dismaying observation. This chamber has no windows and no doors. Which offers you this chilling challenge to find a way out. Of course, there's always my way. Oh, I didn't mean to frighten you prematurely. The real chills now, as they say, alive, and we'll continue on. And let's all stay together, please. Down on the safety bar, please. I will lower it for you. And heed this warning. The spirits will materialize only if you remain quietly seated at all times. Oh yes, and no flash pictures, please. We spirits are frightfully sensitive to bright lights. Our library is well stocked with priceless first editions, only ghost and marble busts of the greatest ghost writers the literary world has ever known. They have all retired here to the Haunted Mansion.
heavy music from regions beyond. Wizards and witches, wherever you dwell, give us a hint by ringing a bell. Serpents and spiders, hail of a rat, falling spirits.
The happy gods have received your sympathetic vibrations and are beginning to materialize. They're assembling for a serene awakening of expecting me. and a ghost will follow you home.
All right, folks, we just disembarked from my most favorite attraction of all time, the Haunted Mansion. We really lucked out. We scored, just like Score Jason, in regards to jumping in or hopping in, joining the queue before it started growing longer in length, as you can see here. We'll get an update in the wait time, the standby wait time here at the Haunted Mansion here in just a few moments. But first, let's go out the exit, and then we'll pan. We'll turn the camera off to our right-hand side. Let's get a better shot here. So it still says it's 35 minutes. That's what it was posted at when we walked under it, but there was nobody in front of us, folks. So we absolutely lucked out. But let's get back to the chat here as we approach Fantasyland. Stay tuned for Fantasyland. I'm thinking maybe some Peter Pan. I think that'd be really neat to experience. So stay tuned for that. It'll probably be like 55 minutes is my guess. I looked earlier. So I took a peek-see at the wait time. I sure hope it's still open.
It's like...
Jalen says, shiver me timbers. Norman says, that was great and very little lag. Thank you, Norman. Again, Norman, quick update. I have 3 phones on me, and one is Verizon, one AT&T, and one is T-Mobile. I also have Disney Parks Wi-Fi, so I'm putting 4 pipes together into one big pipe, if you will. Chris says, hey everybody, I'm going to have so much fun with these breaking news and articles. Thank you for being here, Chris. Nevada Smith says, ELLO pop it. I'm not sure what that means, Nevada Smith, but thank you for being here. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Chris says, and John, what fun to be free is our new honorary live stream of the year award. Congratulations, John. We're so proud of you. Thank you, Chris, for being here. And WDW Stream Finder, welcome in, welcome back. WDW Stream Finder says, it's coming, Epcot just got it, but it's let up over there. So short, hopefully, on you. Thank you for that update there, even though it's, you know, I'm trying to catch up with the chat, right? WW Stream Finder. Thank you for that update. Thank you for being here. Momadek says, appears the Happy Haunts may be preparing a party for us all. We're excited. Thank you, Momadek. All of a sudden, I look up, and there's people in the area, people here in the Midway. Lots of people in Fantasyland. Earlier, it was pretty low attendance, but maybe the good to go day today brought out locals, brought out annual pass holders here to the Magic Kingdom. I can only imagine they're here to enjoy happily ever after tonight, this evening. But we're here in front of Peter Pan's flight in Fantasyland. I was saying before it was like 55 minutes. Oh, it went down to 45 minutes. So maybe we should join the queue. So let's join the queue for Peter Pan's flight. So stay tuned, of course, for Peter Pan's flight. In the meantime, you can see it's a quasi, we're live on YouTube right now. Quasi indoor outdoor queue here at Peter Pan. It'll go to a fully, indoor queue, so stay tuned for that as well. The interactive queue. And Christina says, I was gonna go to Epcot, but it costs $700 for a one-day. I hope the ticket goes down. Didn't we talk about this yesterday, Christina? Yeah. Momadek says, howdy, partner at Nevada Smith. Marianne Move says, welcome in, WW Stream Finder. And Nevada Smith says, howdy, howdy, howdy. Hi, Nevada Smith. Momadek says, WW Stream Finder, hi. Randy says, hey, WDW Stream Finder. And WW Stream Fighter says, good afternoon to you at Marianne the Move, and to you as well, Momadek. WW Stream Fighter says, howdy at Randy. Momadek says, hi at Marianne the Move. Nevada Smith says, howdy, WDW. And Jalen says, hi, WDW Stream Finder. Jalen says, hi, WDW Stream Finder. And WDW Stream Finder says, happy Sunday afternoon at Nevada Smith, and you too at Jalen. Hello there. How are you doing? Thank you for making the magic. Hello there. Nice to see we're live on YouTube right now. And Scott C. Schoaf, Scott C. S-H-O-A-F, I believe that's how you pronounce it. Scott C. Schoaf says, good afternoon from Daytona Beach, Florida. Hey Scott C. Schoaf, I do believe you're a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Scott C. Schoaf, welcome to the channel. And Clemens Brown, I do believe Clemens Brown is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Clemens Brown, K-L-E-M-O-N-S. Clemens Brown, welcome to the channel. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. But Clemens Brown says, hello everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing. Scott C. Schoaf and Clemens Brown. Jack Bond, welcome in, welcome back. Says, hello. Nice to see you, Jack Bond. Scott C. Schoaf says, 3 teens from Daytona Beach, Florida. Hello everybody in the chat. Thank you for being here, Scott C. Schoaf. Momadex says, good afternoon at Clemens Brown. Welcome. Jalen says, thanks. WW Stream Finder, welcome to the channel. Momadex says, hello at Jack Bond. Nevada Smith says, howdy Scotts, Clemens and Jack. Scott C. Schoaf says, heck yeah, let's do up some Haunted Mansion. Oh, so we're back at the Haunted Mansion. I'm still trying to get caught up with the chat, that is. Uncle Aardvark back in the chat says, so do you know now you call Frankie Boy Frank 4K where it's 4K? Exactly, Uncle Aardvark. So we're broadcasting live in glorious, ultra high definition in 4K. I call my camera rig Frankenstein 4K. You nailed it, Uncle Aardvark. Thank you for being here. Mama Duck says, good afternoon at Scott C. Show. Chris says, it's Haunted Mansion time, so we're still back at the mansion. Let's get caught up. And Christina says, where is the fog machine for Haunted Mansion? Should fog machine there? I don't know, Christina. I really don't know. Let me see, where are we in the chat though? It went to plaid, folks. The chats keep rolling, it keeps jumping. Hold on here, I got to locate it. I'm rewinding right now, I'm rewinding. I don't know where we are in the chat, folks, hold on. Oh, and Oliver Taylor. I do believe Oliver Taylor is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Oliver Taylor. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Oliver Taylor. But Oliver Taylor says the side eye. Is that because we're at the Haunted Mansion? Is that what you're referring to? But if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell. Momadex says, hi at Oliver Taylor, welcome. And Nevada Smith says, you know what my favorite thing about the Disney parks are? That they never ever change and we can ride the same attraction just as if it was when we were children. Yeah, but sometimes it changes, right, Nevada Smith? Like we're losing the Liberty Bell in the rivers of America, right, Nevada Smith? And Scott C. Schoaf says, holy cow, that's very cool. I'm originally from Southern California. Oh, are you talking about because John with Fun to Be Free, this guy used to work at Disneyland in California? And Scott C. Schoaf says, I literally grew up right down the street from Disneyland. Same here, Scott C. Schoaf. Anaheim, California. Thank you for being here. And Mysterious Court Marie, welcome and welcome back. Mysterious Court Marie says, hello John, nice to see you, Mysterious Court Marie. And Scott C. Schoaf says, but I'm a Floridian transplant for 2 years now. Scott C. Schoaf, I've been here, I don't know, what is it, 7 years now? In the Central Florida area. Norman says, that's why you are so respectful to the cast members. You were one, awesome. I was a cast member by proxy. I used to work at the old school, the Disney store in my local mall side. Oh, thank you for making the magic, Norman. So you are, of course, a Disney store cast member. That's so cool. Thank you for the update there. Mysterious Court Marie says 145 likes. Thanks for the update, Mysterious Court Marie. And real quick, shout out to all the cast members who make magic at the Disney stores, Disney parks, and around the world. Without you, there wouldn't be, of course, the Disney magic. Momadex says, welcome back at Mysterious Court Marie. Nevada Smith says, ELLO Court Marie. And Charles Farrow, welcome in, welcome back. Charles Farrow says, I'm literally in Orlando right now. Is anyone else currently in the area? Charles Farrow, we're broadcasting live from Magic Kingdom. Mysterious Court Marie says, thanks at Mama Duck. Christopher Solis, welcome in, welcome back. Christopher Solis says, Court Marie, do you know what happened to Scooter? What happened to Scooter, Christopher Solis? Mama Duck says, you're welcome. Charles Farrow says, some happy haunts tried to make the ring heavy at Orlando Vineland today. Well, was it really, really heavy, Charles Farrow? So you're at the Orlando Vineland Premium Outlets, possibly, Charles Fair. Mysterious Port Marie says hello at Nevada Smith and Christopher Sully. It's great to see you both. Norman says Haunted Mansion also on my top favorite rides list. Okay, cool, Norman. It literally is my number one. Mama Doc says hi at Christopher Sully's. Welcome. Christopher Sully says hi, Mama Doc. Hey there. Norman says, oh my god, OMG, this is way out. It's still here. There. I heard that they are going to get rid of that. That makes me so happy. Charles Ferrer says, don't forget, I will be at Epcot tomorrow. Charles Ferrer, I don't know where we'll be tomorrow. Not certain. As you're aware, John Wants Fun to Be Free just goes to the park with the closest news. In other words, we check the headlines for the news, and if the news brings us to Epcot, we'll be at Epcot tomorrow. That's the way it works, Charles Farrell, but thanks for the update. Charles Farrell says, look out for me there. Will do, Charles Farrell, but again, I just don't know where I'll be tomorrow. The breaking news takes us to the park of choice. Mama Dex says, welcome at Charles Farrell. Those happy haunts. Nevada Smith says, that is fantastic, Charles. Norman says, Haunted Mansion cast members must have calves of steel walking against the moving walkway all day. LOL. Yeah, Norman, so it's like you walk 1 mile on the load and unload belts for every hour you're there. So if you're, in rotation at the Haunted Mansion on the load or unload belt, then of course, for every hour you're on it, it's like a mile. Mama Duck says, forget gym memberships when you're a Haunted Mansion cast member at Norman. Norman says, LOL, absolutely, Mama Duck. Mama Duck says, haha, Norman. And Christina said, here comes the bride. That's right. Lily's Life, her favorite character, if you will, the bride from the Haunted Mansion, Lily's Life. Christina says, now I will raise the safety bar and a ghost will follow you home. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Thank you, Christina. Nevada Smith says, hurry back. Mama Duck says, looks like all the hitchhiking ghosts are following us along today. Yeah, that's a good sign, Mama Duck, wouldn't you say? Chris says, oh yeah, Epcot is very futuristic place to explore the prototype city of tomorrow. Christopher Chavez, or Chris, as your world, John with Fun to Be Free. That's his most favorite park or theme park in the entire world, Chris. Mama Duck says, looks like all the hitchhiking ghosts want to follow John with Fun to Be Free today. Thank you, Mama Duck, I guess so. And Scott C. Show says, holy cow, that's a lot of phones, bro. Yeah, so 3 phones, so 3 iPhone 16 Pro Maxes. 1 Verizon, 1 T-Mobile, and of course 1 AT&T. I call one Batman, the other one Robin, so I got Batman and Robin with me. And the other streamer phone is Iron Frank for, of course, Frankenstein 4K. That's what I call my camera rig, Scott C. Show. But again, Scott C. Show says, holy cow, that's a lot of phones, bro. And Chef Davis, CHEFF-DAVIS. Chef Davis, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Chef Davis. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Chef Davis says it does look a bit peoply. So yeah, earlier, real quick, Chef Davis, there was not too many people here, but it's a good to go day here at the Magic Kingdom in the Walt Disney World Resort. It's almost like the locals, the annual pass holders, come out of the woodwork when there's an good to go day, and they just show up later in the afternoon, after 2 o'clock it seems like. Mama Duck says, welcome at Chef Davis. Chef Davis says, I'm going to say more than 45 minutes with the lightning lane being outside the ride. I think you may be very close, Chef Davis. In fact, I think the sign was posted at Peter Pan's Light for 45 minutes. So dead on. Christina says, are you going to do Carousel of Progress? Stay tuned and find out, Christina. And Steve Schoaf says, good afternoon, everyone. So we have a Scott C. Schoaf and a Steve Schoaf. Interesting. Any relation by any chance? Any family members? But I do believe Steve Schoaf is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Steve Schoaf. SCHOFF. So Steve Schoaf, welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Steve Schoaf. But Steve Schoaf says, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the channel, Steve Schoaf. And Scott C. Schoaf says, yes, sir, I'm pretty new. Thank you for being here, Scott C. Schoaf. Scott C. Schoaf says, I'm originally from Southern California. Hold on the chat. The chat's rolling, folks. It's going to Plaid. It's going, of course, hyperactive right now. I'm looking where we are. I'm still rewinding. Hold on, folks. Still rewinding. I think I found it, though. Scott C. Schoaf says, I'm originally from Southern California, but I'm a Floridian transplant. And Scott C. Schoaf says, born and raised in Southern California, right down the street from Disneyland. Scott C. Schoaf says, I'm impressed with the fact that you pronounce my name correctly. Oh, really? I try my best. Oh, nothing but the best. And Mama Duck says, good afternoon, it's Steve Show. Christina says, Scott, I'm originally from Buffalo, New York. Now I'm a Floridian. Lots of Floridians now. Scott C. Show says, very cool, Christina. And Real MCM, welcome in, welcome back. Real MCM says, good afternoon. Hope you'll get a better signal to conquer the Haunted Mansion next time. Yeah, so Real MCM, what he's referring to, we saw some weak receptions. So like I was saying, even though I have T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T, and Disney Parks Wi-Fi, the Haunted Mansion is a little challenging to pull off in certain areas, as you've seen. So it's very challenging for cellular data reception. And Christina says, Scott, August, I'll be there a year for me when I'm a Floridian. Mama Duck says, welcome back at MCM. Real MCM says, I watched the unexpected rainy day cavalcade with score Jason. You couldn't believe cast members made up their minds about rain clouds. Yeah, so I don't know what was happening, Real MC. I'm not certain what was going on there. And Scott C. Shoaf says, I grew up in Downey, California, so I'm pretty sure you're familiar with that. Yeah, I am Scott C. Shoaf. I'm very familiar with Downey, California. And 86JB, welcome in, welcome back. 86JB says hello with the hand waving. And Reed G, I do believe Reed G changed his handle name, so he dropped the rest of it for just Reed G. But Reed G says, hey John, hope you're doing well. Welcome back, Reed G. Thank you for your help. I hope I'm correct on that, Reed G. Scott C. Shoaf says, shout out to Knott's Berry Farm. Scott C. Shoaf, real quick, John with Fun to Be Free adores Knott's Berry Farm in Buena Park, California. I used to go there, not daily, not weekly, but very, very often, multiple times per week, Scott C. Shoaf. I really enjoyed the, of course, the seasonal pass holder dining plan they had there. And of course, I enjoyed their original attractions, the history from the park as well. And Reed G says, hey, 86JB. Mama Duck says, welcome back at Reed G. Mama Duck says, hello at 86JB. Reed G says, hey, I'm Mama Duck. I'll be careful when typing your name. I'm not certain what you mean, Reed G. And Chef Davis says, the breaking news today is a few people passed out on Tom Sawyer Island earlier today. Yeah, I heard that it was one person. I don't know what the whole story is, all the hubbub around that. But thanks for the update, Chef Davis. Chris says, hello, Knott's Berry Farm. We'll always love your boysenberries and pies and fried chicken and peanut scare, because you nailed it, Chris. And Chicka Pin Productions, welcome in, welcome back. Chicka Pin Productions says, howdy, folks. Nice to have Chicken Productions back in the chat. Mom Duck says, oh no, at Reed G. And Scott C. Show says, yes, Knott's Berry Farm is one of the original.
This is not a single file line. Please stay shoulder to shoulder with who you'll be riding with, filling in all that space ahead of us. Each boat sits 3 adults with 2 lap sitters. Your current estimated wait time is 45 minutes. This is not a single file line. Please stay shoulder to shoulder with who you're riding with, keeping up with that group ahead of us at all times. Thank you, and enjoy your flight to Neverland real soon.
You sitting with me?
I'm making a technical update to my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K. I'll be right with you in just a moment, folks. In the meantime, we're here at Peter Pan's flight in Fantasyland at the Magic Kingdom, so stay tuned for that. But let's get back to the chat. Scott C. Shoaf says, yes, Knott's Berry Farm is one of the original theme parks ever. You nailed it, Scott C. Shoaf, absolutely. And Joey Cooper, I do believe Joey Cooper is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Joey Cooper. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Joey Cooper says, what is up? Joey Cooper, we're here at the Magic Kingdom broadcasting live in glorious ultra high definition 4K. So stay tuned for Peter Pan's flight in a few moments. There's a few interactive elements in the queue, like this portrait, this painting, the stars at night. Or how should I should rephrase it? The second star to the right. That's what I should say. Mom Duck says howdy at Chicken Pin Productions. VG says hey at Joey Cooper. Scott C. Shoaf says okay, brother. That's very clever. Yeah, so we're putting all the pipes together into one pipe to broadcast in 4K. Real MCM says F4K or Frankenstein 4K could also mean 4 cams, camera phones. Yeah, but Real MCM it just says Frankenstein 4K. That's all. Can you hear TikTok? Hold on, where are we in the chat though? Hold on. The chat He's rolling, folks, rolling down a river. Hold on a second. I'm still trying to find it. I just rewound to the very last chat I could see from 1651. So I could only receive a maximum of 99 chats. Once I receive 100 chats, the last one drops off a cliff. It gets deleted, it evaporates, it's gone. So I apologize if your chat disappeared, you got zapped. But I'm going as fast as I can, folks. I get lots of chats. Real MCM says, good afternoon, hope you'll get better. A signal to the Conquer the Haunted Mansion next time. Oh, we got that one, I think. Reed G says, hey, Joey Cooper. Scott C. Show says, okay, brother, that's very clever. Real MCM says, yeah, the Frank 4K could also mean 4K's camera phones. Chris says, hey, if John with Fun to Be Free knows about Knott's Berry Farm, maybe he could tell us about the legacy of the boysenberry. Oh, you're talking about Rudolph Boysen and Walter Knott? Is that what you're talking about, Chris? Chris says, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Momadek says, everyone smiles at Joey Cooper. Welcome. Reed G says, oh, Reed G, here we go. Let me pop up the subscribe banner. Reed G says, if you are enjoying the Fun to Be Free, please hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already done so. Thank you, Reed G. Again, Reed G says, if you're enjoying the Fun to Be Free, please hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already done so. Thank you, Reed G. And Chickapin Productions says, did someone say Beverly by any chance? I don't think anybody said that, Chickapin Productions, but thank you for being here. Scott C. Shove says, yeah, the spelling of C's name is different than mine. Oh, so you're not related? Scott C. Shove says, my family originally hails from Ohio. Ohio! Reed G says, John, we enjoyed your streamer's lunch with the whole gang yesterday. Reed G, I'm so glad you did. Of course, obviously, you got to spend a little more time with Lily from Lily's Life, you and Dorina. So I'm always honored when Dorina's here at Reed G, joining us. And Monkey Chunky, I do believe Monkey Chunky is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Monkey Chunky. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Monkey Chunky. Monkey Chunky says, hey, welcome to the channel, Monkey Chunky. Norman says, sadly, I must take my leave. It is not goodbye. Just until next time, love the stream, and I will be back again in the future. Have a very Disney magical day. Thank you again for being here, Norman. We're going to get along swimmingly, I think, Norman. Thank you again for being here. Reed G says, hi, at Monkey Chunky. Mama Duck says, hey, at Monkey Chunky. Mike Miller, I do think Mike Miller is returning. Nice to see you again. Welcome and welcome back, Mike Miller. Mike Miller says, feel bad for the characters and the costumes. Yeah, it's a little warm, a little hot and humid here in Central Florida. Thank you for being here, Mike Miller. Scott C. Show says, my last name is German. The original pronunciation in German is different, able to be traced my last name back to the 12th century German. Thank you for that update, Scott C. Show. Thank you for being here. Chickapin Production says, that ride on Guardians yesterday was great, like Beverly. See, there we go again with the Beverly Chickapin Productions. At no point did John Fun to Be Free bring up the Beverly. But you and Florida Mark love bringing back Beverly. Now I'm sure Beverly Challenge will jump into the live chat. Monkey Chunky says, nice gray shirt. Thank you, Monkey Chunky. Mama Dex says, have a magical day at Norman. And Chef Davis says, I'm a South Florida native born and raised and Disney annual pass holder for 3+ years. I'm aware of the good to go days and very surprised they have good to go days on the weekend in the summer. You nailed it, Chef Davis. You are a professional. You know what you're talking about. So isn't it interesting that we had good to go days yesterday and today and last weekend, last Saturday, last Sunday? What's going on with the attendance, Chef Davis? It's almost like they're backfilling that the international tourists are not showing up and instead they're backfilling with the locals, the local annual pass holders, right? Chef Davis, thank you for being here. And Chickapin Production says, yeah, the internet is in the Haunted Mansion, could be dead at sometimes. Oh, look at you go, Chickapin Productions, could be dead at sometimes. Real MCM says, at Scott C. Shove, Downey is where the world's very first McDonald's fast food restaurant. Henry G. Gibbs says, good one at Chickapin Productions. And Christina says, I was going to go to Epcot, but it cost $700. I hope ticket prices go down. Christina, I thought we talked about that yesterday. Scott C. Show says, yeah, the McDonald's that you speak of in Downey, California is on Lakewood and Florence. It's the oldest existing. Isn't that cool? Fun fact. Thank you for sharing, Scott C. Show. Norman says, Pink Pam was one of the people who almost passed out on Tom Sawyer Island. Oh, no. I hope she's okay, Norman. Thanks for the update. Hold on. Where are we in the chat? The chat just went into the next zip code, folks. It went... Reed G says, at Christina, the multi-day tickets are more economical than single-day tickets. Pro tip by Reed Gibson. Thank you for that, Reed G. And Norman says, take care, everyone. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully, Norman. Mama Duck says, hope Pink Pam and everyone's all right. At Norman, I agree, Mama Duck. Norman says, thank you, Mama Duck, and yes, she was okay. Oh, good to hear it. Thanks for the update, Norman. Norman says, take care, John. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta run. Thank you, Norman, for being here. Have a great night. Christina says, Reed, G, do you think the tickets will go down on prices? And Mama Duck says, you're welcome. Good to hear. Thank you. Reed G says, Christina, sorry, ticket prices never go down. You can check Costco and Sam's Club for ticket discounts. And Eric, I think Eric popped in the chat earlier. I'm guessing this is the same Eric from earlier, but of course it's just Eric, E-R-I-C. So my assumption is the same Eric because we get a few different Erics in the chat here. But Eric, welcome back to the chat, says hi. Well, hello there, Eric. Rigi says hello at Eric. And Chickapin Productions back in the chat. I need to pop up the subscribe banner because I think I know where Chickapin Productions is going with this. But Chickapin Productions says, no lines, no stress, just pure Disney enchantment. It's the next best thing to be in there. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss a spark. And let's make some magic together. Thank you, Chickapin Productions. Again, Chickapin Productions says, no lines, no stress, just pure Disney enchantment. It's the next best thing to be in there. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss a spark and let's make some magic together. Momadek says hi at Eric and Chris says, yeah, Rudolph Boysen and Walter Knott are the famous people and Rudolph Boysen was named after the boysenberry. You nailed it, Chris. Thank you for sharing. And Chris says, yep, that's the legacy of the boysenberry that once started after Knott's Berry Farm opened in, well, Chris, I wouldn't say it opened in 1972. Technically, it goes back to 1928, even though it wasn't a theme park. But you know, it was a berry stand. And then, of course, you had Ghost Town by the early 1940s, 1940, 1941. And then, of course, technically, if you want to get into the details, 1968, it was the first enclosed theme park with a gate around it that charged a one ticket price or one pay one flat rate for admission, if you will. Eric says, hi Reed, Scooter Adventures. Oh, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Scooter Adventures. Quick shout out to Scooter Adventures. So once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, check out Scooter Adventures. So of course, like, comment, and subscribe. Support your local live streamer. I left a link in the description box below for Scooter Adventures on YouTube. But again, Scooter Adventures says, on my way home to you. See you real soon, Monorail. Oh, Scooter Adventures. Scooter Adventures was here at the Magic Kingdom. But what happened, Scooter? What happened? The rain? Eric says, hi, MSMS. I don't know who MSMS is. I don't know, Eric. I'm sorry. Reed G says, Scooter. I love it, Reed G. Chickapin Productions says, howdy, Eric. Momadex says, hi at Mike Miller. Eric says, hi, Momadex. Momadex says, Scooter. There we go with the Scooters. The chat's rolling, jumping. Where are we in the chat? Hold on. Kenneth, welcome in, welcome back. Kenneth says, if you could dream it, you could do it. Walt Disney. Hello to all foxes. Thank you for being here, Kenneth. And Chef Davis says, Beverly is better when you add some of that China barbecue soda with it, LOL. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Chef Davis. He's talking about Club Cool. But John with Fun to Be Free, this guy is going to see it differently, Chef Davis. John with Fun to Be Free says, no thank you. No thank you to the beverages being served at Club Cool. But Chef Davis, it's become a running gag for Beverly here on Fun to Be Free. You'll see what I'm talking about. Momadoc says, that's right, Kenneth, welcome. Reed J says, welcome in at Canada. Eric says, hi, Chickapin. Real MCM says, at Norman, was a Pink Pen 86. I used to join her in the chat. And Todd Salvati, welcome in, welcome back. Todd Salvati says that it has attendance drops at Disney World since Universal expansion. Todd Salvati, I see it differently. In fact, John with Fun to Be Free always says, a rising tide lifts all ships. I don't think the attendance has anything to do with Universal. In other words, since Epic opened, I don't think the attendance here at Disney parks has suffered at all. The issue with the lower attendance, or at least the illusion of it, is simply because the international guests are just no longer showing up due to economic issues on a global basis. Instead, of course, Todd, Walt Disney World is backfilling with locals, local annual pass holders, if you will. Chickapin Production says that Chef Davis, my name for the barbecue soda from Coca-Cola is Gag. Yeah, so Chickapin Production, you love talking about the Beverly, but you don't want to talk about the barbecue soda. Reed G says that Chef Davis, now you're just trying to stir up trouble. I guess so, Reed. Yeah, because the Beverly is a very hot topic, as Bill Nye, the science guy, would say on Ellen's Energy Adventure. Momadex says, welcome back at Todd Salvati. Chef Davis says, Pink Pam and Mom were fine. They escaped and ended at Gasparilla's in the Grand Floridian. That's good to know. Thanks for the update, Chef Davis. And Monkey Juice Monkey Juice, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Monkey Juice. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. But Monkey Juice says, Monkey says hello. So, Monkey Juice is, are you a fan of the band? You know the band called the Monkeys? Hey, hey, we're the Monkeys. Chef Davis says, I very much enjoy the China barbecue soda. You too, Chef Davis? I say no thank you. Mobadak says hi at Monkey Juice. Reed G says hi. At Todd Salvetti, lines are still lined. Think there's enough attendance for all the parks to stay busy. Right. Thank you, Reed. I agree. I concur, Reed G. Chef Davis says, Reed, who me? LOL? Monkey Juice says, I'll bet you don't get many monkeys. We get lots of Sonics, but we don't have too many monkeys, if you will. Sonic the Hedgehog is Sonic the Hedgehogs. Reed G says hi at Monkey Juice. Christina says you're very talented reading all the comments so fast. Wow. Thank you, Christina. Thank you for being here. Chickpin Production says howdy at Monkey Juice. Reed G says at Monkey Juice. There are 2 in the chat right now. So yeah, 2. As of today, first time we got 2 monkeys in the chat, right, Reed G? Plenty of Sonic the Hedgehogs though. Momoduck says, hold on, buckle up, the chat is going to Endor. That's right, light speed to Endor, Momoduck. Real MCM says that Christopher Chavez, or Chris, with your last message you mentioned pure Disney enchantment. It makes me think the Wish fireworks would something in go into rotation if you hope to see it. Real MCM says that also when I visit the Magic Kingdom. Scott C. Show says, I'm just very excited to find a fellow Southern Californian. Awesome, Scott C. Show. Todd Salvetti says, hi, Momoduck. Chickpin Production says at Real MCM they have the enchantment fireworks during Magic Kingdom after hours. Thank you for the update. And Chris says, I think you're right, Real MCM. The fireworks would have stayed or go in rotation. I'll have to ask John about that. Thanks, Real MCM. Todd Salvetti says, oh, okay, just curious. And 86JB says, why were people passing out on Tom Sawyer's Island? I really don't have an update for you, 86JB. It's just the people have been popping in the chat giving updates. I don't know the whole story there. I'm sorry. I'm still trying to put pieces together, and I don't want to pass on incorrect information. I'm just suggesting that the only information we have is something that people posted in the chat today. I have no official sources on this. Chris says, John, Real MCM said the fireworks should have gone into rotation or stayed. Is that kind of ironic? So should I stay or should I go now? Chris, John with Fun to Be Free would simply say, I think they should just leave Happily Ever After installed. It's such an amazing show. It's the best fireworks show in the entire world, in my opinion. Chef Davis says, 86JB, we think from the heat. It's possibly, Chef Davis, correct. But we don't know. We don't know. We're just speculating. Chickpin Production says that 86JB, the simple answer is the Florida climate. Possibly. Possibly.
Your time is party together and keep up with the group ahead of you at all times. Please note the total number of passengers in your party is babies and small children. And prepare your luggage for life. Each boat can seat up to 3 adults and 2 lap sitters. Your current wait time is around 15 minutes. Thank you and enjoy your flight to Neverland.
All right, so let's get back to the chat though, folks. And Blue Hat _VR. I do believe Blue Hat _VR is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Blue Hat _VR. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Blue Hat _VR. Blue Hat _VR says my favorite Disney character is Morphine the dog. What is yours? Blue Hat _VR, the chat's rolling and jumping. That was tough to get it out because the chat's going brup, 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 even though we're pretty much caught up in the chat there. It's Figment. You know, like in Journey into Imagination with Figment? Figment from Epcot? It's Figment. Blue Hat _VR. In fact, John with Fun to Be Free, the avatar on the My Disney Experience app, I have it set to Figment. Welcome to the channel, Blue Hat _VR. Chickpin Productions says at least, I think. Yeah, we don't know. We're still speculating, though. Momoduck says, welcome at Blue Hat _VR. Scott C. Shove says, hey, brother, what's your favorite radio station in Southern California? Lawrence, K-Rock, and KLOS? I used to listen to K-Rock and KLOS. Yeah? Yeah. Every morning, it seemed like, you know, going to college, going to school, going to work at the Disneyland Resort, Scott C. Shove. That brings back a lot of memories. K-Rock. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. But Real MCM says, I don't want to argue, John, but happily ever after, something about shuts down temporarily according to Disney's idea, but we lost believers like me. Sorry, MCM, be positive, my friend. Stay positive. Scott C. Show says, so my question was that your favorite radio station in Southern California, Kid Rock's my #1, followed by KLS. So, oh, you're talking about K-Rock and KLS. Yeah, I listen to those two stations as well, Scott C. Show, very much. That was my whole radio existence, if you will, in Southern California. Chef Davis says, Disney World trip to stay hydrated and start a hydrating regimen 2 weeks prior to Disney World trip. Thank you for the pro tip, Chef Davis. That's right. Stay hydrated, folks, especially if you're coming to Disney World. Get used to it. Get used to hydrating. Reed G says that Blue Hat underscore VR from Treasure Planet. Hold on, where are we? The chat's still rolling and jumping, even though we're really caught up here. Chris says, you might be right, John, from Fun to Be Free. I think they should leave Happily Ever After Fireworks, and it is indeed the best show ever. I agree, Chris. I very much agree. Man, oh man, is that a good show. Happily Ever After. Chickpin Productions says, only if Rocket was a Disney character, lol. Well, isn't it though? Right? I'd say it's a Disney character. It's under the same umbrella, right? The same subsidiary. And Scott C. Show says, the Kevin and Bean Show, yeah, I do remember that until they retired, or they were, asked to retire, I guess. But yeah, I listened to Kevin and Bean for many, many years. For decades, I guess, I should say, Scott C. Show. I'm familiar with it. Remember the marathons they used to do, like the Addams Family Marathon? I think on, what was it, KCAL Channel 9? Scott C. Show says, yeah, the sad part is that Jed the Fish just passed away last month from cancer. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Scott C. Show. Real MCM says, I am positive, John, but not happily ever after. It never suits me no more. Thank you for being here, MCM. And Christina says, if you are new on the stream, welcome. Be sure to press the subscribe button on top and press the notification bell to notify his lives. Thank you, Christina. Let's pop up the subscribe banner. Let's do it right, though, Christina. Again, Christina says, if you are new on the stream, welcome. Be sure to press the subscribe button on top and press the notification bell to notify his lives. Thank you, Christina. Mama Duck says Fast Pass Radio is awesome station too. At Scott C. Show. Oh, Mama Duck, you nailed it. You were right about that. So real quick, shout out to fastpassradio.com. That's fastpassradio.com. I left a link in the description box below. You can actually listen to free Disney Parks background music on fastpassradio.com. At Real MCM, the effects working today with Tinkerbell. And Float Crasher, welcome in, welcome back. It's nice to have Float Crasher back in the chat. But Float Crasher says, hi John from Fun to Be Free. You visit the Hall of Mediocre Presidents? We are the mediocre presidents. A little Simpsons action, Float Crasher? John Fun to Be Free added that in there. But at any rate, Float Crasher again says, hi John from Fun to Be Free. You visit the Hall of Mediocre Presidents? Float Crasher, nice to see you. Always a pleasure, a real honor when you jump into the live chat, Float Crasher. But so yeah, the lobby of the Hall of Presidents is open for guests to enjoy the air conditioning and of course to mosey around the historical artifacts, but the attraction itself is still closed, Float Crasher. Real MCM says, till death do us part. I positively and seriously don't like the happily ever after, including the music. Real MCM, stay positive, my friend. Hold on, the chat is jumping. Hold on. Reed G says, hey, at Float Crasher. Mama Duck says, welcome back at Float Crasher. And Scott C. Show says, well, the cool thing is Kevin is back on K-Rock. He works there again. Oh, really? So I'll have to tune in and find out, Scott C. Show. Thank you for the update. Of course, now we can listen live over the interwebs, if you will. Thanks for that update. Float Crasher says, I guess I should focus more on typing than working. Float Crasher, if you insist, I'm sure there's a lot of people in the chat right now that are at work, but would rather be here at the Walt Disney World Resort at the Magic Kingdom here at, of course, Peter Pan's Flight in Fantasyland. Float Crusher says hi. Real MCM says that toddler is loud. I guess it is the Real MCM. Chickpin Production says howdy at Float Crusher. Reed G says only need 17 more likes to reach 200. Oh wow, look at Reed G go. Okay, Reed G, let's pop up the subscribe banner. Let's do this right. So Reed G is saying we only need 17 more likes to reach our new goal of 200 likes for today. John with Fun to Be Free is going to do an all call We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody viewing us live who has not done so yet to smash the like button. So here we go. In 3, 2, and 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. Because Reed G says only need 17 more likes to go to reach 200, our new goal. And Scott C. Show says, yeah, it's pretty cool. Kevin is back because there's new management at K-Rock, but Bean is not. Oh, Bean is not. Got it. Thanks for the update, Scott C. Show. Real MCM says, glad you finally saw Tink in there. I agree, Real MCM. Real MCM says there, asterisk, yeah, we got it. Scott C. Show says, Bean is not back, but Kevin is. Got it, Scott C. Show. Journeys Out Loud, welcome in, welcome back. Journeys Out Loud says, hey, y'all. And Reed G says, hey, at Journeys Out Loud, welcome back. Real MCM says, if I like Happily Ever After, I dare you to love Beverly. Oh, them's fighting words, Real MCM. So I'll pass. I'll just say no thank you. But Real MCM, I just politely say no thank you to Beverly. That's all. Mombrex says, hey, at Journeys Out Loud. Steve Schoaf says, 69 days until we get to visit Disney World. Oh, I'm so excited for you, Steve Schoaf. Thank you for being here. That's going to be so awesome. Are you staying on property? What's your favorite resort? And chat's rolling. Dole Whip Dave says, John, and you sure are not craving a Dole Whip. I very much enjoy the Dole Whips that we previously discussed, Dole Whip Dave. But, I prefer to just experience the attractions here at the Magic Kingdom while I'm here. We only have a very short, limited window when we're live streaming, or at least my camera equipment, Frankenstein 4K, I only have so much batteries, and I prefer to, keep them online in the queues and experience the attractions, if you will. But thank you, Dole Up Dave. Chicken Pin Productions says, howdy at Journeys Out Loud. Hold on, where are we in the chat, though? Henry G says, at Scott C. Show, how exciting for you. Yeah, it's very exciting. I'm so excited for you. Momrak says, we're excited for you, Steve Show. Float Crusher says, hi. All I got to go back to Ninja. It's coming up on Showtime. Oh, Float Crusher. You're getting in your unit right now. Your, parade float, if you will. Thank you for being here, Float Crusher. Journeys Out Loud says, hey, Momadek. Momadek says, welcome back at Dole Up Dave. Scott C. Schuff says, I apologize if I'm being repetitive. I'm just trying to correct myself because my voice app is a jerk. I understand, Scott C. Schuff. I understand exactly what you're suggesting. I'm picking up what you are putting down. Thank you for being here, Steve Schuff. Chef Davis says, what is your thoughts on the new nighttime parade and the reverse route they are taking? So bottom line, Chef Davis, I think the Disney Starlight Parade is going to be spectacular. In fact, I think it has potential to be one of the best in the entire world. It may be better, it might not be better than Paint the Night Parade at Disneyland Resort, but we'll have to wait and see. But I'm very excited for it, and I think it's a very good choice to run the parade route backwards, just like Main Street Electrical Parade floats from many years ago here at the Magic Kingdom for guest flow. I think it's a great idea for guest flow. Good question, Chef Davis. And Steve Schoaf says, yes, staying on property. We stay at Pop. Love the Skyliner. That is a good choice, Steve Schoaf. Great choice. And, of course, the Pop Century is great proximity, great transportation with the Skyliner. Well done, Steve. Hold on, the chat's still rolling. And Chris says, hey, I got a better idea. If we love Happily Ever After, maybe we love Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party. That'll be the best experience to watch. Possibly. Momadex says, you're welcome at Steve Schoaf. That's wonderful. Scott C. Schoaf says, I'm just excited that there's somebody else here with my last name, albeit spelled differently. Flo Crusher says, maybe. Dole Up Dave says, John, I do appreciate that you actually write. Some streamers hardly write them. Thank you, Dole Up Dave. Thank you for that creative input, if you will. Momadex says, that is cool at Scott C. Show. Kevin 082892, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Kevin 082892. Hello, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Kevin 082892. But again, Kevin 082892 says, hello all. And Reed G says, at Dole Up Dave, John will wait for rides. Gives us all the time in chat for Q&A. Nailed it, Reed. It's a good format we have going here, huh, Reed G? We got the news, we got waiting in the queues, our pets' heads are falling off. Momadex says hello at Kevin, Reed G says hi at Kevin 082892. And Steve Schoaf says at Scott C. Schoaf. Mine is pronounced Schoaf. I believe. Real MCM says, then I'll too say no thank you to Happily Ever After if you couldn't handle it. Happily Ever After crowd camp turned away into trash or battling something about the scenes. I'll stay at a Happily Ever After. Okay, Real MCM, I'll accept that you'll politely decline Happily Ever After. That's fine. And Stephen, welcome in, welcome back, says hello everyone from Wyoming. And Jarzul, welcome in, welcome back, says hello. Journeys Out Loud says, how's the weather in Florida? Hot and humid, Journeys Out Loud. Hot and humid. I'm feeling hot, hot, hot. Do 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 do. And Rebel Bean, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. But Rebel Bean, REBELBEAN, Rebel Bean. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Rebel Bean. Hold on one moment, Rebel Bean. I'm trying to make a technical adjustment to my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K. The T-Mobile service dropped off a cliff and I had to reconnect it there. Thank you for your patience. But Rebel Bean says, thanks for showing us the queue for Peter Pan. Always used the Lightning Lane. It's a nice queue. I'm a new viewer as well. Oh, okay. Hello there, Rebel Bean. And of course, like Rebel Bean saying, we're here at Peter Pan's flight. When we joined the queue, it was a 45-minute posted wait time, and then we heard the PA announcement saying it's, like 50 or 50 minutes. But Ian Rebel Bean says, thanks for showing us the queue for Peter Pan. Always use Lightning Lane. It's a nice queue. I'm a new viewer as well. Thank you for being here, Rebel Bean. Reed G says, hey, Jarzul, welcome in. Momodak says, hello and welcome back, Stephen Rocky Singleton. Reed G says, Scooter just arrived at Magic Kingdom. Oh, thanks for the update, Reed G. So Scooter wasn't here at the Magic Kingdom earlier? Was he over probably at maybe the Epcot earlier? Journeys Out Loud says, oh, okay. And Stephen Rocky Singleton says, Kansas City Chiefs, August 9th. Momodak says, hello at Jarzul. Oh, Reed G, did you hear what Stephen Rocky Singleton said? And Scott C. Shope says, yeah, the original German pronunciation has a heck of a lot more consonants. Momodak says, welcome at Rebel Bean. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. In just a few moments, we'll be boarding on our pirate ship here at Peter Pan's flight. So stay tuned for that as well. And we're broadcasting live from the Magic Kingdom here at the Walt Disney World Resort here in Central Florida. The most magical place on earth. Answer the call. Scott C. Schuff says, yeah, the original German pronunciation has a heck of a lot more consonants. Momodak says, welcome at Rebel Bean. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, Independence Day, United States in 12 days. You nailed it, Stephen. Chris says, Peter Pan's flight has more colors for the pirate ships here at Walt Disney World than Disneyland. So you're just saying they have alternating colors with different vehicles or different pirate ships, right, Chris? Regi says that Stephen Rocky Singleton, Arizona? Oh, Wyoming, Regi. Wyoming. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. And we're broadcasting in glorious 4K Ultra High Definition or 4K UHD. Hello there, we're live on YouTube right now. And Chickapin Production says, John, did you know that the Tomorrowland soundtrack plays version of former Tomorrowland attractions? I do. If you had wings, or miracles from molecules. Right, Chickapin Productions? Jalon says, hi, Reed G. Journeys Out Loud says, my birthday's coming up on July 8th. Very cool, Journeys Out Loud. A real MCM says, I'll never forget my father while playing a cribbage card game. He used to say, read them, and we... Reed G says, hi. Hey, Jalon, welcome back. Hello, one, please. Thank you so much for making the magic. Jalon says, thanks, Reed G. So you can see the pirate ships, the ride vehicles that Chris was talking about, alternating colors on the sails, if you will. Chris says, that's right, John. All the pirate ships have alternate colors, better than Disneyland. They've got more and more magic than ever before. Or do they have more magic sauce here at the Walt Disney World Resort, at the Magic Kingdom, Chris? Stephen Rocky Singleton says, my birthday's coming up on July 4th. Thank you for sharing, Stephen Rocky Singleton. Steve Schoaf says getting some Florida weather in New Hampshire the next few days. 98 degrees, 80% humidity, heat index of 105. Oh boy, Steve Schoaf. Be careful, stay hydrated. And of course, that sounds just like Central Florida. They're talking about a heat wave. Momodex says happy early birthday at Journeys Out Loud. Hope you're feeling better. Real MCM says at Journeys Out Loud. Here's wishing you a happy birthday on that date. Thank you, Real MCM. And again, in just a few moments, we will be boarding in our pirate ship here on Peter Pan's flight at the Magic Kingdom in Fantasyland, folks. And we'll probably get pixie dusted. In other words, the cast member will use pixie dust to lower our lap bar, our restraint. So stay tuned for that. Momodex says happy early birthday at Stephen Rocky Singleton. Journeys Out Loud says at Momodex, I'm feeling much better and getting plenty of sleep. Okay, good. Thanks for the update, Journeys Out Loud. I'm glad to hear that you're feeling better. Journeys Out Loud had to head over to the emergency room the other day. Scott C. Show says, yeah, my AC just decided to conk out. Oh no, Scott C. Show. And you're in a heat wave coming soon.
Have you guys played on the one?
Just one, please. Thank you for making the magic.
Sure. Have you played on the one?
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks again.
Yeah, of course.
Have a great day. All right. Read 'em and weep, Real MCM. Let's use some pixie dust to bring the lap bar down. When the cast member does it, they'll do it. They'll do it. Stay tuned for that. Hello there. Nice to see you. Thanks for making the magic. Well done.
Pixie dust, and off we go! Come on, Then exit to your right onto the wooden belt and watch your step.
Please do not lift up on your safety bar. It will lift automatically. Then exit to your right on the moving wall and access it.
You could fly, you could fly, you could fly, you could fly. So we just disembarked from Peter Pan's flight here in Fantasyland at the Magic Kingdom. But let's get back to the chat. Lots of chats rolling, I'm sure. Scott C. Shelf says 82 degrees Fahrenheit in my house currently. This is not good, especially that happened on a Sunday. Yeah, whoa, be safe. Momadek says take care at Journeys Out Loud. I concur, Momadek. Take care of yourself, Journeys Out Loud. Not So Scary Mary TV says love Magic Kingdom. We need more cowbell and more pixie dust. Look at you go, Not So Scary Mary TV. We definitely need some more cowbell and some pixie dust. Don't forget the magic sauce as well. We need to sprinkle some more magic sauce here to the Magic Kingdom. Auntie B, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Auntie B here. Auntie B says hello there. And EXP626, welcome in, welcome back. EXP626 says Journeys. I was gonna say, what is going on with the rope here, folks? Not certain. The white rope. Don't know. Inquiring minds want to know. At any rate, let's walk around the corner, if you will. Real MCM says check battery levels after the flight. Good suggestion, Real MCM. Let me double check that. I'm checking my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K from the good suggestion from Real MCM. Hold on, folks. Be right with you. Okay, we're looking good, Real MCM. Still looking good. Still looking good here. Not So Scary Mary 2 says, Auntie B, hi, hugs to you. And Chef Davis says, as a Floridian, the AC is the superhero of the summer. Yeah, nailed it, Chef Davis. And Brett Newton says, love Peter Pan's flight. I do agree, Brett Newton. Momadek says, stay hydrated and safe at Scott C. Show. Momadek, John with Fun to Be Free needs to stay hydrated. So stay tuned for a complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. Auntie B says, hi, Not So Scary Mary TV. Journeys Out Loud says, I just had a debilitating migraine. I'm sorry to hear that, Journeys Out Loud. At least the Magic Kingdom could help with that. Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. Have a great day. We're now in the Pinocchio Village House. Bruh, B-R-U-H, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, B-R-U-H, or bruh. Welcome to the channel. Bruh says, I'm right behind you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, bruh. Reed G says, hey, at Auntie B, welcome back. Momadek says, hi, at EXP626 says, hi, Momadek. Auntie B says, hello, John and Frankie. Hope that you're staying hydrated. Look at you go, Momadek. And Auntie B. Hello there, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. We're live on YouTube right now, but I'm just looking for 1 cup for water if possible, please. Hold on, folks, be right with you. Thank you again.
You should get her. She's a movie star. Who?
You want to be on camera?
No. I want everybody.
You want to say hi?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me swing the camera here. So, hello, I'm John with Fun to Be Free, and who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
I have a pleasure speaking to Lynetta from Brooklyn, New York.
So, Lynetta.
Making the magic.
That's right, Lynetta, thank you for making the magic from Brooklyn, New York.
Yes, yes.
And then we have...
And I'm Cleo. I'm less interested.
Cleo, where are you from, Cleo?
I'm Cleo from Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas.
All right.
Thank you for making the magic.
It's our greatest pleasure. Have an excellent time with us here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm John with Fun to Be Free on YouTube.
All right.
Fun to be free. Fun to be free. Take care. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Thanks again. Thanks for making the magic. So we have success with the complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. Waka waka. So Auntie B, hello Hello, John and Frankie. Hope that you're staying hydrated. You saw that. We're drinking water everywhere. Let's all have a drink, Auntie B. Auntie B has lots of pink and red hearts in that chit chat. Mama Duck says hi there at Bra. Real MCM says I like the, hold on, the chat just went into outer space. Wow, where did it just took off, folks, like a rocket. I don't know where we are in the chat. I'll have to find where we are. Hello there, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. Oh, thank you for getting the door for me. Thank you again. We're live on YouTube right now. Have a great day. Bye-bye. I'll come back to the chat in a few moments, folks, but let me enjoy my complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. In the meantime, just, you know, survey the area, survey Fantasyland. Real quick, today is a good to go day here at Walt Disney World Resort. Earlier, there was not too many people here. The attendance was below average. But as you can see, the good to go day has brought out a lot of annual pass holders, a lot of locals. So it's becoming more and more crowded as the, of course, early evening hour approaches. Hello there, we're live on YouTube right now.
Go Tigers!
While we're here, let's get a shot of the backside of the beautiful and gorgeous Cinderella Castle. You can see the golden spires. We'll approach that. We'll come back to the chat in a few moments, though, folks, as I keep saying. Be our guest, be our guest, be our guest. Da 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 da. Oh, we have a large queue for the Sword in the Stone. This junior, oh, Scooter Adventures. Hold on, Scooter. So we have the Junior Explorer that's trying to pull the sword out of the stone. But we have a superstar in the house, Mama Doc. Look who we have here, Scooter. Yeah, the world famous Scooter Adventures.
How you doing, everybody?
Oh, we're great. Good to go here. Have you noticed the attendance? Where did everybody come from, Scooter?
Same thing. I was over at Epcot. Same thing. It was like there was nobody there when I first started out.
Boom!
Yeah, it was like somebody hit a switch and they fell out of the sky with that ring, and there was people everywhere.
Wow.
Yep.
Good to go days definitely work here at the Walt Disney World.
Though. I've been learning
exactly.
The good to go days on the weekends especially.
Yep.
And it's not indicative of what you see, like coming in again today, the parking lot was empty. Yep. I was like, oh, it'll be a breeze. I'll go in there, be able to ride a bunch of rides.
Yep.
And by the time I started to circulate and get caught up in the flow of things, it was, you know, it was busy. It was a regular busy day. So here we are. Well, hello, everybody. Fun to be free, Nation.
So real quick shout out, if you're new to the channel, this is Scooter Adventures, link in the description box below. But once my live stream is concluded, once it's over, we're not ending now, but once it does, check out Scooter Adventures. Scooter Adventures does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort. And real quick, look at his shirt, folks. Looks like original. John with Fun to Be Free likes his original logos and original Mickey Mouse.
Yes.
Yep.
Almost old school right here. So, and that's Fun to Be Free right there. Fun to Be Free. John, Fun to Be Free. Every day, 2 o'clock. 2 p.m. every day at one of these parks. And someday, Disney Springs. and he said, I just need some news to come out of Disney Springs. And they have the Florida Fest, the food festival going on right now. So you never know. Maybe
you never know.
John
you never know.
Get him over to Gideon's and have a cookie.
Yeah. So where do you want to go, Scooter?
Oh, wherever you want to do. Would have you ridden and would have you not ridden?
We have not run Tiana's Bayou Adventure.
You can try it.
You want to go do it?
My rig will hold up?
I think it'll be fine.
Let's try it.
Yeah.
Well, what's the worst that happens? The phone flies out of the boat?
I think you'll be fine on Tiana's.
Let's head over.
Okay.
We make a U-turn here and get with the flow of traffic.
So I'll get back to the chat in a few moments, folks. But I just finished my complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. I'm going to dispose of it in the garbage receptacle. Hold on a moment. Let me double check my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K, and I'll get behind Scooter, and I'll show you Scooter's junk in his trunk. So he's got a lot of junk in his trunk there. See the boot? So Scooter's live right now. Scooter!
Is that Ryan?
No, I'll check the chat. Auntie B and Mama Duck's here though.
Oh, there you go. Auntie B, how are you?
Scooter is saying, Auntie B, how are you, Mama Duck? And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring the notification bell as well. Let's get back to the chat though. Real MCM says, I like the something about passing over the flying over London, England, probably in Peter Pan's flight, I'm guessing. Real MCM. NTB says, well, hello, Reg. Mama Duck says, sorry to hear it. Journeys Out Loud. Hope you feel better real soon. Bro says, I'm right behind you now. Monkey Juice says, wow, that was fast. Oh, are you talking about the Peter Pan's flight? It's a short attraction, if you will, Monkey Juice. Chris says, wow, what a wonderful flight we had on Peter Pan's flight. Thanks, John. And we got pixie dusted. Yeah, you saw it. Kevin 02892 says, thank you. You're welcome, Kevin. Real MCM says, Journeys Out Loud. Something about a headache. I wonder what will cause it. I hope you feel better soon. Thank you, Real MCM. Reed G says, bro, hope you enjoyed the ride. Mama Duck says, we got 201 likes. Alert. Thank you for that update, Mama Duck. So John with Fun to Be Free is saying, now we need to get 250 likes. So we're going to do a countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody viewing us live who has not already done so to smash the like button. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. Because we need to get to our new goal of 250 likes. Thank you, Mama Duck, for the update. Journeys Out Loud says, I'm already feeling much better than Friday at Mama Duck. I swear on it. Good to hear, Journeys Out Loud. Chris says, haha, get it. Pixie dusted. Haha. It's a good one. NTB says, wow, 202 likes. Thank you for the update, NTB. Mama Duck says, I'm very glad to hear that. Journeys Out Loud. Real MCM says, late typo sound. Dole Whip Dave said, don't drink water from Pinocchio Fountain. Haha. Yeah, the pro tip there, Dole Whip Dave. EXP626 says, Journeys, I'm happy you're getting better. Hope the rest of your stuff is good for you. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. And EXP... Oh, wait, we got that. Mama Duck says, what's the scoop on that Dole Whip, Dave? Journeys Out Loud says, at Real MCM, probably because I missed a meal again. I have ADHD. Sometimes I hyper-focus on something certain needs to get tossed out of the window. Journeys Out Loud, take care of yourself, please. Mary in the Move says, that's right, NFB, the channel's on fire today. On fuego, Mary in the Move. EXP626 says, CMCS. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to there. Real MCM says, Lonetta scarred your Frankenstein 4K. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Real MCM. Sorry, I'm not sure what you're suggesting. I'm being kind and rewinding because there's a lot of chats going right on, folks. Where are we in the chats? I think I found it though. Reed G says, cast members make the magic. Bingo, bango. You nailed it, Reed G. And Mama Duck says, thank you, Lynette and Cleo. Thank you for making the magic. Thank you, Mama Duck. Dole Up Dave says, Mama Duck, not sure what the water in the fountain is fresh. Haha. Real MCM says, at Journeys Out Loud, try not to miss all meals. That could also make me worry. And Journeys Out Loud says, I'll try not to, Real MCM. And Chef Davis says, a fun to be free water tip if you go to Westward Ho or Pecos Bills when it's summertime hot. They'll give you the big cups of free water. Thank you for that, Chef Davis. Thank you for that pro tip. And EXP626 says, Dole Up Dave, my thoughts exactly. I thought I should bring a filtered water bottle to clean their free water. That's a good one too. You just have to carry it around, but that'd be a good pro tip there, EXP626. And we're near the Riverboat Landing or the Liberty Bell. Scooter can't get enough of the Liberty Bell right now.
I guess we're down for lightning?
I assume so. That I hate to inform you, if that's the case, then Tiana's is probably going to be the same story.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll check it out.
So in the meantime, we could get some ambiance or the vibes, Johnny. The vibes. The Liberty Bell. In fact, we should pause here for just a moment so we get some more vibes.
Let's do it. All the vibes.
So it appears, folks, that the Liberty Bell is not operating at this moment. What we assume or speculate is there's lightning in the area. It is raining lightly, folks, and we speculate that the Liberty Bell and other attractions are now going to be closed as a result of lightning in the area. But in the meantime, enjoy views of the rivers of America, because we are going to lose all of this ambiance, or as Scuda Adventures would say, the vibes, Johnny. The vibes, Johnny. So I'm slowly panning, and I'll pause here for just a moment, and maybe I'll check in with the chat and try to get caught up. Chickapin Production says, what's better than a complimentary fun to be free cup of water? Nothing, but liking and subscribing comes close. Don't forget to hit the notification bell. Look at you go, Chickapin Productions. As I'm literally pointing off into Tiana's Bayou Adventure, previously Splash Mountain. Chickapin Productions again says, what's better than a complimentary fun to be free cup of water? Nothing, but liking and subscribing comes close. Don't forget to hit the notification bell. Mary the Move says, checking the John levels. The numbers are off the charts today, John. Thank you, Mary the Move. Reed G says, Scuda with a sneak attack. Yeah, that's right, Reed.
Come on, John, fun to be free.
Reed G.
He'll be sneaking up on you.
Yeah. Scuda, really, he comes up like fast and furious. But he's a good driver, though.
I did pull it up while I was on the monorail over. Did you see I popped into the chat?
Yeah, you saw.
I'm on my way. You know.
And then Reed G said, yeah, Scuda's coming.
Yep.
I assumed you were going to start at Magic Kingdom, but you started.
My whole plan changed. Remember, I originally was just going to come out and vlog Epcot.
Yeah.
So pulled into Epcot, and I changed like by the minute, like Florida weather, and pulled into the parking lot. And I saw how empty it was. And I said, this is a good opportunity, maybe to stream, and maybe get on some rides. So I said, well, let's do a stream. Then I started out at Epcot, and it got busy. I was like, well, it's probably just as busy at Magic Kingdom. Let me head over here and see what you're doing.
Okay. So real quick, folks, quick update. I can see the logs going down, Tiana's Bayou Adventure, with no guests.
They are empty, yes.
Yeah, so they're empty logs. So let's reverse course here.
All right.
What about the People Mover?
People Mover or Country Bear, straight ahead.
I think the People Mover would be a great idea.
Let's do that. You think People Mover's still running in the...
Yeah, I think it'd be. I think so.
Did you ever tell people about how the People Mover actually works? I did that as a child. They used to do a thing, and I have the book.
The linear synchronous motors? The LSMs?
Maglev, actually, like magnetic.
Well, be careful. No. Linear synchronous motors, LSMs.
Well, something like that.
Not maglev. So.
And what it is, right? Basically,
they're magnets. They're electromagnets.
Like one magnet pulls you forward, and the next magnet will activate and pull you forward. And the next magnet pulls you forward, and so on and so on.
So, but let's get back to the chat though. But you hear Scuda, he's on fire. Not So Scary Mary TV says Scuda. Mobadak says Scuda. World famous Scuda Adventures.
It looks like Not So Scary Mary TV must have two browsers open right now.
Yeah, possibly.
Alright.
EXP626 says Scuda. Chickapin Productions says Scuda. Good to see ya. Not So Scary Mary TV says locals coming in after the afternoon storm. I think so. Not So Scary Mary TV.
You know who's in my
Benny,
yeah. Who's in my chat right now?
Who?
The legendary Zippity Doo Doug.
Yeah, that's cool. Doug was in my chat for a little bit earlier too.
He jumped ship.
Hey, while we're on the Pirates, we're preparing to make sail.
He bailed. So that's it for me.
Yeah, but Benny Rodriguez, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Benny Rodriguez in the chat. Benny Rodriguez says, perhaps locals coming after the rain on a good to go day. You nailed it, Benny. But again, shout out to Not So Scary Mary TV. That's, of course, Not So Scary Mary TV. I left a link in the description box below. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. Once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, check out, of course, Not So Scary Mary TV. They do live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort as well. Real MCM says, my YouTube account can't get Scuda's stream. Sorry to him. Really, MCM, huh? Journeys Out Loud says Scuda. And Disney Baker, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Disney Baker, D.A. Disney Baker. Shout out to Disney Baker. Disney Baker also does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort. But of course, check out, like, comment, subscribe, support your local live streamer, Disney Baker. But Disney Baker says, wanted to say hi. See ya. Chat, so busy. Thank you for being here, Disney Baker. Chickapin Productions says, howdy, and Not So Scary Mary TV. Mama Duck says, Benny Rodriguez in the house. Mama Duck says, welcome back at the Disney Baker. What's cooking? And Goofy Jim R, welcome in, welcome back. Goofy Jim R says, hi, John. Well, hello there, Goofy Jim R. Nice to see you again. We actually met Goofy Jim R and his family. He was a Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. That was a couple of months ago now.
You been up there?
Oh, no, I have not. Oh, I have none of this, Scuda. None of this monies.
Wait, look at that. Yep.
Monies. I have no monies.
Yeah.
So what I'm showing Scuda is I have no monies. I like adding S's to everything, folks.
That's a very elite group up there.
Chickapin Productions says, going down the bayou. Yeah, but I'm sorry, Chickapin Productions. Lightning in the area. Change of plans. Sorry. Betty Rodriguez says, thanks at Mama Duck. Stay tuned for, we're hoping, the People Mover. Stay tuned for the People Mover. Betty Rodriguez says, thanks at Mama Duck. Goofy Jimmer says, I'm watching you and Mike together. Very cool. So he's watching Scooter, the world famous Scooter Adventures, that is. EXP626 says, you mean the storage below the workstation? So yeah, the junk of the trunk. Mama Duck says, welcome back at Goofy Jamar. Reed G says, hey at Goofy Jamar. That Disney Baker says, boot and his scoot. I love it. Oh, that's good. That's good, the Disney Baker. I gotta remember that. Boot and his scoot. Oh, that's funny. Mama Duck says, you're welcome at Benny Rodriguez. Chicken Pen Production says, Tiana's is closed on the app. Thank you for the update. Goofy Jmr says, hi Mama Duck, Reed G. And Lofi, I do believe Lofi is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Lofi, L-O-A-F-Y. Lofi. Hello there, Lofi. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Lofi says, watching both feeds at the same time from here in Glasgow, Scotland. 11 p.m. nearly here. Welcome to the channel, Lofi. And you're seeing gorgeous views of the beautiful and gorgeous Cinderella Castle off in the distance there. Scoot is behind me though. And Family Life. I do believe F-A-M-L-E-E Life. Family Life is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Family Life. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Family Life says, just thumbed up. So welcome to the channel, Family Life. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Mama Duck says, awesome at Lofi. Hi. Goofy Jmr says, just did, smashed it. The chat just jumped into the next zip code. I'm trying to find where we are, folks. In the meantime, let's point south for a quick moment so you can see the Walt and Mickey partner statue off in the distance there in the hub. And then I'll come back, point north so we get another great shot of the Cinderella Castle. I'll catch up the Scooter in just a moment. We'll pause here. Oh, I could hear thunder in the area, folks. And Scooter's headed near Tomorrowland, so let's go catch up with Scooter.
Hey, what channel are you on, bud?
Oh, hello there. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. I have my QR code here. We're live right now on YouTube. Where are you from?
New Jersey.
Oh, welcome. Enjoy your stay.
How about you?
Take care. I'm from Anaheim, California. I used to work at Disneyland. And now I'm here every day. Take care. All right, let's get back on track. I'm looking for Boot and the Scoot Adventures, the world famous Scoot Adventures. Oh, there he is. There he is, right over there. And Mama Duck says, awesome at Lofi. Hi. Goofy Jmr says, just did, smashed it. Big thumbs up. Nice work, pal, Goofy Jmr. Mama Duck says, thank you at Family Life. Welcome. And Reed G says, hey at Lofi, thanks for the double streams. And Scoot is checking his chat. Should I start walking towards the PeopleMover and you can catch up?
I'm with you.
Oh, okay. Because you could really fly on that.
Yeah, but I
I was going to say, even though I said that, the world famous Scooter Adventures is a very responsible driver.
I'm an advocate for not going any faster than the pace of the crowd.
Did you hear what he just said, folks? He's an advocate for not going any faster than the pace of the crowd. Reed G says, hi at Family Life. Welcome in. Thanks for the like. Tyler Ring, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Tyler Ring. Hello, Tyler Ring. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Tyler Ring. Tyler Ring says, staying for fireworks? Tyler Ring, I would love to stay for happily ever after fireworks. Stay tuned and find out. Real MCM says, my typo problems always get me every time I try to catch up. Thanks for the update, Real MCM. Goofy Jmr says, are you using an iPad on Frankenstein today? You nailed it, Goofy Jmr. That's right, that's how we're broadcasting in glorious ultra high definition 4K. I'm using the Pocket 3 connected by a cable, a USB-C cable, if you will. Mama Duck says, Garsh. Thank you at Goofy Jmr. Antibi says, only 75 more likes to go. All right, thanks for the update, Antibi. We're going to do a countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash the like button, unless you've already done so. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. And Benny Rodriguez says, what's up, John from Fun to Be Free? Nice to see you, Benny Rodriguez. It was nice to see you this weekend, if you will. I hope you traveled safe back to your, of course, your home destination. And then it's probably back to work tomorrow for you. back to the chain gang, if you will. Patrick Julian says, hey there at Magic Kingdom, John. Hello to everyone else in the chat. Welcome and welcome back, Patrick Julian. Mama X says, welcome at Tyler Ring. NTB says, get to 300 likes. We can do it. That's right, NTB. So we're going to do another all call. In 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go, because we need to get to 300 likes today, according to NTB. Thank you, NTB. Mama X says, hello at Patrick Julian. And especially Leslie, welcome in, welcome back. Says, wow, 400 watching. Thank you for the update, especially Leslie. Thank you for that. Welcome in, welcome back, especially Leslie. We're here in Tomorrowland at the Magic Kingdom. Stay tuned for the People Mover. Reed says, if you're enjoying the fun to be free, please hit that like button and subscribe if you have not done so already. Thank you, Reed G. So we'll pop up the subscribe banner. Let's do it right. Let's do it in style. Reed G says, if you're enjoying the fun to be free, please hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already done so. And overhead is the Astro Orbiter. So over the last several weeks, it's been completed, if you will. It was missing, folks. They just added it back there a few weeks ago. But I can only imagine Test and Adjust is coming soon and reopening hopefully shortly here in Tomorrowland. We'll come back down to ground level. Mama Duck says hi, especially Leslie. Especially Leslie says Mama Duck, hand waving. Goofy Jim R says, I think the front of the Rivers of America is still going to be there. I think you're right, Goofy Jim R. I think you're right. Real MCM says, well, since you're at Tiana's log flume, I'm done here. So see you real soon, and hopefully you won't run into the talk to you later positive. Thank you for being here, Real MCM. Oh, and Randy back in the chat. Welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Randy back in the chat. Randy says, the mod meeting is officially over. No more. Let it go. It's time to hi-ho, hi-ho. It's back to work we go. We brainstorm like Bell in a library, planned Scrooge McDuck with the spreadsheet, and now it's time to put the pixie dust into action. The magic doesn't make itself unless you're fairy godmother, and even she had deadlines. So tighten those magic bands, fuel up on churros, and cue up that hustle, because the kingdom won't run itself. And I think that's it from Randy. I was expecting more chit chats from Randy with the chats in between. I'm trying to get off to the side and out of the way here. So overhead you can see the People Mover marquee, so stay tuned for the People Mover, folks. But again, let's do Randy's statements again. I'll pop up the subscribe banner. Let's get rolling here. Randy says, the mod meeting is officially over. No more let it go. It's time to hi-ho, hi-ho. It's back to work we go. We brainstorm like Bell in a library, planned to Scrooge McDuck with the spreadsheet, and now it's time to put the pixie dust into action. The magic doesn't make itself unless you're fairy godmother, and even she had deadlines. So tighten those magic bands, fuel up on churros, and queue up on that hustle, because the kingdom won't run itself.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Randy. And Scott C. Shoff says, I can't believe they're taking away the aesthetic. That's part of the reason why I moved here. Yeah, I'm sad to see it go, Scott C. Shoff. I really like my original Magic Kingdom. You ready to go, Scooter?
Scooter EC3.
People Mover?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay.
Yep. You're good?
Yeah.
You're not afraid of me, right?
Oh, I'm fine. I'll be fine. I'll follow you. Go. I'll follow you. Auntie B says, John, you and Frank are on fire today. Thank you, Auntie B. Reed G says, hey, Randy. Reed G says, Randy, double stream with Scudo. Real MCM says, I take it back that Tiana's has been temporarily evacuated. Why? Because the lightning? Thank you, Real MCM, for the update. Dole Up Dave says, thanks for walking past Sunshine Tree Terrace for me. Oh, yeah, I should keep that in mind when you're in the chat, Dole Up Dave. And EXP626 says, you can make sale, I'm making lunch, LOL. Prepare to make sale. Michael Wayne Toddy, look at you. Welcome in, welcome back, Michael Wayne Toddy. Michael Wayne Toddy says, Monica, Toddy and I are watching John and Scoot on 2 different devices. All right, that's so cool. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for watching the world famous Scoot adventures too. Okay, let's get back to ground level, if you will. And stay tuned for the People Mover, folks. Debbie Diaz, welcome in, welcome back. Debbie Diaz says, hello, fun to be free. Well, hello there, Debbie Diaz. We're in Tomorrowland. Stay tuned for the People Mover. Reed G says, hello at Michael Wayne Toddy, welcome in. Dola Davis says, hey, Chris Baker. And Mama Duck says, welcome back at Michael Wayne Toddy and Monica Toddy. Great to see you. Monica Toddy says, hello, yes, we are, ha ha ha. Real MCM says, Jungle Cruise is also closed. Thank you for the update, Real MCM. Debbie Diaz says, hi, everybody. Mama Duck says, hi at Debbie Diaz. Chris says, oh, Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway is the coolest attractions at Disney's Hollywood Studios. And it does not have the conga with Daisy Duck. And it does have the conga. I think I said that, right? And it does have the conga with Daisy Duck. Thank you, Chris. Reed G says any outdoor ride might be closed because of lightning in the area. Good pro tip, Reed G. Debbie Diaz says, hi, Mama Duck. Journeys Out Loud says, I'd stop for a cheeseburger spring roll. Oh, you like the spring rolls like Zeep 180? Hello there. We're live on YouTube right now. That's Scooter Adventures, and I'm fun to be free. Okay, I could save you a trip, if you will. I have the QR code here. Scooter Adventures is a link in the description box below. Where are you guys from? Oh, Philly. We have lots of people from Philly in the chat. Yeah.
Hi, chat.
Hello there. This is so much fun. Reed G says hi at Debbie Diaz. And Mama Duck says that's cool, Michael and Monica. Debbie Diaz says hi, Reed G. And Chef Davis says PeopleMover does run in the rain. Hold on, the chat's it's going light speed to Endor, folks. Hold on. I feel like we're mostly caught up, but it's still jumping. Where are we in the chat? Hold on one moment. I have to find where we are. I'm looking, folks. Hold on. Oh, I think I found it. Chef Davis says PeopleMover does run in the rain, and if it's raining when your ride is over, they will allow you to ride again. Thank you for the pro tip, Chef Davis. Debbie Diaz says, everyone hit the subscribe button, then smash the like button. Thank you, Debbie Diaz. Let's do it right. Let's pop up the subscribe banner because Debbie Diaz is saying, everyone hit the subscribe button and smash the like button. Thank you for rallying and cheerleading for John with Fun to Be Free, Debbie Diaz. Thank you for being here. And Debbie Diaz with 3 thumbs up. Nice work, pal. Debbie Diaz says, how are you, Reed G? Journeys Out Loud says, you've been thunderstruck. Chef Davis says, my spring roll hack is getting the pizza spring rolls, but the cheeseburger aioli dip. Hashtag magical. That is a good pro tip, Chef Davis. Look at you go. I like it a lot. I got to try that one day. Not bad at all. The last time I had the cheeseburger spring rolls, I was with Zeep 180 and Disney Deb 71. Kurt Warfield, welcome in, welcome back. Says, good evening, sire. Thank you for being here, Kurt. And Kay Pinard, I do believe Kay Pinard, K-A-Y-P-I-N-A-R-D. Kay Pinard is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Kay Pinard. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Kay Pinard. Kay Pinard says, new subscriber enjoying the stream from New Hampshire. Welcome to the channel, Kay Pinard. So we have more than one person from New Hampshire joining us today. And Ryan Wesley, welcome in, welcome back. It's nice to have Ryan Wesley in the chat. Ryan Wesley says, Scooter! Ryan Wesley's here.
Ryan.
Yeah, we have the world famous Scooter Adventures here. Here, what Scooter's gonna say?
No, I want to show you something.
Okay, wait, hold, let me. Yes. So you're looking now at, of course, the PeopleMover, the speed ramp. Go Goodyear. In just a few moments, we'll gain access to Rocket Tower Plaza here in Tomorrowland. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. Let me pop up the subscribe banner. I'm not certain why there's an issue going on. I think we're back online. There was a slight hiccup there with the cellular data reception. I apologize for that, folks, but I think we're back online now. And we're navigating in just a moment over to the speed ramp here. Scooter Adventures is parking his ECV. Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. Yeah. All right, we're attempting to get back to the chat. We're just waiting on Scooter Adventures. Reed G says, at Debbie Diaz, doing well. Hope that you're good too. Debbie Diaz says, hi, yes. Mama Duck says, good evening at Kurt Warfield. Welcome. Reed G says, hello at Kip Pinard. Thanks for the sub. Debbie Diaz says, how are you, Mama Duck? Mama Duck says, welcome at Cape Bernard. Hi. Mama Duck says, welcome back at Ryan Wesley. Cape Bernard says, hi at Reed G. And Mama Duck. Randy says, hello, everyone. Journeys Out Loud says, we lost Scooter. He's behind me. Journeys Out Loud. Ryan Wesley says, hello, everyone. Randy says, hey, Reed. Real MCM says that Tyler Ring, welcome in. So you asked about staying for the fireworks, but it all depends. John's Frankenstein 4K rig, but I know that it's something. Mama Duck says, fantastic. Thank you at Debbie Diaz. Here with you, everyone, at John with Fun to Be Free. Debbie Diaz says, hi. Randy in Ryan W. Reed G says, at Randy, glad you're back. Randy says, hey, Debbie. Bob Blacker, welcome in, welcome back. Says, hello. Hello there, Bob Blacker. Randy says, sorry, we haven't participated much. I was ringing in the mop in the broom closet. Randy, you're fine, no worries. Mama Duck says, hello at Randy. Today is sure dandy. I agree. It's fine and dandy like sour candy, Mama Duck. Reed G says, hey, at Bob Blacker, welcome back. Mama Duck says, hello at Bob Blacker. And William Liley, welcome in, welcome back, says there must be weather nearby with a lot of ride being closed. I think you got that right, William Liley. Lightning in the area closes lots of attractions here at the Magic Kingdom. Mama Duck says hi at William Liley. Reed G says at William Liley, hey there. At this sometimes rides are closed due to lightning in the area. Harrington's Love Disney, welcome in, welcome back, says hello crew. Hello there, Harrington's Love Disney. Mama Duck says hello at Harrington's Love Disney. Welcome, Bob Blacker. The chat's rolling and jumping. Where are we in the chat? Hold on. Bob Blacker says hello. Reed G says hello at Harrington's Love Disney. Ryan Wesley says Scooter Mover. That's a good one, Ryan Wesley. Scooter Mover. William Lively says that Dole update you are going to be buying everyone Dole for everyone to snack on. And I do believe we have a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. It is Marcel M-I-E-I-R-O. Marcel, welcome to the channel. M-I-E-I-R-O. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Marcel. Thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing. Mama Duck says welcome at Marcel. Reed G. Gibson or Reed G says hi at Marcel. Journeys Out Loud says yep, I have been. Dole Up Dave says, well, if I had an unlimited amount of money, Real MCM says like the people mover chats never stop. That's right. You nailed it, Real MCM. The people mover never stops.
Please supervise younger beings. Stay clear of the doors.
William Lively says, nice try at Dole Whip Dave. We know that you have millions of dollars and live in Golden Oak, LOL. Journeys Out Loud says, disregard my previous chat. You got it. Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. Hello there. Thanks for making the magic.
Are you guys live?
We're live on YouTube right now.
Well, let me say hi.
Hello there.
That's Rich right there. How you doing?
Where are you from?
Great. Cupertino, California. I went to college at Wisconsin.
From California as well.
Oh, no way.
Ex-Disneyland cast member.
Clear of the doors, which will open
you guys.
Thank you for making the magic. Thanks for making the magic. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Here we go. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well.
Then step into the car. For your safety.
Mama Duck says Theme Park Giant loves the People Mover too. I do too, Mama Duck. Who doesn't like the People Mover? Reddy says welcome, and Marcel. Monkey Juice says monkey from Massachusetts living in Mount Dora now. Oh, really? A transplant, huh?
Which will open and close automatically. Enjoy your journey.
Chris says, oh, not to jump to conclusions, but do you collect press pennies? I heard people love to collect press pennies for their collection. Is that where you jump to conclusions, Chris? Just like on, Office Space? Randy says, hey, Angie B. Mama Duck says, always fun to spend time with the world famous Scoot Adventures. Always fun to... Mama Duck.
What did you say?
Always fun to spend time with the world famous Scoot Adventures.
Yes, I agree. I definitely agree.
Hi, Mama Duck.
Greetings, intergalactic travelers. Welcome aboard the People Mover, presented by
Mama Duck says cast members are the best. I agree, Mama Duck. Journeys Out Loud says I love cheeseburger spring rolls. I think they're so good, so delicious. Journeys Out Loud.
Stars is there never lots to
We get close up there.
from spacecraft to
Ryan Wesley says 243 likes.
in Tomorrowland.
Why do I feel like I stink or something when I walk into the room and everybody leaves?
Safety,
Hey, and
if you
Wesley.
have wings, jetpacks, or gravity polarizers, please do not take flight while on board. Thank you.
Please like and subscribe.
Ryan Wesley says like and subscribe for a People Moving live stream. Thank you, Ryan Wesley. Again, Ryan Wesley says like and subscribe for a People Moving live stream.
Tomorrowland Urban Planning and Star Trading. Transfer to green and red lines. Don't worry, your express train keeps on rolling through the future. Right by two of my favorite spots.
Disney's amazing dream for a community of tomorrow. Did you know Progress City inspired Epcot? And a lot of the visionary ideas throughout Walt Disney World. Look, there's even a tiny PeopleMover. I wonder if that means there's a tiny Orac.
If there's a tiny what?
Orac.
That's the guy that's talking. Right.
Yeah.
On your right is Star Traders, home to the greatest goods in the galaxy. Except actual stars. Those are no longer sold.
Grand Prix car.
Now approaching Tomorrowland Speedway and Tron Light Cycle Run.
I love a good circuit, and these are two of the best tracks in the cosmos for a bit of light, speedy competition.
On that for the heck of it one day again. I haven't been on that since I was a little kid.
The Tomorrowland Speedway?
Yeah.
Maybe we should do it one day.
Attention all visitors from Galaxy M31. Please keep forward-facing tentacles clear of oncoming vehicles. Thank you.
It makes you wonder, but now it's still here.
Yeah.
There's no going on
This is Starport 75.
Or as we locals call it, Space Mountain. Our high-speed rocket port to distant deep space destinations.
Now I heard on that book I was listening to today, when you climb it on Space Mountain, when you get to the top, the ship has a number on it and a name, like a word and a number.
In the galaxy.
That's the Imagineer that designed Space Mountain.
You H2 owe it to yourself. Book today.
How's your batteries holding up? Everything good?
I was just going to double check. I have 32% on dock.
There you go. You're in good shape.
Yeah, but dock is powering iPad and the pocket.
I'm
heavy draw.
I'm about the same, but it's not going. I'm watching. It's not going up any, so I don't know what's going on there. I want to see if I can. I'll just be happy to see it go to 34, but it's at 33. I don't know if it's going to go to 32 or 34.
Well, it's not. I mean, I'm on white flame, so it's probably good. You're probably not running too hot right now.
I haven't had any heat warnings today. That's, all that cloud cover, so we've been lucky there. But I did lose my screen completely over in Germany.
Oh wow! Where exactly?
In the gift shop.
So pro tip: don't go in the gift shop.
Yeah, I went in that crystal shop right back there.
Yeah.
By the time I came out, I looked and I wasn't on anymore. I was like, what the?
I could handle it, but that's a little rough back there.
Yeah.
Paging Mr. Morrow. Mr. Tom Morrow. Please contact Mr. Johnson in the control tower to confirm your flight to the moon.
I had to actually go into YouTube studio, change my key, and restart my screen.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you're on a whole different key. Wow.
Yep. Same information, same thumbnail and everything, but it's just a separate focus up there.
Attention all visitors from Galaxy M31. Please keep forward-facing tentacles clear of oncoming vehicles. Thank you.
You speak as if that's not a good thing.
Well, I'm just saying it's rough. That's rough. Because it just interrupts your flow.
Yeah. That was down for a few minutes too, by the time I reset it. Feel that breeze? You know what that means. That's a nice little area down there for showing. And over here, and then you need a little place to relax. Back here. And tomorrow. This is almost the area
behind us, the restroom side.
Walt Disney's Carousel of Progress.
As usual, we'll keep moving ahead, and so does the carousel. Like progress itself, this theater never stops, inspiring new generations to dream of a great, big, beautiful tomorrow.
Are these still the same monkeys they've had over?
Yeah. But keep in mind they're
since opening day.
Rehabbed, if you will. But you know, major update in '94 for New Tomorrowland, if you will.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Calling all space rangers, report your star cruiser and join me on this daring space mission against the evil Emperor's herd.
Affirmative. We're on it, Buzz. You can count on us.
Are you showing similar numbers with like my AT&T right here? Are you showing similar?
That's hard to say because remember, it just shows me one big pipe.
Wow.
So, but my AT&T right now is
pretty strong in here.
30%. So technically, T-Mobile was the strongest just there, but now AT&T is the strongest right now.
Yeah, I'm almost back to 10,000.
Now approaching Monsters Incorporated Laugh Floor.
Mike Wazowski has brought in some real monsters of comedy. Whether you have one eye or nine, take the time to see this show.
I'm thinking we should head over to Tiana's. I think it's open.
Now approaching Tomorrowland
I'll double check.
Station.
I thought I saw Reed G in the chat says all rides open.
Has nearly come full orbit. Thanks for riding with us. It's been a pleasure to have you aboard. And even though we're concluding, this is always my favorite part. Because now is
I didn't know if it's going to go to 34, 32%. It's still at 32.
To go out and
Well, at least it's holy.
Today. See you in the future.
If it's charging, it's very slow.
I'm going to take out the bat phone, folks. I'm going to look the My Disney Experience app. I could actually send my phone screen over to your device at home, but for the purposes of this, I'm just going to pull up the My Disney Experience app real quickly and just double check. So I won't actually put it up on the phone screen right now. I just want to get an idea. So 55 minutes for Tiana's. You want to go to Tiana's? I think it'd be a great idea.
Please keep arms and tinny and other appendages away from the doors and remain seated until they open automatically. Step onto the moving platform with caution.
Put a boot in your scoot.
Stepping away from the
Jump in the trunk.
Thank you.
We're going to come back to the chat in a few moments, folks. We have to disembark first, so don't forget those.
Got to be getting a heat rest. Until they open automatically. Step onto the moving platform with caution and exit by stepping away from the car. Thank you. Please keep arms, tinny, and other appendages away from the doors and remain seated until they open automatically.
Thank you for making the magic. All right, so we just disembarked from the PeopleMover. John with Fun to Be Free enjoys the PeopleMover very much. We're now on the speed ramp, Go Goodyear. We're quickly approaching ground level, and joining me today is the world famous Scooter Adventures. He's live on YouTube right now. Link in the description box below. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. Scooter's got to go find his scooter. Stay tuned for that. We're going to come back to the live chat in just a moment, folks. So it appears that some of my chats have fallen off the cliff. In other words, I can only receive a maximum of 99 chats. Once I get to 100, they fall off the cliff, they get deleted, zapped. I apologize for that. I'm sorry, folks. Some of the chats I have no access to. I can't rewind all the way back. But the last chat that I can see is from USC Greg. Welcome in, welcome back. Says, good afternoon from the West Coast. Thank you again for joining us, USC Greg. We're here. We just experienced the PeopleMover in Tomorrowland at the Magic Kingdom. We're going to head over to Tiana's Bayou Adventure. the My Disney Experience app shows that it's open and it has a 55-minute attraction wait time. Scuda Adventures and John with Fun to Be Free are going to head over there now. Reed G says at Steve Scoff, exactly. Mom Duck says good afternoon at USC Greg, welcome. Reed G says hello at USC Greg, welcome in. Mama Duck says we agree at Steve Show. And USC Greg says hi at Mama Duck at Reed G. Family Life says how long have you been streaming? Today we started at 2 o'clock, Family Life. John with Fun to Be Free has been live streaming daily since February of 2025, Family Life. Mary and the Move back in the chat. Let's pop up the subscribe banner. So again, folks, stay tuned for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Mary on the Move says, hey explorers, 55 likes to 300. Smash that like button for more fun with John and Frankie Boy at the Magic Kingdom. Let's do this. Again, Mary on the Move says we need 55 likes to hit 300. Our new goal here on Fun to Be Free today is 300 likes. We're going to do a countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash the like button. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go, because we only need 55 more likes to go to get to the big 300. Thank you, Mary and Move. Journeys Out Loud says the last trip to Disney World was in 2016. I'm overdue for a trip. That is quite a long time ago. You're definitely overdue for a trip, Journeys Out Loud. Reed G says, hi Mary, great to see you. Oh, and Randy back in the chat. The subscribe banner again, because this is probably going to get good. Randy says the employee of the month has been wringing out the mop, and it's time to get back to work like Cinderella before midnight. No rest for the best. This isn't Tomorrowland. It's right now land. Whether it's dodging doom buggies or conquering the lightning lane, they're clocking in with more hustle than Hercules in hero training. So grab that magic band, tighten those ears, and let's get back to making magic. For those who haven't yet, please show your support by hitting the subscribe, smashing the like, and hitting the notification button so you never miss a moment of the magic. John is here every day at 2 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, Randy. And Ryan Wesley says, Mary the Move, did you say 55? You know I can't drive 55. Real MCM says that Journeys Out Loud, out of curiosity, what shows did you see there? Randy says, hey Steve. Reed G says, John, all the outdoor rides are back open again. Thank you for the update, Reed G. Randy says, hey USC. Mary in the Move back in the chat says, hey Reed, West Coast Operations had a meeting, but we are all here. West Coast Operations. Oh man. Journeys Out Loud says, I did mostly the rides. Mama Duck says, I'm glad I tuned in today. So much fun. Again, Mama Duck says, I'm glad I tuned in today. So much fun. Off in the distance is the beautiful and gorgeous Cinderella Castle. It's partially obscured by the landscaping there. Hopefully you'll get a better shot in a few moments. Stay tuned for that. USC Greg says, hi Randy with the hand waving. Journeys Out Loud says, the only show that I saw was the Festival of the Lion King. Real MCM says, Journeys Out Loud, if you were watching Magic Kingdom fireworks that time, it would have been Wishes. Sorely missed now. Reed G says, Mary and Randy, my turn. Time to make dinner. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your help, Reed G. Ryan Wesley says, John, did you get your filling of Brondo today? Oh, Ryan Wesley, are you talking about It's What Plants Crave? Brondo? From Idiocracy? Brondo, it's what plants crave? Ryan Wesley? But again, Ryan Wesley says, John, did you get your filling of Brondo today? Electrolytes, Ryan Wesley? Mama Duck says, we feel overdue too at Journeys Out Loud. We have the shakes, as it's called. Ha ha ha. That's right, John with Fun Be Free gets the shakes when he doesn't get to Epcot daily, folks. Real MCM says, so I was overdue for missing those attractions and shows from the past. Journeys Out Loud says, yeah, Mama Duck gets me. Randy says, ha ha ha, Reed. Mama Duck says, enjoy dinner at Reed. Journeys Out Loud says, but I plan to take a trip once I graduate from university. And Randy says, holy moly, 354 people in the room. Is this a stream or a Disney-sized party? Let's get this party started like it's a castle stage show on Main Street. One moment, Randy. Smack it, press it, push it, smash it, or gently tap it like you're waking up Sleeping Beauty. Just hit the like button. The more likes, the more magic we unlock, and Frankie might even do a celebratory churro twirl. John's live every day at 2 p.m. Eastern, and the magic doesn't happen without you. Thank you, Randy. Let's do it again because I feel like I tripped on it because I couldn't get it to flow correctly in the chat. Lots of chit-chats. Chat is rolling, folks. and enjoy Cinderella Castle in the meantime. Randy says, holy moly, 354 people in the room. Is this a stream or a Disney-sized party? Let's get this party started like it's a castle stage show on Main Street. Smack it, press it, push it, smash it, or gently tap it like you're waking up Sleeping Beauty. Just hit that like button. The more likes, the more magic we unlock. And Frankie might even do a celebratory churro twirl. John's live every day at 2 p.m. Eastern, and the magic doesn't happen without you. Thank you, Randy. Let's come back down to ground level because Scooter Adventures is scooting away. The world famous Scooter Adventures, that is. Maldex says, that sounds wonderful. Journeys Out Loud. Real MCM says 365 watching. Thank you, Real MCM, for the update. Cherokee Warrior 164. Cherokee Warrior 164, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Cherokee Warrior 164. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Cherokee Warrior 164 says, good evening from New Orleans. I'm new to your live chat. My family and I haven't been to Walt Disney World since the mid-1990s, but we'll soon be there in September. Love it. Welcome to the channel, Cherokee Warrior 164. It's nice to see you in the live chat, and of course I'm so excited for you and your family. Thank you for being here today. We're currently at the Magic Kingdom. We were just at the hub near Cinderella Castle. We're heading towards Adventureland. It's starting to rain a little heavier, folks. I'm not certain where we're going to go now. I don't know. I'm still thinking we should push ahead though. So one moment, folks, I'm making an adjustment to my camera rig that I call Frankenstein Mark 6. I'm sorry, Frankenstein 4K, that is. The T-Mobile service dropped off a cliff, disconnected. I'm trying to attempt to bring it back online here. Not certain what's going on with the cellular data service in the area right now. Hold on, folks. One more moment, having this technical issue. I think we're going to resolve it now, though. All right, so quick update there. We have all three carriers back online. It's starting to rain a little heavier. Scuda is going for some shelter. So hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Fun to be free. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And Scuda! So we'll get out of the rain here. Good? Yeah, for now at least. So welcome to Central Florida in summer, folks. You don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes. But again, Cherokee Warrior 164, thank you for being here. And Mamadek says, good evening at Cherokee Warrior 164. Mamadek says, we're excited for you and your family at Cherokee Warrior 164. Brian Wesley says, John, you have the best mods in the world. You couldn't ask for anything more. Started with 1, then 2, then 3, and now 4, the best mods you would ever meet. Oh, Ryan Wesley. Oh boy, did you have the opportunity to attend a West Coast operational meeting by any chance? But again, Ryan Wesley says, John, you have the best mods in the world. You couldn't ask for anything more. I'm trying to get out of the way, but I'm in your way now. Here, let me come over here.
I'm flipping.
You're okay,
yeah.
Don't worry.
Sorry about that. My tire's starting.
Do you know how long the storm will be over?
I have no idea, but I'd like to say wait 5 minutes and we'll see. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer.
I was guessing that they would play weather.
I'm trying to find a good spot where it's not raining on me from underneath the shelter.
It was blowing in a minute ago, but we're good.
I'm going to check over here, see if we're out of the wind on this side. I think this is a good spot. The wind's not blowing in this direction. But again, Ryan Wesley says, John, you have the best mods in the world. You couldn't ask for anything more. Started with 1, then 2, then 3, and now 4. The best mods you would ever meet. Real MCM says at Cherokee Warrior 164, welcome in. When John floats at Tiana's Bayou Adventures, check that while I still leave the chat. The attraction is confusing to me. Sorry, Real MCM. And Tiki Man Fan Tiki Man Fan, welcome in, welcome back. It's always nice to have Tiki Man Fan here. Tiki Man Fan, real honor, real pleasure when you pop in the chat. Tiki Man Fan says, hi John, and fun to be free. Hope you're well. Yeah, we're doing well, Tiki Man Fan. Thank you for being here. The chat's rolling as always though, Tiki Man Fan. Where are we in the chat though? Hold on a second. Cherokee Warrior 164 says thank you. Tiki Man Fan says hello at Mamaduck at Reed at Randy. Mamaduck says welcome back at Tiki Man Fan. Great to see you. Randy says hey Tiki Man Fan. Mamaduck says you're welcome. Ryan West says what gimbal is Scooter using? Let me ask Ryan Wesley. Hey Scooter, what gimbal are you using today?
Zhiyun, Smooth 5.
So Smooth 5, Ryan Wesley. Smooth 5. And USC Greg says subscribe and like, notification turned on to all. Thank you for being here, USC Greg. Mamaduck says thank you at USC Greg. And Chef Davis says 2016 is the year the electrical parade left the Magic Kingdom. Yeah. So you know your stuff, Chef Davis. Thank you for being here. I love it. Randy says, holy moly, 300 Senor, you're on fire. Fuego, fuego. You're hotter than a sunny day at Hollywood Studios in mid-August. Thank you, Randy, for the update there. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring the notification bell as well. And Chris says, hey, I got an even better idea. Maybe Randy and I could be employees of the month and we can have more fun with John. Possibly. Chris, thank you for being here. Randy says, not only West Coast was there, FYI, it was awesome. Thank you, Randy, for the update there. And USC Greg says, flying out directly to Magic Kingdom from Disneyland next week, hopping to do both parks in a single day. Are you really? That's so cool, USC Greg. That's so awesome. Thank you for sharing. That's cool. Love Pugs, welcome in, welcome back. Love Pugs says, hello, everyone from California, and happy Sunday. Thank you for being here, Love Pugs. Mamaduck says, we're excited for you at USC Greg. Randy says, can anyone tell me if John has hydrated? Yes, Randy, I have. Thank you. Mamaduck says, welcome back at Love Pugs. Mamaduck says he has, but maybe a time again. Soon, Mamaduck, soon. And Journeys Out Loud says a slow speed chase. Yeah, probably chasing Scooter. Makoto, welcome in, welcome back. Probably joining us from Japan. Says, hello, pink pan waving. I'll follow you.
Way down to 700 a minute ago. So I gotta move to a better
I'll follow
signal.
you. Let's go. Just go. Journeys Out Loud says we need more rain here in California. We could send it your way, Journeys Out Loud. Mamaduck says hello at Makoto. And Rich. I do believe Rich is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. We've had a few Riches in the chat, but it's just Rich. R-I-C-H. And I do believe Rich, new subscriber. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free, Rich. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Rich. Rich says, hey, at Chef Davis. Mamaduck says, welcome at Rich. Yukon Ron says, the weather, you think you hate it now. Yeah, wait till you drive it, Yukon Ron. A little National Lampoon's Vacation. Cherokee Warrior 164 says, correction, my family and I will be there September next year, just to clarify. LOL, thanks. Okay, thanks for the update, Cherokee Warrior 164. Rich says, hello at Mamaduck. Cherokee Warrior 164 says, which is the best hotels that you stayed on Walt Disney World property? Oh, the best way I could answer this is if you're looking for the best value, for the best proximity, for the best transportation, Disney's Pop Century Resort, Cherokee Warrior 164. Disney's Pop Century Resort. Randy says, thanks, Mama. And Randy says, thanks, Mama. Mamaduck says, you're welcome. Real MCM says, if you're on the PeopleMover when blows the downpour you make it wet. That's PeopleMover Monsoon. You're right, a Real MCM. I don't know where Scoot Adventures is going, though. I really don't know. Hey, we're going to have to put you in a home soon here.
I thought I was still a cast member. I was going in.
Wow. So we're trying to stay dry out of the rain, folks. It's raining here in Central Florida at the moment. Thank you for your patience. I'd say stay tuned for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. That's where I really want to head. I'm kind of hanging out with Scooter, but I'll double back and find Scooter in a moment. Randy says, hey, Chef. USC Greg says, wow, your reading is so fast. 100% accuracy. Thank you, USC Greg. Chef Davis says, hi, Rich. Chef Davis says, hey, Randy. And we are officially all caught up. That's wonderful news. If you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. We are in Adventureland, folks. It is raining here at the Magic Kingdom. I'm joined by the world-famous Scooter Adventures. Link in the description box below. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. Chef Davis says, hey Randy. Chef Davis says, we have a week coming up in July at Port Orleans Riverside. I like it. I like it a lot, Chef Davis. Real MCM says, why not floating on pirates while you're there? We already experienced pirates though, Real MCM. And I really want to experience Tiana's Bayou adventure today. That's really what I want to do. We're slowly turning around here. And I've located Scooter. So what do you want to do? Do you want to?
If you want to wait for it's a quick shot right through here to Country Bears. You think they're loading up? We at least go inside. Or
I really want to go to Tiana's.
It's still raining now.
Let's double check to see if it's open first.
Okay. I'm just figuring to kill some time while we have something to look at in shelter.
Just give me a second, folks. Like I say, I could pop up the bat phone screen on the actual device at home that you're viewing from. Okay, go. I'll follow you. But oh yeah, sure. Let me get out of the way here.
Mess y'all up. No, sorry about that. Did you make it mine?
So it says 45 minutes open. So stay tuned for Tiana's Bayou Adventure.
I'm down to about 19 minutes.
Well, let's just roll.
Right. Sun's coming out again.
The sun will come out tomorrow. Hey, it's very light rain now, folks. Good call, Scooter.
So, and those are all things like, keep in mind, if it starts to rain, if you don't want to sit someplace and just look at a bunch of people in a corner, if you're near a place like Tiki Room, go catch an attraction while it's raining. No? Isn't that no?
Yeah, I'd say that's a pro
John
tip.
doesn't like the idea, but I always say, if you have a chance to catch a show while you're waiting for the rain.
No, but it is a pro tip.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that people in my live chat are expecting to see Tiana's because I kept saying, stay tuned for Tiana's, and then it's closed.
And all of a sudden, you're looking at Shaker over at the Country Bear Musical Jamboree.
Because I kept saying from second one, we're going to Tiana's, we're going to Tiana's.
Yeah.
And then we got the rain, we got the lightning, we got lightning more, we got closure. I go like close 3 times today.
My people in my chat, they're used to broken promises.
They're used to broken promises.
I'm always, how many times I've changed my stream today? But here we are. We're doing it on the fly today. This is a relaxing Sunday.
So real quick, folks, my camera rig I call Frankenstein 4K, and Frankenstein 4K is having a technical issue in regards to the T-Mobile service. I can't quite locate where T-Mobile service went. Hold on, T-Mobile service, where are you? Paging, oh, there it is. So what I actually did is I took out Robin. So I have Batman in my right pocket and I have Robin in my left pocket. That's right, folks. I have 3 phones, Batman, Robin, and Iron Frank. And I have AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon plus Disney Parks Wi-Fi. Yeah. So I had to check in the T-Mobile service or Robin. So thank you for your patience there.
And Scooter Ventures has 18.
Let's get back to the chat though.
I finally went to 34%.
That's good.
So I went up.
That's good. And Randy says, tell Scooter, don't stay too long. They will charge him rent. I speak from experience. That's why they charge me for the broom closet.
Did Randy talking about the other night when I left here at about 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah. Did you hear that, Randy? Scooter left here about 1 o'clock in the morning, but you probably are aware. Hello there. We're live on YouTube right now.
There you go.
We're live right now.
How are you?
That's a big puddle that we're stepping through.
Randy knows. They pretty much gave me the key. They told me to lock up on my way out the front gate.
That's right.
You know, I didn't think I was going to have a monorail left. Actually, I didn't have a bus left. There was actually a very nice gentleman named Ruben. I went back out, Randy, and I had missed the final bus back to, I was parked at Hollywood Studios. And the guy said basically they could call it back, but it's going to probably be over an hour to get everything. So the Animal Kingdom bus driver said, hop on, I'll take you over to Hollywood Studios. So the gentleman's name was Ruben from Haiti.
Oh, really?
And Disney Transport, and he took me over to Hollywood Studios on the Animal Kingdom bus. I was the only one on the whole bus.
Awesome. And then you gave him a cast compliment.
Yes, I sure did.
Awesome,
Very
Scooter.
nice gentleman, Ruben. Asked for nothing in return.
So shout out to all the cast members who make magic here at the Walt Disney World Resort.
Yep. Very nice guy.
So we're in luck, folks, because I just heard, people on Tiana's or guests going down the big drop on the log. So screaming.
Stand by for Tiana. We're already wet, so
Momodek says that's exciting at Chef Davis. Real MCM says prepare Frank 4K for getting splashed. Thank you, Real MCM. Hold on, where are we in the chat though? I'm still looking. Hold on. Oh, I think I found it. Do believe we have another new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Alana Luckado. I think that's how you say it. Alana Luckado, Luckado. Alana, welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Alana, welcome to the channel. But Alana says, hello, how are you doing? Oh, we're wonderful. It's raining here, but it's fine. We're about to experience Tiana's Bayou adventure, Alana. You're just in the nick of time.
Those boats are not empty.
So yeah, the boats are loaded, folks, with guests. We could hear.
And John's going to see how we load up when we're on the mobility scooter. You take
That's right.
a different route in the queue when you're on a mobility scooter.
That's right.
But you know there's steps in there. Which way those steps go?
They go up.
Yep. Well, we don't have to take those steps.
Randy says, welcome in, Alana. Real MCM says, now I'll disembark since you're at Tiana's Flume. So talk to you later, everyone. Thank you for being here, Real MCM. Momback says, hello at Alana. And we'll just get a quick shot. Quick shot. Quick shot. Momback says, hello, Alana. Theme Park Giant, welcome in, welcome back. Says, hey, John. And chat, I think I hear Scooter with you, John. LOL. You nailed it, Theme Park Giant. Quick shout out to Theme Park Giant. A link is in the description box below. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. And Momback says, have a wonderful night at Real MCM. Momback says, hey, at Theme Park Giant. Yes, world famous Scoot Adventures. Theme Park Giant said something, but the chat's rolling and jumping as always. Hold on a second. Let me get the gimbal head back on track. Let me find where we are in the chat. Give me a moment. I'll be right with you.
I got to be honest, this is my first time sitting on this ride with the gimbal. So, hope for the best. Hopefully the gimbal won't go flying. If you happen to see underwater.
Still looking for the chats, folks. Hold on. Theme Park Giant says, haha, Mom Rex self-proclaimed. And Brunet3000, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. That's Brunet3000. Hello there, Brunet3000. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Brunet3000 says, hello from Canada. Oh, another international viewer. Thank you for joining us, Brunet3000. We're about to experience Tiana's Bayou adventure, so stay tuned for that. Welcome to the channel. Mama Duck says, hello at Brunet3000. Randy says, tell him the invoice is in his inbox. Oh, okay, Randy. And Chris says, hey, Scooter can be Pirate Scooter, and John will be Captain, and I will be First Mate Chris. If you insist, Chris, thank you for being here. And Alana says something about I, but that's about it. Chris says, we can all be part of the Scurvy crew. And Anthony Hilton, I do believe Anthony Hilton is also a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Anthony Hilton, Hylton. Anthony Hilton says, I just saw you in the park and looked for your channel. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing, Anthony Hilton. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. You're just in the nick of time for a 45-minute standby wait time for Tiana's Bayou adventure, Anthony. Welcome to the channel. And Mama Duck says, hi there at Anthony Hilton. And Ohana Magic, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Ohana Magic. I'm John with Fun daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. And Ohana Magic says, hello. Nice to see you, Ohana Magic. Mama Duck says, hello at Ohana Magic. Joel Wood Dave says, sing it, John. Splash, splash, how long will this rain last? Splish, splash, how long will this rain last? Alana says, my brother Cherokee164 and I are seeing a several second difference between you and their TV compared to your phones. Yeah, that's very possible, Alana. I don't have any control over how YouTube pushes it out. I just send the signal and then YouTube takes over from there. But that's interesting. So, Alana, your brother, Cherokee164, that's cool. It's a family affair, if you will. Thank you for joining us. USC Greg says this is the most pro stream I've seen. Oh, USC Greg, well, thank you for that. Oh, hello, thank you for making the magic.
Thank you.
Thank you for that nice compliment, USC Greg. Once this live stream's over, once it's concluded, go check out the intro. I think it'll knock your socks off. We do the news, the breaking news. So check that out, USC Greg. Brunet3000 says, we're heading down to Walt Disney World in 6 sleeps. We'll be there in the parks in 8 sleeps. I love how you say that, Brunet3000. That brings me back to my childhood, of course. Maybe, you know, one Scooby-Doo? Ryan Wesley says, John, what is your favorite John Candy film? Oh, it's Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, Ryan Wesley, by far. Is that yours too, or is it Uncle Buck? Momadek says we're excited for you at Brunette 3000. So real quick, we're joined by the world famous Scooter Adventures. Link in the description box below. Scooter Adventures also does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort as well. And we've joined the queue here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're both live on YouTube right now. Where are you guys from? All right, welcome. Have you been here before?
Every year.
Oh, so you're professionals. Are you DVC members?
No.
Okay.
We usually take really long trips.
I see. Do you have any pro tips for anybody in the chat right now?
Pro tip, don't come in the summer.
Oh, ha!
Skip summer.
So ironic. Come during February when it's the best weather of the year. It's so awesome. Have you guys been on this before?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how awesome it is. It's so much fun.
John, fun to be free.
Oh, hello there. Nice to see you.
Every day at 2 p.m. while I'm at work. I work Monday through Friday, real job. He is here every day inside one of these 4 parks, and soon Disney Springs at 2 o'clock every day.
And there's Frankenstein 4K.
Look at that setup. A little bit different than what mine looks like right now. But there is John.
Thank you, Scooter.
Come out 2 p.m. every day.
Ryan Wesley says, John, what's your favorite John Candy film? We got that though, but yeah, it's totally Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Momadek says, we're excited for you. Brunette 3000. Mary in the Move says, 33 likes to 300, John. Let's do this. Thank you for the update, Mary in the Move. Again, we only have 33 more likes to go to our goal of 300 likes today. Thank you, Mary in the Move. We're going to do a countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash the like button unless you've already done so. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. And Chris says, oh, and I could be kind and rewind. Hold on, the chat's really jumping. Where are we in the chat here? Oh, and I could be kind and rewind to the article that we learned from today's video topic. You nailed it, Chris. Fast Pass what now?
Fast Pass here, the BGM.
Fast Pass hasn't popped in a bit. There was a West Coast operations meeting today. And Alana says, yes, we watch you a lot. Oh, thank you for being here, Alana. And CEE, that's CEE, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, CEE. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. CEE. CEE says, I'm heading there in 3 sleeps. Awesome. Thank you for letting me know. It's so exciting. I look forward to seeing you here on property, CEE. Mary Lou says, thanks for joining us, Alana. And Randy says, holy moly, this is awesome. This is an epic hold on this Disney. This is a magical moment and day. Thank you, Randy, for the update there. You are correct. Momadek says, how exciting at CE. And to be says, we could do it. Hold on, the chat is rolling, folks. It's brup, brup, brup. Where are we here? NTB says, we could do it, we could do it. Mary in the Move, that's right, NTB. Thank you for your optimism. Dole Whip Dave says, that was hilarious, don't come in the summer. So yeah, Dole Whip Dave in my chat's going, that was hilarious, don't come in the summer. Don't you love his handle? Dole Whip Dave. It's almost like I am Job. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring the notification bell as well. Theme Park Giant says, wait a minute. You have another new rig, John? Yeah, that's right. Did you hear what Theme Park Giant just said? Scooter's busy.
I was just
no, he's busy.
I just saw that I passed 2K on my subscribers.
2K? Well, look at this. Hold on. Congratulations to Scooter Adventures for just surpassing 2,000 subscribers. Way to go.
I did nothing. Thank you, everybody who's in the chat. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate it for subscribing. So
that's a monumental moment. Milestone alert.
Yes, it is. We're getting there. We're getting there. Thank you, everybody. Can't do it without you. Without everybody watching, we're nothing. No? Is this that's not our point yet? But that's what I told Tonio Tower this morning. I was like, we're nothing without we stream nothing without you. You know?
That's right.
And if there's a viewer Hall of Fame, Tonio Tower's in there, Fast Pass is, you know, we know everybody that supports us, and we appreciate every one of them.
All the heavy hitters?
Whether they're in for the first time, or for 5 minutes, or they're there every time. We appreciate every viewer, you know. So without them, we're not doing any of this.
That's true. That's right. And that's what makes this so much fun and unique and special is the live chat family members. So real quick, Theme Park Giant says, wait a minute. You have another new rig, John?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Tell TPG to go to my channel, and
He's probably dual streaming right now. So yeah,
he was in my chat, but I'm not sure if he's still there anymore.
Oh, either way. So Theme Park Giant, of course, this is Frankenstein 4K. Yes, another new rig, broadcasting live in ultra high definition 4K.
Approaching the Walt Disney World.
I'll pipe down.
Since Tiana's Bayou Adventure is an outdoor attraction, you and your belongings may get wet. If the weather conditions worsen, we may be forced to suspend our normal operation at any moment. However, we will remain open as long as possible. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and we hope that you still enjoy the rest of your day at your Magic Kingdom.
So there we go, folks. We're gonna stick it out.
Oh, we are? Yeah, I got my umbrella. So.
Mary the Move says, yep, TPG. There's an iPad. NTB says, we are so close to the big 300. Calling all explorers. Calling all explorers. We're going to do another countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash the like button. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go, because NTB says we are so close to the big 300 with the big red heart. Ready says NTB. And Theme Park Giant back in the chat. Where are we? Hold on, folks. I'm trying to find it. Chat's rolling still. Theme Park Giant says, LOL, Mary on the Move, I can't keep up anymore. Theme Park Giant, LOL, Mary on the Move, I can't keep up anymore. CEE says, how long are the waits on the lines? Right now, it's a 45-minute wait standby for Tiana's Bayou Adventures, CEE. Randy says, it takes a West Coast meeting to get 300. I need to come here more often. I guess so, Randy. CEE has a hand waving, and a Rebel Bean back at the chat says, I'll be there in 168 sleeps. I'm so excited for you, Rebel Bean. Thank you for being here. Thanks for sharing. Mama Duck says, Dole Whip Day, we all melt in the summer. Are you ready for the summer? Are you ready for the good time? Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Mary in the Move says, woo-hoo, Scooter. Mary in the Move is saying, woo-hoo, Scooter.
Tell Mary on the Move, woo-hoo.
There. Sound like Lily's. Mary. Hello there, we're live on YouTube right now. Fun to be free. Fun to be free.
In Scooter's room.
All right, Mary on the Move. Popping in to say hi on Scoot Adventures stream.
I'm going to say congrats, Scooter. Thank you so much, Mary on the Move.
Randy says, congrats, Scooter. Mama says, congratulations at Scoot Adventures. Hold on, we'll have to tell him. We'll have to show him. So Scoot Adventures is busy, of course, but Randy says, congrats, Scooter. And Mama Duck says, congratulations at Scoot Adventures.
That setup is huge. I think it's crazy.
It's large and in charge, just like Theme Park Giant.
Yep. Yes, it is.
Does it get your attention?
Yeah, pretty much. It's not subtle.
Oh, it's not? With the orange bird battery?
Is that raindrops or is that the tree shaking?
No, raindrops keep falling on my head.
That thing is huge.
You know how heavy it is?
Yeah.
Between 5 or 6 cans of full soda.
I believe it.
Hey y'all, welcome to Tiana's Bayou Adventure. While waiting in line, we ask that you keep up with the party in front of you at all times, filling in all available space. This will help keep your wait time down to an absolute minimum. Once down in the loading area, please inform the loading pass number the total number in your party. Once again, y'all, please keep up with that person in front of you at all times. Thank you. We hope you enjoy your visit here at Tiana's Foods and the rest of your day here at the Magic Kingdom.
Going down the Bayou.
Like the Universal better?
Let's get back into the chat. Auntie B says, that's neat, Scooter. Dole Dave says, Mama Duck, I refuse to come May, September. All due to the weather, I suppose. Right, Ryan Wesley says, when are we getting the movie Scoot Adventures? Did Pixar give us a release date yet? Yeah, I remember you talking about that. Good ideas, Ryan Wesley, on the Scoot Adventures movie. Brunette 3000 says, maybe we get wet. LOL. We'll probably get wet. And Alana says, have you known any narcoleptics to come to Disney World? Any suggestions for me? As it turns out, I have no experience with that, Alana. But does anybody in the live chat have any words of wisdom for Alana by any chance? Dole Dave says, CM or cast member translation, may the odds be in your favor? I sure hope so, Dole Dave. I'm sure we'll be fine, though. I think we'll be fine. Wishful thinking. Yukon Ron says, hello at NTV. Mama Dex says, haha, Dole Dave. And DC, I do believe DC is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, DC. It's just capital D, capital C. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, DC. But DC says, like button smashed. Thank you, DC. Thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing. Where are we in the chat? I get a lot of chats, folks. NTV says, hey, Yukon Ron. Mama Duck says, nice. At DC, welcome in. CEE says, how has the heat been? Unbearable, CEE. The humidity, unbearable. Yukon Ron says, at CEE, Frankie 4K brings the heat. Oh, look at you go, Yukon Ron. But again, Yukon Ron says, Frankie 4K brings the heat. Yukon Ron is referring to my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K. JM, I do believe JM is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free as well. Hello there, JM. Hello, it's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, JM. JM says 133 sleeps for us. Oh, I'm so excited for you. Thank you for sharing, JM. Thank you for being here. We're currently here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. You could hear the BGM, the background music, of course, puts everybody in a good mood here in the queue. And Chris says, it says about 3-day Walt Disney World itineraries for Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Disney Hollywood Studios, and Animal Kingdom. Oh, you are right, Chris. That does remind me. So the reason probably why you're here today is simply because of today's video topic. It's Walt Disney World, Orlando, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park. 3-day Disney World itinerary in 4K. So again, today's video topic is Walt Disney World, Orlando, Florida, Magic Kingdom Park, 3-day Disney World itinerary in 4K. Once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, be kind and rewind. Check out, of course, all the pro tips for the 3-day itinerary at the beginning of the video. Tune in and find out all the details, as I say. Dole Whip Dave says, holding Frankenstein John is working on those gimbal guns. That's right, Dole Whip Dave. Again, Dole Whip Dave says, holding Frankenstein John is working on those gimbal guns. Thank you, Dole Whip Dave. That was awesome. I enjoyed that. Randy, back in the chat. Oh, I think I need to pop up the subscribe banner, though, for this. Let's get going. Let's do it right. Randy says, John and Frankie are deep in the queue for Tiana's Bayou Adventure, and y'all, they're about to cook up some streaming magic. They're on track to break another record today. 300 is just a hop, skip, and a splash away. Let's stir the pot, rally the crew, and turn those likes into beignets. So hit that like. Hold on, the chat just rolled. So hit that like, smash, subscribe, and ring the bell like it's Mardi Gras in the Bayou. John's live every day at 2 p.m. Eastern, and with your help, they're gonna jazz their way straight into the record books. Thank you, Rand. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. Fun to be free. Fun to be free. Let's do it again, Randy. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoy when they're very well themed, Randy. Yesterday I said, I really like the Epcot ones. And then, of course, you knock it out of the park with this one, Randy. Randy says, John and Frankie are deep in the queue for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. And y'all, they're about to cook up some streaming magic. They're on track to break another record today. 300 is just a hop, skip, and a splash away. Let's stir the pot, rally the crew, and turn those likes into beignets. So hit that like, smash, subscribe, and ring the bell like it's Mardi Gras in the Bayou. John's live every day at 2 p.m. Eastern, and with your help, they're going to jazz their way straight into the record books. Thank you, Randy.
This will help keep your wait time down to an absolute minimum. Once down in the loading area, please inform the loading cast of the total number in your party. Once again, y'all, please keep up with that person in front of you at all times. Getting thank you. We hope you enjoy your visit here at Tiana's Foods and the rest of your day here at the Magic Kingdom.
Oh, we're live on YouTube right now. Fun to be free.
Fun to be free.
Fun to be free. Where are you guys from?
Alabama.
Oh, welcome. Have you been here before?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're professionals. What about Tiana's Bayou Adventure?
Yeah. I thought we were
Well, you've been on Splash Mountain, right?
Splash Mountain. Oh, okay.
But this is awesome. You're going to enjoy it so much.
Okay.
So much fun.
What did you say it was again? Sorry.
Fun to be free. I have a QR code, but your hands are a little busy. Fun to be free.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome. And Brett Knudsen back in the chat. Brett says, did I just hear John singing a song from Meatballs? Yeah. Are you ready for the summer? Are you ready for the good time? Hey, Brett, I'm not a singer. I'm embarrassed when I sing, but you know, I'm having so much fun here. Thank you for being here. The Fun to be Free chat family is truly special. Thank you, everybody, for joining me today. Robert Sprite says, hello, John. Welcome in and welcome back, Robert Sprite. Hello there, Robert Sprite. Mary the Moose says 22 likes to 300. Okay, thanks for the update, Mary the Moose. So we're going to do another countdown. Calling all explorers. Calling all explorers. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash the like button, unless you've already done so, of course. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go, because Mary the Move says 22 likes to 300, our new goal. Thank you, Mary the Move. Oh, and Sonic. Oh, boy. We have Sonic back in the chat. Sonic says, wow, 277 likes. Thank you for being here, Sonic. It's always a pleasure to have you here. And Sonic says, holy shoot. He said S-H-O-O-T. That's holy shoot, folks. S-H-O-O-T. Welcome back, Sonic. It's always nice to have Sonic in the chat. Momodex says, hello, Robert Sprite. Welcome back, Mary the Move. Hold on, the chat is rolling, it's jumping. Where are we in the chat? Hold on.
Delicious magic from the Crescent City with all y'all.
Momodex says, hello, Robert Sprite. Welcome back, Mary the Move says, welcome in Sonic, the channel.
Duchess Leah singing.
Momodex says, welcome back at Sonic. Great to see you. Mary the Move says, welcome in Sonic, the channel is on fire today. Thank you for the update, Mary the Move. Billy Himbaugh. I do believe Billy Himbaugh is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Billy Himbaugh. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Thank you for being here. But Billy Himbaugh says, my son wants to know how many times a year does Cinderella's castle get struck by lightning? Billy Himbaugh, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for you. Does Scuda Adventures know how many times Cinderella Castle gets struck by lightning?
No, I don't.
Okay. Does anybody in the live chat have any information for Billy Himbaugh for Cinderella's Castle getting struck by lightning? I'm sorry, Billy, I don't know, but stay tuned because in just a few moments we're going to experience Tiana's Bayou Adventure, the world famous Tiana's World, of course, Tiana's Bayou Adventure.
I got knocked off again.
Oh no, Scuda Adventure stream just got canceled.
Yeah.
That is not a good sign.
No.
Have you been in this queue before?
Yeah.
Huh. Sonic says, thanks at Mamaduk, and hi to you at Mary on the Move. Sonic says, yes, it is. It's starting to rain a little bit here, folks. But Ryan Wesley says, have you ever had the feeling when carrying something heavy and your pet, a cat in my case, walks under, and what are you holding, and you grab it extra tight because you know it'll drop? Nothing could be good. Frankie is starting to get there. I guess so, Ryan Wesley. Frankie, or Frankenstein 4K, is getting a little heavy these days, Ryan Wesley. Momodex says, today is as much fun as a ride on Big Thunder Mountain at Sonic. Momodex says, you're welcome and thank you at Sonic. Pops Loves Disney, welcome and welcome back. Pops Loves Disney says, hi everyone. Nice to have Pops Loves Disney in the chat again. Tyler Himbaugh says, how many people ride this? Oh, a lot. It's very, very popular, Tyler Himbaugh. As it turns out, I don't have an exact number for you, but it's extremely popular and thousands upon thousands of people experience Tiana's Bayou Adventure daily, Tyler. And Cherokee Warrior 164 says, let the good times roll. Oh, I love it, Cherokee Warrior 164. Well said. Just like Lewis. Let the good times roll. Momodex says, welcome back at Pops Loves Disney. Hi, Momodex. Hold on, the chat's rolling, folks. Where are we in the chat? Hold on. Not certain where we are in the chat. Momodex says, welcome back at Pops Loves Disney. Hi, Momodex says, welcome at Tyler Himbaugh. Tyler Himbaugh says, can dogs and cats ride this ride? Tyler Himbaugh, as it turns out, you can't see it, it's off camera, but on the other side, in the exit area, there is a service animal kennel. A service animal kennel to secure the service animals on this attraction. Sonic says, it will be very, very hot over the next few days over here. Really, Sonic? Wow. heat wave going on everywhere during the summer here. Billy Himbaugh says we traveled to Disney a few years ago with our exchange student who had narcolepsy. He would literally fall asleep standing up in line. We traveled to Disney. Oh, it's the same one. So I guess that's somewhat of a pro tip. But Billy Himbaugh, do you have any further information in regards to a person traveling to the Walt Disney World Resort with any further pro tips experiencing narcolepsy? Nevada Smith says, hey there, Sonic and Ryan and Randy back in the chat. Let's pop up the subscribe banner. Let's do this chit chat right, Randy. Let's do it justice. Randy says, to all the new subscribers, you're practically perfect in every way. And to our regulars, thanks for sticking with us through every spin on the teacups and turkey leg snack break. Smash that like, hit subscribe, and ring that bell like it's Cinderella's midnight warning. This is the most magical crew on earth. Thank you, Randy. So I got to say that the last part. Like, hit subscribe, and ring the bell like it's Cinderella's midnight warning. This is the most magical crew on earth. Answer the call. Mama Duck says, welcome at Billy Himbaugh. Sonic says, howdy, howdy, howdy at Nevada Smith. Pops Loves Disney says, thanks for all you do. You're welcome, Pops Loves Disney. I enjoy it. It's so much fun. Pops loves Disney. Thank you for being here. Ryan Wesley says, howdy, Nevada. Nevada Smith says, something, but the chat's rolling. Where are we? Hold on. Nevada Smith says, howdy, howdy, howdy. Randy says, John, the answer to the question about Cinderella's castle being struck by lightning has been never. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Randy. That's the correct way to say it.
Is that what we talking about? AT&T, White Club. At least I'm super.
Yeah, no, but you're offline for good, or what?
Oh, no, I'm actually on now.
You're good.
I brought it back up.
Good.
I brought it back to life. Revives it. Everybody says they hear me good.
Jaylon, welcome in, welcome back. Says Mama Duck, no, it's Billy Himbaugh. Randy says, how are the John levels? Randy, I'm fine, no worries. We're going to experience Tiana's Bayou adventures. Stay tuned for going down the Bayou. Mary the Moose says 15 likes to 300. What a day and what a milestone. Thank you for the update, Mary the Moose. John, what fun to be free is calling all explorers. Calling all explorers. We're going to do another countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash the like button, unless you've already done so. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. Because Mary the Moose says 15 likes to 300. What a day and what a milestone. Thank you, Mary the Moose. NTB says only 17 more likes to go to get to the big 300 likes. Thank you for the update, NTB. Jacob Randolph, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hold on, the chat just rolled a jump. I got to find it again. Jacob Randolph. One moment here, I'm just making some technical adjustments to my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K. But Jacob Randolph, welcome to the channel, and John with Fun to Be Free, welcome. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Jacob Randolph says, hello, watching with my daughters Charlotte and Milla. Welcome to the channel, Jacob, Charlotte, and Milla. We're live here at the Magic Kingdom. In just a few moments, we'll be entering Tiana's Foods or Tiana's Bayou Adventure here. Stay tuned for that. Mama Duck says thank you at Jaylon.
Welcome to Tiana's Bayou Adventure. While waiting in line, we ask that you keep up with the party in front of you at all times, filling in all available space. This will help keep your wait time down to an absolute minimum. Once down in the loading area, please inform the loading cast member the total number and your party. Once again, y'all, please keep up with that person in front of you at all times. Thank you. We hope you enjoy your visit here at Tiana's Foods and the rest of your day here at the Magic Kingdom.
Thank you for tuning in to all that. You were just listening to the Blue Skies.
All right, we'll get back to the chat here.
This performance is sponsored in part by Walt Family Group.
Mama Duck says thank you at Jaylon. Randy says 15 more. What a day, Mary. Sonic says Scooda. He's right below me, Sonic. Randy says hey, Jacob. Jaylon says you're welcome, Mama Duck. Mama Duck says hello at Jacob. And of course, the chat is jumping to the next zip code, folks. Let me find where we are in the chat. Hold on.
Again by the Blue Skies.
Jalen says, you're welcome, Mama Duck. Mama Duck says, hello, Jacob Randolph, Charlotte, and Mia. Welcome. Oliver Taylor. Oliver Taylor, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Oliver Taylor. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Oliver Taylor. Oliver Taylor says, what ride is this? It's Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Oliver, stay tuned. Yukon Ron says, what kind of services do they provide at the dog kennel? I don't have any information for that, Yukon Ron. I've never boarded an animal at the kennel. Anybody in the chat have any information for Yukon Ron? Let me get a drink of water here. Hold on a second, folks. Thank you for your patience. Sonic says, yeah, weather is in the area. Summer is a tough time in Florida due to the weather. You could say that again, Sonic. Yukon Ron says, it's only for dogs or any emotional support animal? Or are you talking about the kennel here on Tiana's Bayou Adventure? Is that what you're referring to? Or the actual, kennel at the property where you could board animals? So I guess the best way I could answer it, Yukon Ron, is that I don't believe service animals are allowed to ride Tiana's Bayou Adventure, but you could put them in temporarily in the kennel near the exit or the unload area here. I guess that's what a way we should say it or phrase it. NTB says, we can do it, we can do it. We can get to the big 300 likes today. We can, NTB. Momadex says, welcome at Oliver Taylor. Anthony says, hello, my Fun to Be Free pal, John. I'm back and I smashed the like button, but at this time it did not break my phone. Oh, you said that, I think, the last time you came. But I certainly hope you didn't break your phone, Anthony. But thank you for being here. Thank you for liking. Stay tuned for Tiana's Bayou Adventure, Anthony. Stephen Rocky Singleton says something. I'm not sure what you're saying, Stephen Rocky Singleton. And Fast Fast Radio back in the chat. Hold on a second. The chat's doing this, folks. Trying to find it. Hold on. Where are we in the chat? Oh, I think I found it. Let's pop up the subscribe banner. Fastest Radio says, the mods were eating lunch. Tech support vanished. And Frank 4K's been carrying John in the streams like a true hero. Give that rig a churro and like and subscribe before it demands a raise. Thank you, Fastest Radio. You okay?
Oh, me? Yeah.
Okay. You're getting an umbrella. Okay. Let's do it again, Fastest Radio. Fastest Radio says the mods were eating lunch, tech support vanished, and Frank 4K has been carrying John in the stream like a true hero. Give that rig a churl and like and subscribe before it demands a raise. Thank you, Fastest Radio. Sonic says, Oliver, hi. This is Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Thank you, Sonic. Trending Tube, I do believe Trending Tube is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Trending Tube. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Trending Tube. But Trending Tube says, we're going this week and wanted to see how bad the weather was, but I see everyone is still moving. So yeah, it's, the summer is hot, humid, and of course sometimes rainy. So just be prepared, stay hydrated, bring cooling towels, prepare for, high heat, but just stay hydrated. You'll be fine. You can always cool down in air conditioning. Oliver Taylor says, thanks, at Sonic. And Alana says, I hope you have some really good tennis shoes on your feet right now. Yeah, I do, Alana. I do. I have the Hokas. I'm doing good. I'm fine. Don't worry. I enjoy this so much. Thank you for being here, Alana. Such a nice, fun ride. Sonic says, NP, Mamadex says, welcome at Trending Tube. Very exciting. Trending Tube says, thank you. Mamadex says, you're welcome. NTB says, okay, countdown. Only 10 more likes to go. Okay, NTB, well, let's do another calling all explorers. Calling all explorers. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash the like button. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go, unless you've already done so. Because the NTB says, okay, countdown, only 10 more likes to go to get to our goal of 300 likes today. Thank you, NTB, for the update. Geo the Duck, welcome in, welcome back. Geo the Duck says hi with hand waving and duck.
While waiting in line, we ask that you keep up with the party in front of you at all times, filling in all available space. This will help keep your wait time down to an absolute minimum. Once down in the loading area, please inform the loading cast member that you'll remember in your party. Once again, y'all, please keep up with that person in front of you at all times. Thank you. We hope you enjoyed.
And we're also intertwining our arms and eating wedding cake.
Well, you didn't have to tell them that, but yes. Where's your other hand? Between 2 pillows?
Those aren't pillows. How's that Bears game last week? Yeah, heck of a game, yeah. We're gonna go inside shortly.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, we're coming up on the stairs. Weren't they supposed to intercept me by now?
Yeah. Yeah, back there.
I think we missed the transfer point.
I think you're right. I think it's behind us.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do something here shortly. Well, actually, no. I think we usually go through here, and they grab me over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the new operation?
No, I think it's always been like that. I just feel
okay.
I missed.
Because I thought it was right there. They get, but
did you ever show anybody all the little touches that the Imagineers put in on the? You ever notice on the desk here?
Oh, yeah, there's all kinds of nods.
There's the old riverboat is in there. And there's a rabbit and a fox.
Yeah.
On the desk, they left that as a nod to the old. Does anybody ever remember Splash Mountain?
Zippity doo dah, zippity yay.
Zippity doo dug.
That's right.
Zippity doo dug, zippity yay. Hopefully Zippity Doo Dug's still on the channel. I just sang his song. Zippity Doo Dug. Check his channel out on YouTube exclusively. We're getting there, folks. I'm gonna have to put the umbrella down because we are.
That's all right. Go. Do what you got to do. Oh, no, take it. Take it away. Take it away. It's okay. We have to put it down anyways.
Yep. Brand new umbrella.
Okay, let's get back to the chat though, folks. Randy says, you are the bestest YouTube channel with the most awesome host, Frankie. Not that bad myself. I'm just kidding. John is awesome also. Thank you, Randy. Thank you for that. But again, Randy says, you are on the bestest YouTube channel with the most awesome host, Frankie. Not that bad myself. I'm just kidding. John is also awesome. Thank you, Randy. Sonic says, hi, Gio. Fastest Radio says, almost 300 likes. Frank 4K's flexing, John's vibing, and the mod still fit. What now? Oh, I'm sorry. Scooter was talking. I'll start this over.
I just messed up. John wanted to be free.
No, I thought you were asking me a question. Sorry. Excuse me, Scooter.
Sorry.
No worries.
No, I was saying Zippity Doo Dug is still in there.
Oh, cool. Means no worries for the rest of your days. Fastest Radio says almost 300 likes. Frank 4K's flexing, John's vibing, and the mod still finishing lunch. Let's hit that like button harder than the drop on Tiana's. Thank you, Fastest Radio.
Everybody see the rabbit?
Here, I'm gonna go put my microphone near Scooter.
The rabbit, the frog, the bear, and the riverboat. Right there.
That sounds like a soliloquy.
Yes, it sure does. I like it.
I like it a lot. But again, Fastest Radio says almost 300 likes. Frank 4K's flexing, John's vibing, and the mod still finishing lunch. Let's hit that like button harder than the drop on Tiana's. Gio the Duck says hi, Sonic. Sonic says, how are you, gang? Ryan Wesley says 296. I'm itching for my fix for more likes with a big thumbs up. Nice work, pal. Fastest Radio says, or cool orange at Ryan Wesley. So John with Fun to Be Free is calling all explorers because Ryan Wesley says we have 296 likes and we need to get to our goal of 300 likes. Ryan Wesley says I'm itching for my fix for more likes. Do you have the shakes, Ryan Wesley? Just like John with Fun to Be Free has the shakes when he doesn't get to the Epcot. But again, we're going to do a countdown. We're going to start with number 3, going to end with the number 1. If you haven't already done so, we need everybody viewing us live to smash the like button. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. Thank you, Ryan Wesley. Fastest Raider says, or cool orange at Ryan Wesley. Randy says, one more. OMG. I'm on the edge of my seat. Randy, it's so exciting, isn't it? So cool. Mama Duck says, Ryan Wesley is dancing on his toes. Or Mama Duck, is he dancing in the streets? Stephen Rocky Singleton says, my stomach pain. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Stephen Rocky Singleton. Hope you feel better. So if you've just joined us, we're here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. In just a few moments, we're gonna head towards the station, towards the load area. We're here, we're joined by the world famous Scooter Adventures. That's right, folks. Scooter Adventures. I left a link in the description box below. But once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, we're not ending now, but check out Scooter Adventures. Like, comment, and subscribe to Scooter Adventures. Well, let's get back to the chat. And Sean Wynn, welcome in, welcome back. Sean Wynn says hi. Nice to see you again, Sean Wynn. Mama Duck says 300 like alert. Oh, Mama Duck, did we reach our goal? Booyah. Mama Duck, thanks for the update. Again, Mama Duck says 300 like alert with a big thumbs up and a bell. Thank you, Mama Duck. Ryan Wesley says, thank you again, Fast Pass Radio. If you haven't checked out his website, what are you doing? Do you like Disney music, BGM? Go now quickly, you'll get hooked. Okay, Ryan Wesley, let's do a shout out. Ryan Wesley says, thank you again, Fast Pass Radio. If you haven't checked out his website, what are you doing? Do you like Disney music, BGM? Go now, go quickly, you'll get hooked. So what Ryan Wesley is saying, shout out to fastpassradio.com. That's fastpassradio.com. I left a link in the description box below, but check out fastpassradio.com. That's where you can listen to Disney Parks free live streaming background music on fastpassradio.com. Alex, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Alex back in the chat. Alex says, I'm the 300th like. Well, thank you so much, Alex. Thank you for being here. So that's very special. Thank you for being the 300th like. So another milestone alert. Thank you, Alex. Nice to see you. Reddy says 300. Wow, amazing. Momadak says hi at Sean Wynn. And NTB says, we made it with big hearts. Thank you, NTB, for your help. Momadak says, thank you at Alex Lucky Duck. Ryan says, maybe I'm tapping my toes on the ceiling, Momadak. Mary the Move says, wow, over 300 likes. Way to go, everyone. Awesome. Thank you, Mary the Move, for the update there. So what we're about to experience or witness is Scooter Adventures, the world famous Scooter Adventures, is gonna wait here for the cast member, and he's gonna transfer from his scooter onto, of course, the log. He's just getting all the instructions now. But I can show you where we're at in relation. This pathway in the background, of course, is the exit, the unload area, and you can see the photos, the Disney PhotoPass photos there.
Thank you so much.
Hello there, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. So Scooter Adventure is going to park his scooter. We'll try to get out of the way here. Momadak says, thank you everyone for liking and subscribing. Thank you, Momadak. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, I got my 286. Thank you for that. Like Stephen Rocky Singleton. Fast Pass Radio says, listen to that BGM. You nailed it, Fast Pass Radio. Again, shout out to fastpassradio.com. You could listen to free Disney Parks background music on fastpassradio.com. Betty says, well, I'm in awe. Randy, are you beside yourself? Fast Pass Radio says, 300. Let's dance. Momadak says, yay, at Stephen Rocky Singleton. Everybody look at your pants. Did you enjoy that theme park giant? Like Homer? Homer? Who is Homer? I am Guy Incognito. This dog has a poofy tail. Here, Poof. Where's Scooter going? Oh, he's gonna check his boot.
I put my junk in my trunk.
Yeah, okay. Or your scoot in your boot. Your boot in your scoot.
You need anything locked up?
No, I'm fine. So in just a few moments, folks, we're going to head into the station, the unload area. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. All right. So stay tuned for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. We're joined by the world famous Scooter Adventures. So Scooter Adventures got the gimbal. Momadak says, yay, at Stevie Rocky Singleton. Sonic says, YouTube is acting funky. I said, okay, John and Scooter, you guys have a super evening and have a cheeseburger for supper. John, have a great rest of the day. Thank you for popping in and saying hi, Sonic. If everybody in the chat misses you, Sonic, I'm sure you're busy over there, but thanks for stopping by. It's always a pleasure and an honor to have you here. Sonic says, everyone, Jill the Duck, woohoo, you know, party favors. Theme Park Giant says, everybody look at your pants. That's right, Theme Park Giant. Everybody look at your pants.
This is into the outdoor, Johnny. Into the outdoor. This is the exit, right?
Yeah.
The egress.
Yeah. We're swimming upstream, like the salmon at Capistrano.
Very, very small fish in a very big pond. On our way. There's going to be two of us.
We prefer the back, please.
Yeah.
We don't want to disturb other people.
Yeah. And I know what happened. The big guy up front is not good.
So we're in the station, the load area. On the opposite side of the flume is the actual load. We're standing on the unload side, folks. Because that's right, Scoot Adventure saying the vibes, Johnny, because he misses Splash Mountain.
Look at the ambiance.
Yeah, you all pan up. Look at the ambiance here in the station of the load or the unload side of Tiana's Bayou Adventure.
All right. Thank you so much. Good, good. Having a good time? Yep. You having a good day? Yeah. Hopefully the rain is done for the day.
Nevada Smith says only 192 more likes to 500, Cinderella. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. Fun to be free.
Yeah.
Fun to be free.
We're local, so we know what it's like. It changes like that, you know?
Thank you, Nevada Smith. Only 192 more likes to 500.
Yeah, that was it.
John with Fun to be free, calling all explorers. We need to get to our new goal of 500 likes, according to Nevada Smith. We're going to do a countdown again. If you haven't done so, if you haven't smashed the like button, let's do it now. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. Thank you, Nevada Smith. Fastest Radio says Scoot is checking his junk in his trunk like Tiana's ride comes with TSA screening. Like and subscribe before he loses his flip-flop on the bike. Thank you for making the magic. Take care. Have a great day.
Thank you for coming.
Everybody look at your pants. You can dance if you want to. They're going to give us our own log, eh? No. Okay, gotta get the bar. Bar coming down. Good? Are you good to go? Like today at the Walt Disney World Resort?
Bye-bye now. We got our own log. Look at this. I hope this thing doesn't flip with all this.
Yeah, it's going to flip over backwards.
Look at us, folks. This is what you call VIP treatment. When I told you Scoot Adventures, we're all famous, this is what happens. You good? You're not nervous, are you? You're afraid?
Not nervous at all. We buckled in Frankenstein 4K to his child restraint. He's safely buckled in.
Yeah. Is this thing going to be okay?
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Do I need to hand hold the...
No, you'll be fine.
It's going to hold.
You'll be fine.
All right. I'm going to take John's But to be free word for it, folks. Here we go. Nice. Nice. You feel the state?
Yeah.
Construction walls weren't there last time I was here.
Oh, it was there. Trust me. That's been there since I can't remember the year, but it's been there since like 2011. Don't quote me on that, folks. That wall's been there a long time.
Wow. Well, see, you notice something new every time you come to the Magic Kingdom, folks.
Hey, y'all. Thanks for having me with music for our party tonight. Louis, they're on their way.
Lips weren't open. WTI on that. Oh man. Oh, this is gonna be a rough one. I think they did this on purpose. They were like, look at these guys. You know, they're always like, it's an empty boat. They think they're gonna be good, but we're like an inside joke right now.
The party's about to begin!
The crane's a nice touch. See that, folks? Look at the construction cranes. Get used to that. There'll probably be multiple of those in a couple of years when they're building Villains Land.
Yeah, too bad.
Yeah. What a nice job they did on this ride.
I know. It's unreal how good it is.
Tell the people not to do this.
Oh yeah, Mama Odie. Jimmy did not laugh. Just like they're laughing at us, the cast members are laughing at us.
Yeah.
Oh man, wow, was that normal?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, got one last splash. Always get to.
Going down Bayou. Nothing like coming around the corner and seeing Lewis.
Yeah.
It's so awesome. Going down Bayou.
All that to get back up. That was at like 37%, right back to 33%.
Okay.
Tiana was right. There are musicians out here, and they are cooking. Tiana wasn't kidding, y'all.
I would love for y'all to play my part.
These cats temporary.
I hope they all come to the party to play. But let's explore a bit more.
How's
They sure can relate. But we got time to think big.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I always forget about that drop.
The dip drop.
Yeah, the double dip. Woo! Double dip every time. That they shrunk you down. If you notice, folks, even when you're shrunk.
Oh,
man.
am holding, but man, this is taking my tone. Woo! Laughing like a little drunker.
Tiana sure knows how to make a party special. Just fill it up with special people like you. No, be careful with my beignets, you bad boy, you.
Hope everybody enjoyed the Tiana's Bayou on that ride. Do not come to Walt Disney World, folks, without going on Tiana's Bayou.
Welcome back, y'all. Please remain seated until your boat docks and come to
Right, certain rides are must do.
This is one of them.
Yeah. Well, as you say, world-class ride. It's a world-class.
World-class attraction brought to you by Walt Disney Imagineering.
Yes. And they hit home run right out of the ballpark. They did not miss a thing. It took a long time, but they didn't miss a thing. This was down for 2 years, right? But
yeah, there's I don't recall exactly, but it seemed extended, yeah. But done right.
Yeah. Did you have a free hand?
Yeah. So I'm holding Scooter Adventures gimbal and his smartphone that's live right now.
All right, thank you, sir.
There we go.
Thank you. A little lighter, right?
Yeah, a little lighter. Thank you again. Thank you for making the magic. You too. Bye-bye. So we just unloaded, we disembarked from Tiana's Bayou Adventure. We'll get one last departing shot. Hopefully we'll catch up to see our photos up ahead. Stay tuned for that. I'll quickly give everybody a shot of the service animal kennel here near the exit. So there you go, Yukon Ron. Let's get back on track. Bring the gimbal head back to 0, or adjust it back to ground level here. We'll pop back to the chat in just a few moments. Let's double check to see if we can locate our ride photo, folks. Oh, I'm fun to be free. Do you have your phone with you by any chance?
I think they all have. Some pictures that don't belong to us today, too.
Look, Nani's just blowing up.
I'm looking for a photo, folks. Oh, I think I've located it right over there. Take care. Have a good time. Let's see if we can get a closer shot. We'll get a closer shot here. So we got the world famous Scooter Adventures, John with Fun to Be Free, and Frankenstein 4K. Scooter's coming in to scan it.
I think we got
So we're joined by the world famous Scooter Adventures. He's just up ahead in the ECV there. We're gonna exit out of the area here. We're gonna get back to the chat. So I'm not quite certain if some chats have fallen off the cliff or not, but I apologize if they did. I could only receive 99 chats. Once it gets to 100, they get deleted. They literally get zapped, folks, so I apologize. I try to stay current on top of the chats. Randy says, if you haven't yet, show your support by smashing the like, hitting subscribe, and ringing the bell, because the magic goes live every day at 2 p.m. from rope drop to fireworks. This is the bell because the magic goes live every day at 2 p.m. from rope drop to fireworks. This is the happiest stream on earth. Thank you, Randy. I don't know where the first of it was. It got zapped, I guess. Fell off the cliff. Hey, while we're here in the exit area, I could show you in the mirror Frankenstein 4K. So this mirror is a little small. Frankenstein 4K is a little large. So I maybe have to go back way back here, but that's what you're viewing us on, folks. So that's the camera up here. We're broadcasting live in glorious 4K ultra high definition. There's also another mirror here. I could stand, further back if you will. I'm hoping that'll get in frame there. But yeah, that's Frankenstein 4K there. And Orangebird. I don't know where Scooter Adventures went. I'm looking for Scooter Adventures. My head's on a swivel. Oh, he's over here. He's trying to, link his magic band to our ride attraction photo there. So let's find Scooter. Meanwhile, I'll get caught up with the chat. Brian Wesley says, that log is riding weird in the water with only backseat drivers. You nailed it, Ryan Wesley. It was totally like this. It was raked. Right, Ryan Wesley? Totally raked. Zeep180 back in the chat. Zeep180 says, Rando with a little improvisational karaoke. Well done, sir.
I just wanted to make sure our pictures.
Okay. Nice work, pal.
Bingo, bango. Yep.
Nice wide U-turn.
Nice wide U-turn right here. Jump in my trunk.
Sheldon says, hey, you all. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, it is done, graduate. Randy says, I'm not beside myself. I'm beside Debbie. Look at you go, Randy. Nevada Smith says, perhaps the log will hop a wheelie. Yeah, pop a wheelie, Nevada Smith. That'd be funny.
First time Tiana ride.
Awesome, that's so cool. Laura Jam, welcome in, welcome back. Laura Jam says hi. Sheldon says, is that Samuel Jackson? Oh, I didn't see it, Sheldon. Momadak says hi at Laura Jam. Reed G says, John, with all that weight in the back, you will scooter across the water better. That's right, Reed G. In the run out from the drop. Sheldon says, I'm all wet. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, Samuel Jackson passed away last year. I'm not certain about that, Stephen Rocky Singleton. Ryan Wesley says, wow, I didn't know Frankie and the crew is so infamous that they get a log all to themselves. I guess so. The infamous Three Amigos, Ryan Wesley. Sheldon says, Nick Fury. Alex P said, how long did you wait? About 45 minutes, Alex P. Momadak says hi at Alex P. And Scoot Adventures over here to the left-hand side by the drinking fountain.
You can lead a John to water, but will he drink it?
Oh, okay. He didn't hear that. Or nope, I think I heard that. Scooter said he could lead me to water, but will he drink it? Yeah. You could lead a horse to water. ... Thank you for your patience. Okay, let's get back on track. The world famous Jungle Cruise featuring the world famous Scooter Adventures.
Yes, we can do that.
Let's go do it, folks. So stay tuned for the world famous Jungle Cruise. Okay, I'll start walking. Okay. So Scooter Adventures is behind me. I'm going to start my voyage, bon voyage, over to Adventureland. So stay tuned for the Jungle Cruise, folks. Mamadek says hi at Alex P. Alex P says it says 55 minutes, but there's no way it's 55 minutes. Only y'all are on the boat. Yeah, so probably about 45 minutes is my guess, Alex P. Alex P says, hey, Mama Duck. Theme Park Giant back in the chat says, ninja watching, but the music on this ride is so good. I agree, Theme Park Giant. Thank you for being here. So Theme Park Giant is, you know, a hitchhiking ghost. Randy says, hey, TPG, and Dragonfire 45. Dragonfire 45, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Dragonfire 45. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Dragonfire 45. But Dragonfire 45 says, hey, Daddy Kangaroo. Not certain what you mean by that, but welcome to the channel, Dragonfire 45. And you can see Tiana's Bayou Adventure, like you were just saying in the chat, 55 minutes standby. So 55 minutes standby. We're at Tiana's Bayou Adventure right now, here at the Magic Kingdom. Mama Duck says, hey, at Dragonfire 45. Theme Park Giant says, hey, Randy. BG says, hey, TPG, good to see you. Ryan Wesley says, hey there, Giant. Bet John will bring a new version of Frankie tomorrow. LOL. So, no, thank you for making the magic. No, I don't think that's going to happen, Ryan Wesley. Literally, Theme Park Giant, literally, every time he sees me, I have a different camera rig in my hand. But no, I don't think that'll happen with another new rig tomorrow, right, Ryan Wesley? Randy says, hey, Alex and Alex P and Dragonfire. Sheldon says, oh, that a big one. Oh, you're probably talking about Frankenstein 4K? Broadcasting in ultra high definition 4K? Sheldon? Theme Park Giant says, hey, Reed. Mama Duck says, Ryan Wesley, whatever matches his outfit. Haha, just kidding. Mama Duck, that's the way of looking at it. Yeah, I just bring out a new camera rig to just match my outfit, right, Mama Duck? Sheldon says, dinner ready to be back later. Thank you for joining us, Sheldon. And Cherokee Warrior 164 says, get ready for the big drop coming on the way down. And Theme Park Giant says, Ryan, I just saw him yesterday and he's already on a new rig. LOL. Again, Theme Park Giant says, Ryan, I just saw him yesterday and he's already on a new rig. LOL. Mickey's Revenge. Mickey's Revenge says audio garble. Okay, thank you for the update, Mickey's Revenge. Thank you for being here. So we adjusted the audio. I think we're coming in loud and clear. Thanks for that update there. Mama Duck says, sound is weird, John. Thank you, Mama Duck. BG says, think John needs a refresh Frankie after the hill. I did. Thank you for that, everybody. And then Randy says, TPG, just when you catch up, John switched it up. I guess so, Randy. Theme Park Giant says, LOL, Randy, he's on his second new setup since I caught up. Ryan Wesley says, when someone zigs, Frankie zags. Ryan Wesley, that's the way to look at it. When someone zigs, Frankie zags. Oh, wow, Ryan Wesley nailed it. Oh, and Penny Pix, welcome in, welcome back. Penny Pix says audio's off. Thank you for the update. We fixed it, Penny Pix. Randy says, ha ha ha. Mickey's Revenge says audio's still garbled, so we got it. We all set up there, I think. Randy says, thank you, Penny Pix. He will refresh in a second. Thank you, Randy. Mickey's Revenge says, just went clear. Thank you for the update, Mickey's Revenge. Randy says, thank you, Penny Pix. He will refresh in a second. I'm trying to find where we are in the chat. The chat's still rolling, still jumping here. Where are we in the chat? Hold on a second, folks. I'm looking. Lots of chats. Okay, I rewound to the first chat I could see. Bob Blacker says fixed. Thanks for the update, Bob Blacker. Journeys Out Loud says, there we go. We can hear it normally now. Thank you, Journeys Out Loud. Penny Pix with big thumbs up. Trisha, I do believe Trisha is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Trisha. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to see you. Nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Trisha says, hi, we saw you on the PeopleMover. You rock. Well, thank you for being here, Trisha. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mama Duck says, thank you, everyone. Randy says, all fixed at 1943. Thanks for the update, Randy. Mary the Moose says, I think we all got it good. All good now. Mama Duck says, welcome at Trisha. Randy says, thanks, Trisha. John and Frankie are awesome. Thank you, Randy. Yukon Ron says, my audio is in Spanish. Oops, my fault. I sat on the television remote and must have pressed the SAP button. My mistake. Yukon Ron, look at that. Look at you go. Randy says, ha ha ha, Yukon. And VG says at Theme Park Giant, I think John got a bullpen full of Frankies. He just keeps sending out a new one. VG, look at you go. Oh, I gotta say that again because I got a kick out of that. I got a good laugh out of that one, Reed G. At Theme Park Giant, I think John got a bullpen full of Frankies. He just keeps sending a new one out. Mama Duck says, haha. Lord Jam says, love this ride. I agree, Lord Jam. Reed G says, hey, at Lord Jam. Randy says, welcome back, Lord Jam. Chris says, oh man, I'm soaking wet all after that drop on Tiana. It seems like we got splashed. Prepare to be jammed. Mom X says hi at Mickey's Revenge. Theme Park Giant says at Reed G. Wondered why he kept tapping his right forearm yesterday. I don't know what that means, Theme Park Giant. Oh. Mary in the Move says welcome in at Penny Picks. Mom X says hi at Penny Picks. Penny Picks says thanks. And Reed G says TPG, laughing and crying. Will Dawson, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Will Dawson. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Welcome to the channel, Will Dawson. At any rate, the beignets here are available at Golden Oak Outpost. If you, if you have, a craving for some beignets themed to Tiana's Bayou Adventure, you can find them here at the Golden Oak Outpost. We're in Frontierland. We're quickly approaching Adventureland. Stay tuned for the world famous Jungle Cruise. Cherokee Warrior 164 says you survived the big drop and made it through. LOL. Mamadek says you're welcome. Will Dawson, welcome in, welcome back. Randy says welcome in, Cherokee. Will Dawson says the quality of the video is great. Randy says look at Reed go. Ryan Wesley says the quality is so clear I ran to put on my poncho. I felt that splash through the 65-inch 4K stream. Ryan Wesley. Randy says, hey John, did you ever get yesterday's picture? Randy, I've been a little busy, Randy. Sorry, Randy. I feel like I haven't slept. In fact, that's just the case, Randy. I haven't slept last night. A little busy here. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. Reed G says, Randy the Pick by Guardians of the Galaxy of the Gang. Probably that's the one. But yeah, I didn't look for it. I didn't actively pursue it, so I'll have to look at it when I have more time, Randy. Randy says, no worries, boss. The chat, the channel, the host, and the man are on fire today. Is awesome. You rock. Thank you, Randy. Again, Randy says, no worries, boss. The chat, the channel, the host, and the man are on fire today. Is awesome. You rock. Thank you, Randy. Randy says, yes, Reed. Lord Jam says, what's Scoota's YouTube? Lord Jam, there's a link in the description box below. Scooter Adventures. Scooter Adventures. There he is right there. The world famous Scooter Adventures. Quick update. Pirates of the Caribbean is showing a 10-minute standby wait time.
Eric, wait.
But we're headed over to the world famous Jungle Cruise. Stay tuned for that, folks. Ryan Wesley says, every time John puts his hand in front of Frankie, it reminds me of my mother putting her hands over my eyes when watching a raunchy movie. A little too risque for you, Ryan Wesley? Reed G says, that was a great photo. Up. Yeah, it was so much fun yesterday, Reed G. Thank you for joining us yesterday when we got to hang out with Lily from Lily's Life and Lily's Life Dad Ken and Lily's Life Mom Jen. Randy says, John, have you gotten your complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water? Randy, I knew you were going to say that. And the answer is no, not in a while. But since we're here, I will go for a quick, refreshing sip of the drinking fountain here in Adventureland. In the meantime, folks, hold on just a second. I will be right with you. All right. Scooter Adventures back over in this direction. It looks like he's playing with his technical setup there. And Kendrick, welcome in, welcome back. Kendrick says, good evening. Mamadek says, good evening at Kendrick. Reed G said something, but the chat is rolling. Hold on, I gotta find where we are in the chat. Hold on a second. I'm not certain where we are. Let me get caught up. The chat is rolling, folks. It just keeps rolling. Rolling down the river. Mamadek says, good evening at Kendrick. Reed G says, hey at Kendrick, welcome in. Randy says, welcome in, Kendrick. Kendrick says, hey Mamadek, hey Reed G, hey Randy. 86JB says, what's your favorite place to eat in the park? Depends on the park. In other words, you're probably asking about the Magic Kingdom. 86JB. So the best way I could say it is that I enjoy the Columbia Harbor House for the ambiance along with the seafood, if you will. I like the tuna fish sandwiches over at the Columbia Harbor House, but they stopped serving them, many years ago. So with that being said, since that's the case, if I'm at the Magic Kingdom, I tend to enjoy Pecos Bill, Tall Tale Inn and Cafe, 86JB. Randy says, hey, 85JB. 86JB says, hey, Randy, on Fast Fast Radio back in the chat. And you can get a quick shot here of the Leaky Tikis. I'm looking behind me. I do not see Scudo, so I'm slowing down. But Leaky Tiki's over in this direction here. And flanking the pathway on the opposite side, of course, is the magic carpets of Aladdin. That's partially obscured from the awning in front of us here from the standby entrance. Well, let's get back to the chat. Fastest Radio says, John's headed to the Jungle Cruise. And Alex P just joined the chat. Wait, is it Alex P. Keaton? Did he time travel from the 80s to ride a pun boat? Like and subscribe before Doc Brown shows up. Marty, you gotta come back with me. Where? Back to the future. Thank you for Fastest Radio, so awesome. But again, let's do it again because it's so much fun. Fastest Radio says, John's headed to Jungle Cruise and Alex P just joined the chat. Wait, is it Alex P. Keaton? Did he time travel from the 80s to ride a pun boat? Like and subscribe before Doc Brown shows up. Thank you, Fast Radio. Again, shout out to fastfastradio.com. Fastfastradio.com, you can find the link in the description box below. But of course, you can listen to free Disney Parks streaming background music on fastfastradio.com. Reed G says, at 86JB, the park or any park. And 86JB says MK, so yeah, there you go, we answered it. But my most favorite in-park quick service dining experience is Sauli Canteen, 86JB. And if it's in a resort, it's Primo Piatto at Disney's Riviera Resort. Reed G says, hey, at Fast Radio. NTB says, wow, 320 now. Wow. Thank you, NTB, for the update. John with Feather Free is calling all explorers. We're going to do a countdown again. We're going to start with the number 3. We'll end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash the like button, unless you've already done so. In 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. Fastest Radio says, hello, Reed G. Reed G says, at 86JB, Cosmic Rays for quick and Crystal Palace for sit down. Oh, cool. Reed G. I'm looking for Scooter. I'm still looking for Scooter. Last we saw him, he was back here. I'm not certain where he went, though. Ryan Wesley says, looks like John took off Frankie training wheels today. I guess so, Ryan Wesley. Randy says, are we going to get a new Frankie bi-weekly? No, I just change it with my outfit, Randy. Right? I'm still looking for Scooter Adventures. I don't know where he went. We're supposed to, oh, I think I see him. He was obscured by the flotilla of strollers, Reed G. Rod Dat. I do believe Rod Dat is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. That's RODDDAT. Rod Dat. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you, Rod Dat. Rod Dat says, how y'all are watching from Louisiana? Thank you for being here, Rod Dat. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Reed G says, you're going to start a spreadsheet to track the Frankie versions? Reddy says, welcome, Rod. Mama Duck says, welcome at Rod Dat. Wonderful, thank you. Hope you're well. Reed G says, hey, at Rod Dat. Mary Lou says, well, Guardians took out Frankie yesterday, so he needed a tune-up today. That's the way to look at it, Mary Lou. You okay, Scooter?
Yeah, I'm trying. For some reason, I'm not getting any.
No juice, huh?
Yeah.
So it's all AT&T. Well, I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it to it.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it.
So it appears, folks, that Scooter Adventures is having a challenging time due to only on a single data connection. In other words, his AT&T connection, I believe, is the 3rd time it is disconnected from his stream sending over to the old YouTube. So John with Fun to Be Free actually is using T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. In addition, I have Disney Parks Wi-Fi as well. Randy says, senor, when I don't sleep, I get shoes thrown at me. yeah. But Randy's staying up late at night because he's got to, of course, come up with puns for the next day's live streams. Randy, I love it. Magic Adventures, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Magic Adventures. That's MAJIC Adventures. I left a link in the description box below. Once this live stream concludes, once it's over, head over to Magic Adventures. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. But Magic Adventures, Jen, most likely. Magic Adventures says, hello everyone, hope you're having a Sunday fun day. Thank you for being here, Jen. Mary the Move says, that's right, Randy, I'm making him sleep tonight or here comes the shoes. From Mary on the move. Mystic Parks, welcome in, welcome back. Shout out to Mystic Parks. We met Mystic Parks, oh, I don't know what it was, 2-3 weeks ago, maybe at the Disney's Hollywood Studios near Center Stage. So shout out to Mystic Parks. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. Mystic Parks says, what's up, Disney fam? And Jeremy Heath, I haven't seen Jeremy Heath in the chat in a few days, Mystic Parks. So Jeremy Heath pops in every now and again. Welcome to the channel, Mystic Parks. Randy says, welcome in, Mystic. Reed G says, hello at Mystic Parks. Mystic Parks says, at Reed G, hey. Mama Duck says, welcome at Mystic Parks. Mary the Moose says, welcome in Magic Adventures in Mystic Parks. Mystic Parks says, hello at Mama Duck, hey. 86JB says, hey, Eric at Mystic Parks. Magic Adventures says, hello at Mary. Mama Duck says, welcome at Magic Adventures. Mystic Parks says, Randy, how are you? Mystic Parks says, 86JB, what's up? Mystic Parks says, at Fun to Be Free, that's my favorite place, at Magic King too. Oh, awesome. Great minds think alike, Eric. Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. We're live on YouTube.
Oh wow! I'm live on YouTube.
You're live on the what?
Yeah, here we go. We're in the 30s now.
You're in the, yeah,
1930s. Newfangled technology. Hello, we're live on YouTube right now. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Where are you guys from?
Ohio.
Oh, welcome. We have lots of people from Ohio. Do you have your phone with you?
Yeah.
That's my QR code there. We're live right now. And that's Scooter Adventures. There's a link in the description box below. That's Scooter Adventures. He's also live right now as well. Enjoy your stay. Take care. We'll probably see you in there though.
Okay.
Let's get back to the chat though. Magical Mike. Oh, welcome in, welcome back. Magical Mike says, hello, Mama Duck. Theme Park Giant back in the chat says, have a great night, everyone. Thank you for being here, Theme Park Giant. Oh, and I just received a super chat in the amount of hello. Thank you for making the magic. Take care.
Have fun out there. We'll see you in 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah, 3 months, right?
Oh, 3 weeks. 3 months. You got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
And super chat in the amount of $4.99. So again, super chat in the amount of $4.99 from Ryan Wesley. Thank you for the super chat in the amount of $4.99, Ryan Wesley. Thanks again. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel. You're awesome, dude. Reed G says, see you at TPG. Mary the Moose says, thank you, Ryan. Randy says, awesome. Ryan Wesley says, just doing my duties with the hiccup. Mike Towels. Concur, Satuli Cantini is outstanding. Hold on, the chat's rolling, jumping. Where are we in the chat? But Mike Towel is WLES. TOWLES. Welcome to the channel, I believe. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. Walt Disney World Resort, Mike. Mike says, concur, Satuli Cantini is outstanding. Yeah, it's so good, huh, Mike? Reed G says, Ryan, thank you so much. And Chris says, Marty, you've got to come back with me. Where? Back to the Future, says Doc Brown from the 1985 movie. Nailed it, Chris. Thank you. One of my personal favorites, Randy says, Frankie gets new outfits like changing bed sheets weekly. I guess so, Randy. Again, Randy says, Frankie gets new outfits like you changing bed sheets weekly. Bo Peep, my girl. Bo Peep, my girl. I do believe Bo Peep, my girl is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Bo Peep, my girl. Bo Peep, my girl. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Bo Peep, my girl, has eyes, just eyes, emoji icon eyes, if you will. Reed G says, hello at Bo Peep, my girl. Mystic Parks says, AT&T is bad. Yeah, oh, if you insist, Mystic Parks. But real quick, Mystic Parks, I have the Verizon, the T-Mobile, and the AT&T and Disney Parks Wi-Fi. And in my opinion, AT&T is the clear winner. Property. Mama Duck says, welcome at Bo Peep, my girl. Mama Duck says, very kind of you, Ryan Wesley. Mama Duck says, hello at Magical Mike. Mary the Moose says, audio refresh. I think the mic disconnected. Oh, no. So what you may have just seen is the screen went to black. I did an audio video refresh and then I power cycled the microphone on my chest. I'm not quite certain what was going out, but let me double check the chat. Let me go back to the super chat just to ensure. But again, super chat in the amount of $4.99 from Ryan Wesley. Thank you so much for that, Ryan Wesley. Reed G says, see you at TPG. Mary the Moose says, thank you, Ryan. Randy says, awesome. Ryan Wesley says, just doing my duties with the hiccup. And I do believe we have a new subscriber, Mike, TOWLES. Mike, TOWLES says, concur, Uli Canteen is outstanding. Thank you for being here, Mike. Thank you for subscribing. Reed G says, Ryan, thank you so much. Chris says, Marty, you've got to come back with me. Where? Back to the Future says, Doc Brown from the 1985 movie. Randy says, Frankie gets new outfits like changing bed sheets weekly. Bo Peep, my girl, I do believe is new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Welcome to the channel, Bo Peep, my girl. Reed G says, hello, Bo Peep, my girl. Mystic Park says, AT&T is bad. So real quick, Mystic Parks, I have AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. I think AT&T is the best out of the three. They're a partner. So I'm going to keep power down. So I think we're back online, folks, so I apologize. But it appears that the microphone on my chest has run out of batteries. In other words, it's dead, folks. So I disconnected it. I'm not quite certain what you heard or not, but I powered it down. So we're just relying on the internal microphones from the main camera you're viewing on right now. So you may hear a difference in the audio quality, but at this point we only have to rely on the internal microphones from the camera you're viewing on right now. So I apologize for that. Mama X says, welcome at Bo Peep, my girl. Mama X is very kind to you, Ryan Wesley. Mama X says, hello at Magical Mike. Marion Moose says,
just skip it all together.
Audio refresh, things mic disconnected. Yeah, we got that, so I think we're good now, Marion Moose. Ryan Wesley says, my stream froze. Really, Ryan Wesley? Randy says, good night, TPG. Reed says, my stream is frozen too. Laura Jen says, I've subscribed to Scuda. Oh, no. Okay, I think we're back online, folks. Thank you for your patience. I think we're back online now, folks. Thank you for your patience. Lord Jam says, I've subscribed to Scuda. Thank you, Lord Jam. Randy says, how are the Frankie levels and John levels? So real quick, Randy, you may have seen just what happened there. So the battery, I can show you. This is the battery that I call dock, or this is heavy dock. This was connected to the battery plate. So this has 4% left on it. So this battery was powering the hub. So that's, I have to power the hub in order to bring the video signal through. So I think it's just, it gave out. So I had to put a different battery on. So we lost the primary microphone that's on my chest. Now we're relying on the internal microphone on the Pocket 3, and I had to switch out the battery from the big guns to the small guns right now. Journey's Out Loud says my screen froze as well, but I think we're back online. Journey's Out Loud. Petty Pick says stream is frozen. Mamadex says mine is frozen now too. Chris says my screen is frozen too. Mr. Clark says all you need is Starlink, and I disagree. When you have a Samsung phone paired with Verizon, that's the best, 100%. I had all three before, and I did my own testing. Verizon of the three best, unless iPhone, LOL. So, Eric, Mr. Parks, I have 3 iPhone 16 Pro Maxes, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and Disney Parks Wi-Fi, and I assure you the clear winner is AT&T, hands down all the time, followed by Verizon, followed by T-Mobile, and Theme Park Giant concurs with that statement. Reed G says, John, refresh your stream. Thank you, Reed, for the update. Ryan Weston says, good now, thank you. And Sky Starry, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Sky Starry. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Sky Starry. Sky Starry said, you'd be a great auctioneer. You can talk fast. Thank you for being here, Sky Starry. Marmadex says, perfect, John. Mystic Park says, and we're back. And the chat is rolling. Regie says, and we're back. Brunette 3000 says, yay. Randy says, you're good now. Thank you, Randy. Mama Duck says, thank you, everyone. Regie says, hey, Brunette 3000, welcome in. Cruising Theme Park Guide, welcome in, welcome back. Hey, John. Hey, Randy. Hello there. Nice to see you, Sierra. Thank you for joining us. Shout out to Cruising Theme Park Guide. Like, subscribe, and support your local live streamer, Sierra. Thank you for being here. Chris says, and we're back. Mama Duck says, hey, Cruising Theme Park Guide. Ryan Wesley says, Sky Starry, I think you're all right. I saw him in the parks as a few months back. He could really flap his lips. LOL. Thank you, right, mister.
I guess we'll try it. See what happens.
Are you back online?
Yeah, I mean, well, I've been online. I'm just having a hard time. I think my battery's maxed out with, and they're not doing anything. All right, let's try this.
Randy says, hey, Sierra. Regi says, John, is there a vending machine for the big battery? Yeah, that'd be interesting, Randy. Give me a second, folks. I'm updating some of our technical setup here. In fact, what happened is there was a hiccup with Verizon, Mystic Parks. The Verizon went offline. So I have the Bat phone here. So I just brought back the Verizon coverage on the Bat phone. So now I'm on AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and Disney Parks Wi-Fi. Again, Regi says, John, is there a vending machine for the big battery? Yeah. For the fuel rods, as you know, Regi. Mystic Park says that iPhone stats, LOL. And Cruise Theme Park, I said, I think T-Mobile beats Verizon. I see it differently, Sierra. T-Mobile is the weakest of the coverage. It's clearly the weakest of the coverage here at the Disney parks. Because I see it live. I see the statistics live on a second-by-second basis. In fact, I'm looking at it right now. The clear winner is AT&T right now. Right now, Sierra. I can see the stats live on my screen. Non-stop, all day. Not So Scary Mary TV, welcome back, says that. Randy, hey, Cruise and Theme Park Guide says, hey, Mama Doc, Mystic Park says that. Cruise and Theme Park Guide, almost never, LOL. And Ryan Wesley says, are we going on a 3-hour tour? We are, Ryan Wesley, stay tuned. We're just waiting for our opportunity to board the Jungle Cruise, and we're joined by the world famous Scooter Adventures.
Okay, so
Randy says, 3-hour tour. A 3-hour tour. A 3-hour tour. And I think we're caught up to the chat, folks. Again, like, comment, and subscribe. Support your local live streamer. We're joined by the world famous Scooter Adventures.
Scooter, a power situation.
Yeah, so Scooter Adventures is trying to get back online, but he thinks his battery got wet.
Yeah, I'm still online, but they're not getting any juice, and the high-speed charging indicator is blinking.
Okay.
So
let's get back to the chat, though. Randy says, 3-hour tour, got that. Saturday Parks Live. Hi, Michelle, welcome in, welcome back. Michelle says, hello, everyone. Look who I have here, Michelle.
What's she doing over there?
Michelle, Scooter said, what's she doing over there?
Mary on the Move is in my chat.
Yeah, it's topsy-turvy day.
The whole world's turned upside down.
Saturday Parks Live says, hello, everyone. Randy says, hey, not so scary. And Randy says, hey, Saturday in Sierra. Mama Duck says, hello at Saturday Parks Live. Great to see you. Chris says, I brought my jungle gear for Jungle Cruise, and I'll be a Navigator Chris. Or how about Skipper or Skip Chris? How about that? I'm hoping in a few moments we will be embarking on our 3-hour tour here at the Jungle Cruise. Let me make a few technical adjustments to my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K. Hold on, folks. Be right with you.
My screen is fading fast. I'm just going to be a little faster shortly. Probably not going to make it much longer.
And let's get back to the chat, folks. Thank you for your patience there. Momanek says, love it at Navigator Chris. Regi says, who is going to be the gunner? Oh, wait, wrong ride. The gunner? It's the engineer, right, Regi? Mary the Move says, the world famous Scooter Adventures on the world famous Jungle Cruise. Nothing could be finer. That's right, Mary the Move.
And his world famous dying batteries.
So Scooter Adventures is having a challenge with his dying battery. He's barely alive on his stream right now. Chris says, yeah, it'll be Skipper Chris or Jungle Chris time to explore the jungle. Ryan Wesley says, just sit right back and hear a tale a scooter trip that started from this tropic port aboard this tiny ship. Well done, Ryan Wesley. Thank you. Penny Pix says, John, you're amazing to keep up with the chat while staying live. Great job. Thank you for being here, Penny Pix. Nice to have you here. It's an honor to have you here, Penny Pix. In just a few moments, we're hoping we're going to be embarking on our, one-of-a-kind 3-hour tour here on the Jungle Cruise. Hopefully we'll get a fun skip and we could yell, move it up, Skip. So just a quick update, folks. We're in the unload area, or the exit, if you will. We're waiting because we need special access because we have the world famous scooter adventures here. Like, comment, and subscribe. Link in the description box below. Support your local live stream. He's live right now, folks. Just barely, though. Just barely. Remember the move says, while staying live is right, at PennyPix, LOL. Over in this direction is the, of course, standby off in the distance, the standby queue. Directly in front of us, this would be like the lightning lane, if you will. Mary the Move says, lots of fun tech issues today, but we good. Thank you, Mary the Move. Are you in denial, Scooter?
Am I in denial?
Yeah, because we're going to go on the River Nile. And watch out for Ginger. She snaps.
Did you used to do the...
No, I never did the jungle. I never was a skip.
I'm trying to see because I don't make it on. But it's at 18%. If I get on, I'm probably not going to make it for the rest of the cruise.
Well, we'll try it.
Yeah.
Randy says, we got the AED for Frankie. Oh, Randy. Chris says, yeah, I can steer the wheel and be skipper on the world famous jungle cruise, and I'll have my very own tourist. You must be very talented, Chris. It takes a lot of talent to be a jungle skip. Did I happen to mention we're broadcasting live from the Magic Kingdom in glorious 4K ultra high definition? That's 4K UHD, folks. And it looks like we are about ready to load or embark on the Congo Connie. Stay tuned for the world famous jungle cruise. Fast Pass Radio back in the chat, along with Cherokee Warrior 164. We'll come back to the chat in a few moments, folks. Let's load. Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. Thank you for making the magic.
Thank you.
Watch your head, watch your step, use those handrails. Clear to reverse.
We'll come back to the chat after we disembark from the world famous jungle cruise, folks.
Clear.
Move it up, Skip.
Alright, you guys are actually really lucky. You're getting the premium extended free dock tour.
Yeah.
Alright. Who is ready for the world famous jungle cruise? Oh, it's going to be a long 10 minutes, folks. I have good news and I have bad news. The good news boat is here, and the bad news is I'm the one driving it.
Oh.
All right, Skip, throw 'em in. All right, folks, as you enter, welcome aboard, but please watch your head, watch your step, and use those handrails. Watch your head, watch your step, and use those handrails. Watch your head, watch your step, and use those handrails, folks. Watch your head, watch your step, and use those handrails. Watch your head, watch your step, and use those handrails. Watch your head, watch your step, and use those handrails. Watch your head, watch your step, and use those handrails. Watch your head, watch your step, and use those handrails. Watch your head, watch your step, and use those handrails. Watch your head, watch your step, and use those handrails. Let's take our final seats. All right, folks, and we are clear. For your safety, please remain fully seated with your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the boat at all times and supervise those children. Now let's wave goodbye to everybody on the dock because we're never going to see them again, but they don't have to know that, so we'll smile and wave. Bye! Perfect. Well, folks, welcome aboard the world-famous Jungle Cruise! My name is Skipper Alex, and for the next 3 weeks, I'll be your hippo tamer, snake charmer, dance instructor, cruise director, shuffleboard referee if you got the premium package, and if you don't laugh at my jokes, your swimming instructor. We're now entering the Amazon rainforest, where it rains 365 days a year. Some years, it even rains every day. On either side of the boat, folks, you will see some Amazonian butterflies. These guys have a wingspan that can reach anywhere from 12 inches all the way up to a whopping 1 foot. For reasons I've never quite understood, they like to call them the rulers of the jungle. Oh, just keep your hands inside that boat for me, thank you. Now, folks, we're coming up on Inspiration Falls. Now, legend has it here in the jungle, the longer you look at Inspiration Falls, the more you'll feel inspired to go. Deeper and deeper into the jungle, that is. Everybody say, ooh. Everybody say, ah. Everybody say, Skipper Alex, you're doing great. I know, I'm amazing, perfect, and humble. Now, folks, for those of you who have not seen the Jungle Book, do not worry, it is right behind me in live action and 3D. You're welcome. And straight ahead, folks, we're now entering the Congo River, where you'll see boats and baits and bites. So you can rent a canoe with a standard or deluxe paddle. It's really either or. I was going to rent one, but I can't see anybody working today. Canoe? Oh, buddy, just remain fully seated for me. Thank you so much. Alright, folks, I thought it would be really nice for us to just take a moment to enjoy how peaceful and tranquil our journey's been together so far. I love it. There's been no loud, sudden noises, any kind of chaos whatsoever. It's really just a perfect evening. Why not? Oh my goodness, folks, look what they did to my truck. Are you kidding me? Who does that? They painted it blue. Well, at least they got it to turn over, right? Find the bright side in everything, right? Right? Okay. Alright, folks, we're now entering the Nile River. Now, this one goes on for Niles, and Niles, and Niles, and Niles. And if you don't believe me, well, then you must be in
a boat.
Africa. Now, folks, straight up ahead, you will see one of the rarest animals in the jungle. This is an African bull elephant. You know, a fun fact about elephants, did you know that they have the best memory out of any animal in the jungle? I wish I had a memory like an elephant. It would really help me with my job. Oh, folks, we're coming up on an African bull elephant. Now, fun fact about elephants, did you know that they have the best memory out of any animal in the jungle? I wish I had a memory like an elephant. It would really help me with my job. People really tend to take this one for granted, but personally, I think it rocks. Now, everyone, I missed this day of training, so bear with me. It looks like we have some stripy horses, long-necked cheetahs, and they did tell me that there used to be an okapi here, but right now she's out looking for the original. And folks, would you look at that? Those pack of lions protecting that little sleeping zebra. How precious. Yes, she really looks dead. Tired. Let's just let her rest in peace, sis, okay? Oh no, everyone. Oh, this is not good. If you look straight ahead, folks, you'll see Skip. It's Skipper Gillis' first day on the job. And by the looks of it, it's the last. But let's just say hi to my friend Ina. Everyone say hi, Ina. Everyone say bye, Ina. Yeah, her and I go way. I see that these waters are infested with dangerous alligators. And between me and you, personally, I think that's a croc. Actually, I think it's two crocs. Here we have Smiley and we have Ginger, but we need to watch out for Ginger because Ginger snaps. Now, folks, if you would kindly direct your attention to the front of the boat, you will see the most beautiful thing that this jungle has to offer. And behind me is a waterfall. Yeah, that's like the falls named after the famous explorer and founder of the jungle navigation company, Dr. Albert. Albert Falls. He was an explorer, not a creative, so let's just keep that in mind, okay? Now, folks, everyone always asks me, Super Alex, how did you get your job at the world famous jungle cruise? And I always thought it was pretty plain to see. I took a crash course, but now I'm just winging it. Yeah, my career never really took off, but my parents are proud of my sister. Oh no, folks, please do not panic, because I need to panic. We are coming up on a really dangerous hippo pool. Okay, I'm gonna scare them away just like I scared off my last ex, okay? I love you! Meet my parents! Let's get married! He would love my mother! We're never gonna see them again. They hate commitment. Alright, so now everyone says being a skipper at the world famous jungle cruise has to be the easiest job in the world. So easy that even monkeys can do it. Personally, I think it's bananas, because those are chips. And they never have anything good to say. I'm here in the jungle. I like to do a little bit of pondering and deep thinking. And the other day I thought to myself, you know, it's a real shame that butterflies aren't what they used to be these days. Butterflies. They kept me here for too long, folks. Now, everyone, we are slowly approaching the main attraction. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. The moment you've all traveled thousands of miles to see. It's the glorious, the magnificent, the beautiful, and the fantastic. The eighth wonderful. Everyone say it with me. The best side of water! O-2-H-O-H! Thanks for laughing at my chemistry joke, guys. It doesn't always get a great reaction. Yeah, people say that I should make a joke about sodium instead, but nah. Now, everyone, we're coming up on the Mekong River, and I'm not gonna lie, that dark temple right behind me is really Mekong me nervous. So I need you all to keep your eyes open because mine are gonna be shut. They do have their trunks on today. You know, fun fact about elephants. Did you know that elephants have the best memory out of any animal in the jungle? I wish I had a memory like an elephant. It would really help me with my job. Folks, right here you'll see two baby elephants bathing underneath a full moon. Isn't that precious? Now, does anyone here not like water rides? Like the ones that you get wet on? Because if you don't, you're probably going to need to duck when I tell you to duck. Everyone duck! 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 Goose. Alright, folks, we're slowly approaching the scariest part of our journey together today. The return to civilization. Out of all the groups I've taken out onto the jungle today, you've all definitely been the most recent. Here. Folks, we're coming up on our lost biggest stop, where you'll see one last baby elephant. You know, fun facts about elephants. Did you know that they can run up to speeds of 33 miles per hour? That whole thing was kind of a running joke in the jungle. Folks, you've all been so outstanding today, but soon I'm going to need you outstanding on the dock. In the meantime, please still continue to remain fully seated with your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the boat at all times and supervise those children. I love you too. Now folks, in just a moment, you're going to feel a small jerk in the back of the boat, but it's important to focus on the big jerk in the front of the boat that was telling you jokes the entire time. Please still continue to remain fully seated. Remain fully seated for me, folks, please. Fully seated on our bottoms. Rope secure. Folks, I'm going to tell you what my father told me on my 18th birthday. He said, your free ride is over. Pack up your belongings, take your children by the hand, and get out. Thank you, folks. Thank you so much. Oh, a standing ovation. You're so dynamic. Thank you. Thank you. Watch your head, watch your step. Thank you. Use those handrails. Watch your head, watch your step, and use those handrails. Folks, don't cross over the center crates. It is a firing hazard. Don't trip, I'll laugh, and then I'll get fired. Watch your head, watch your step, and use the handrails. Watch your head, watch your step, and use those handrails.
We just disembarked from the world-famous Jungle Cruise. We'll get back to the chat here in just a few moments. Let me get set up, folks. I need to rearrange my pockets, if you will. I need to take out batteries from one pocket and redistribute them by securing all cargo. Give me a second here. I'm going to turn around in just a moment when we're going to locate the world-famous Scooter Adventures. In the meantime, let's get a good shot of Walt Disney's Enchanted Tiki Room. Look at the glow of that tower. Look at, during this, the magic hour, the golden hour, as the sun is beautifully setting here in Central Florida at the Magic Kingdom. Look at that, folks. Well, let's get back to the chat. Cherokee Warrior 164 says, you and Scooter need to get some waterproof pouches to put your phones in live stream in to protect them from any water rides. Just thought. Thank you for that suggestion. I never considered that. That's a good suggestion, Cherokee Warrior 164. And Fast Radio, back in the chat. Hold on a second. The chat is rolling and jumping as always, but where are we in the chat? Oh, I think I found it. Fast Radio says, John's rolling through Magic Kingdom with 3 phone carriers, 2 streaming phones, an iPad with Disney Wi-Fi, and a satellite dish, and a pear tree. Like and subscribe before he launches into orbit. Well done, Fast Radio. I got to do that again.
John, want to be free right there? I have to use a restroom.
Okay. You want me to hold on? You want me to take care?
I beg your pardon? Would you hold the gimbal?
Yeah. Yeah. It would be my pleasure. Hello there. Thank you again for making magic.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks again for making magic. Thank you. But again, Fastest Radio says, John's rolling through Magic Kingdom with 3 phone carriers, 2 streaming phones, an iPad with Disney Wi-Fi, and a satellite dish in a pear tree. Like and subscribe before he launches into orbit. Thank you, Fastest Radio. Well done. Yeah, and a world famous Scooter Adventures. 3G says, hey, at Cherokee War 164. Ryan Wesley says, 80 for Frankie. Was it like Short Circuit 2 when they zap him to re-alive him? Yeah, it's very much so, Ryan Wesley. That's what I feel like when I bring my stream back to life. For example, when the stream froze there when I had to change batteries. Ryan Wesley says, Johnny 5 is alive. Randy says, I think at this rate, Frankie is going to grow legs and walk side by side with Frankie. Or Johnny, one of the two. Ryan Wesley says, Randy, I guess we have to stay tuned to find out. Ha ha ha. Timmy Rich says, I'm confused, Timmy Rich. I'm not certain what you're saying or what you're suggesting. But Timmy Rich is saying, dude, you're literally saving me thousands of dollars. I feel like I've been to Disney these past couple of days watching it. I love it. Well, thank you for being here, Timmy Rich. I had to process that. So I guess what you're indicating is that since you're joining me, on these daily live streams, you don't have to come to the parks, and I'm saving you money. So that's what I think. I think that's what you're suggesting. But thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Behind us is Scooter Adventures. I'll slowly turn on my axis and show you. He's off in the distance there, way back there. He's having issues. He's having some technical issues, so I'm leaving him be, if you will. But Barry the Move says, thanks for joining us at Timmy Rich. Reed G says, welcome in at Timmy Rich. Ryan Wesley says, Timmy Rich, you don't have to even dress up with Disney gear, but I still do. Right, Wesley. Reddy says, ha ha ha. And Reddy says, something that is going to require probably a subscribe banner, so let's pop that up. Oh, we got Scooter. He's coming. John and Frankie have officially jumped aboard the Jungle Cruise, and there's no denial this is going to be awesome. With corny jokes, wild animals, and at least one skipper who thinks, hello, it's Score Jason back in town again. So that's cool. So shout out to Score Jason. Like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell and support your local live streamer. We saw Score Jason earlier for, of course, the Rainy Day Cavalcade Parade, and he had to do a split stream because it was over 12 hours, folks. He is hard at work, so give him a like and subscribe, folks.
Yeah, and this is John from Fun to Be Free. So same here, guys. Give John a follow. John does a great job. That is Frankenstein, by the way. His little camera setup, and he streams in 4K, and he's here at the parks almost every day. So he's a great follow. So make sure you follow. And John, I want you to meet Oscar. This is Oscar.
Hello, Oscar. I'm John.
His channel is Disney Streamer.
Okay, so shout out to Disney Streamer. So like, comment, subscribe, support your local live streamer as well.
That's right. He does a lot of 360 videos.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Animation videos. He does an awesome job.
Sounds
He's
good.
Graphic designers.
Oh,
all kinds of fun videos.
so you're a professional.
So he's really good.
I have to check it out.
So how long are you here? So you gonna watch fireworks?
Well, I'm attempting to, but as it turns out, see this battery here?
Yeah.
So it already, this is on its last leg. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The juice is on the last leg. So we'll see. Stay tuned and find out, folks. But nice to see you again. Nice meeting you. Take care. Take care. Take care. Well, let's get back to the live chat. Randy says, John and Frankie have officially jumped aboard the Jungle Cruise, and there's no denial this is going to be awesome. With corny jokes, wild animals, and at least one skipper who thinks they're a stand-up comic. This isn't just a boat ride. It's a voyage into pure pun, delightful madness. If you haven't yet, show your support by smashing that like, hitting subscribe, and ringing the bell. John's live every day at 2 p.m. bringing you the wildest adventures this side of the backside of water. Thank you, Randy. I'm looking for Scoot Adventures. I'm not sure where he went, though. Probably towards the breezeway. Oh, over here. Randy says, welcome, Timmy. Penny Picks back in the chat says, which Jungle Cruise is best, East or West Coast? They're very similar but different. But Penny Picks, I'd officially have to say the Walt Disney World Magic Kingdom world famous Jungle Cruise, I'd say, is better simply because it has a show building. You saw the interior of the show building, where we were probably getting weak reception signals because of the poor cellular data, including AT&T. It is very challenging around the Jungle Cruise.
Right now, it tells me the network is down.
I'm getting very little. I'm 2% AT&T right now, mostly Wi-Fi.
It's telling me no. I don't have a network at all.
You have, so we've been experiencing AT&T failures over the last several days here at the Magic Kingdom. Even though I was just saying AT&T usually is the best, but yeah, today for right now it's not that hot. I got 1% on AT&T at the moment, 0%. I need to make a technical adjustment to my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K because T-Mobile has fallen off the cliff, folks. So with me I have Batman and Robin, but on screen, on camera right now, that's Robin with the T-Mobile phone, and T-Mobile has completely dropped off the cliff. Let me try to lock it back on. In other words, get it talking with the streamer phone again, folks. Give me a second here. And it's back online. All right, so Ryan Wesley says, I always wondered how they con, C-O-N-N, a ship without even looking. It's talent, I guess, Ryan Wesley. Mary the Move says, the jungle is zapping the stream. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back. Always zaps when we go inside the ruins. It sure does. Randy says, I think it was the backside of water. It was the O2H. O2H. We got lots of chats going on. Where are we in the chat, though? Journeys Out Loud says, I like Disneyland's Jungle Cruise, but this hits differently. Yeah, they're very similar but different. They're both very well done, but I like it because you go on the interior of the show building, if you will. Journeys Out Loud. Randy says, I will make my mind up this week and find out, Journey. Oh, Randy, is because you're traveling to the Walt Disney World Resort soon, by any chance? Reed G says, John, tell Scooter to check his stream. I think it died. Thank you, Reed G. I think he's aware, though. We were just talking about it, but thanks for the update. I'll head it back over there. Penny Pix says, no gunshot at Walt Disney World Cruise. Yeah, that's right, Penny Pix. Randy says that looks beautiful. And Randy says, Senior, today's a day for the books on the East Coast and West Coast. Be careful, be safe, catch you on the rear ends. May the Schwartz be with you. Get some sleep tonight. Thank you, Randy. Reed was talking about your stream, but you're aware of it, right? Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're closely monitoring.
Reed, thank you, though.
Scooter says, Reed, thank you, though. He's, he has his finger to the pulse. Mary the Move says, I concur, Randy. Randy is probably tired, too. Got it, Mary the Move. Fastest Radio says, breaking news. Scooter just left Jungle Cruise, and now he's on a Wild River adventure to the little boys' room. Look at you go, Fastest Radio. Let's pop up the subscribe banner. But again, Fastest Radio says, breaking news. Scooter just left Jungle Cruise, and now he's on a Wild River adventure to the little boys' room. Like and subscribe before he turns Adventureland into Wet Ventureland. Thank you, Fastest Radio. Mysterious Court Marie, welcome in, welcome back. Says, hello, John and Scooter. Thank you for being here, Mysterious Court Marie. Mysterious Court Marie says, hello, mods. Ryan Winston says, if Scooter hops on a scooter, maybe a Grand Theft Auto and Frank can scoot around real quick. Maybe. I'm looking where we're in the chat. I'm trying to find. Chat's still rolling. Disney Fan 1 says, hi, John. What time are fireworks tonight? And will Isaac Nail be doing lyrics? I don't know if Isaac Nail will be doing lyrics. I don't know that, but I believe 9:20 p.m. Disney Fan 1. Randy says, hello, Marie. And Reed G says, hey, Mary, great to see you. Saturday Parks Live says, ha ha ha, Ryan, I think John should take a joyride. Really, Michelle? Joyride on Scooter? Mom Duck says, welcome back at Disney Fan 1. Reed G says, hello at Saturday Parks Live. Mysterious Court Marie says, hello, Randy and Reed. Great to see you guys all came over from Scooter's stream. Disney Fan 1 says, hi, Mama. Saturday Parks Live says, hi there, Reed. And Reed G says, hello at Disney Fan 1. Mysterious Court Marie says, hey, Michelle at Saturday Parks Live. Reed G says, at Saturday Parks Live, here, I have the power over Dorina. Reed G, be careful. Reed G, be careful. Oh, boy. Mysterious Court Marie says, hey, Mary on the Move. Saturday Parks Live says, hey, Court. And Dorina says, hi at Saturday Parks Live. And Mysterious Court Marie. Randy says, hey, Dorina. Dorina says, hi at Randy. Mysterious Court Marie says, hey, Dorina. And I'm going to turn around, if you will, spin on my axis. We're in the breezeway between Frontierland and Adventureland. I'm not quite sure what the world-famous Scooter Adventures is doing, but he's probably having technical issues still with his stream. He's currently offline because he was suffering from cellular data interruption.
I've never seen it like that. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I was feeling it in the Jungle Cruise. Something different's going on with the cellular data reception,
really
that's for certain.
They're having issues with the network.
So I'm primarily on Wi-Fi right now, which is good.
Yeah, I had to switch over to Wi-Fi. I think I'm back up.
Mama Duck says, welcome at Dorina. Saturday Parks Live says, ha ha ha. Reed. Dorina says, hi. Mama Duck, howdy. Chris says, hey, John. You and I can have some popcorn and soda while enjoying Happily Ever After. Possibly, Chris.
It's Happily Ever After at 9 o'clock today?
It's 9:20 is my guess.
It's almost time, you realize that?
I don't know if I'm going to make it with the batteries.
Do you need something to help charge?
I only have NPF. We're on the last leg. This is it.
You can't plug it in USB-C?
Well, we can, but here's the issue. I have to power the hub. The hub it's connected all through the battery plate. That's the whole issue here. The moment I unplug something, zap.
I gotcha.
That's the problem. So it has to be an NPF on Frankenstein 4K.
I'm back on.
So Scooter's back online.
Michelle's there.
Okay. So what do you want to do? Do you have to use the little...
I can wait now.
Do you want to roll out to Main Street, at least see what the crowds are like out there?
Yeah. Oh, but you know what the crowds are.
Yeah, busy. Let's go.
Why such a weird time, 9:20?
Guest flow. But let's double check just to ensure before we start talking about it.
Hopefully my screen. I'm strictly Wi-Fi. We got good Wi-Fi back in this area?
Yeah. I'm on 57% Wi-Fi right now, so pretty good right here.
I don't even know if I'm pushing out 1080p on this stuff.
So 9:20 p.m. is correct, Scooter. So folks, quick update. We're on our last leg for the battery, like you heard me say before. We don't have much.
I'm on my last leg for the network.
Yeah. So I'm not certain what's going to happen. John with Fun to Be Free and world famous Scooter Adventures, we're headed out towards the hub. We're at least going to see what the crowds are like, and I'll have to check in to see what the battery life is once we get out there. So we're not doing too well with the battery life, though, folks.
If I'm up and running, I'll try to do it. I'll make it count. You know.
But
and if it goes off in the middle of the fireworks, I apologize to everybody ahead of time.
So we're headed back out to the hub. We're going to see what the status is with the attendance, the crowd levels here at the Magic Kingdom. John with Fun to Be Free is struggling, having a challenging, difficult time with the battery life. The battery life is rapidly decreasing on the Frankenstein 4K. So stay tuned and find out what's going to happen here, folks. Well, let's get back to the chat.
Definitely going to challenge that.
Brandon Graham, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Brandon Graham. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Brandon Graham says, Dorina and Reed, hi. Mama Duck says, hi, Oscar and Jason. Oh, yeah, we saw, yeah. Dorina says, hi, Brandon Graham. Good to see you. And Reed G says, hi, Brandon Graham. Great to see you. Mysterious Corbury says, hello, Christopher and Brandon. Welcome in. Mama Duck says, welcome out, Brandon Graham. Brandon Graham says, great to see you guys as well. Ryan West says, question is the Walt Disney Wi-Fi 2.4 or 5.0? I don't have an answer for that. I suppose I should look in the settings, but I'm not going to do that right now while we're live right now. It'll disrupt the stream, Ryan Wesley. Mysterious Court Murray says, hey, Mama, how are you? Mama Duck. Randy says, welcome in, Brandon. Brandon Graham says, Court. Mama Duck, hello, hi. Regi says, fireworks. Hold on. Regi says something about fireworks. Where are we in the chat? Hold on. I'm looking where we are. Where are we in the chat? Hold on a second. Regi says, fireworks at 9:20 tonight. Thank you for the update, Reed. Mike Wazowski, welcome in. Welcome back. Mike Wazowski says, hello from Florida. So, Mike Wazowski, we're probably approaching the place where we met you one day, I think. Right? Mike Wazowski, near the hub. Penny Pick says, what is NPF? So, it's essentially I can show you on screen here. One moment, Penny Picks. There's different types of sizes of NPF batteries. But for example, this is a battery called Orange Bird. We named it with the help of the chat. So this is an NPF battery, or it's I call it a professional camera battery, Penny Picks. And it has special connectors on it. It puts out more watts, more volts, if you will. So it's a camera battery, a very high-end professional camera battery. I have another one in my pocket that's larger than this. But that just gave you an example there. And Brandon Graham says, thanks, Randy. Mama Duck says, wonderful, thank you. At Mysterious Port Marie, hope you're well. Regi says, hi. At Mike Wazowski, welcome in. Thank you for making the magic.
I have to get my action shots right. Hi, guys.
I'm ready for my close-up, CB.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my close-up.
Thank you for making the magic. All right, Scooter, I'm going to wander while you wait here. Okay, I'm not going to be far. I'm going to attempt to join you, but we're just looking to see what the battery life's going to be. All right. I'm going to catch up with the chat in the meantime. I'm not going to go far.
All right. We're going to start heading over to market.
Regi says, hey, at Mike Wazowski, welcome in. Doreen says, hey, at Mike Wazowski, good to see you. It's been a while. Mysterious Court Marie says, hello, at Mike Wazowski and Penny Picks. Mama Duck says, welcome at Mike Wazowski. Mike Wazowski says, hey, at Reed. Doreen says, well, then you guys should hang out for and enjoy happily ever after for yourselves. Doreen, we'll see. The batteries aren't doing so great right now. Mysterious Court Marie says, at Mama Duck, I'm going well, thanks. Glad you are as well. Regi says, time for a bigger battery, John. Regi, I have the biggest guns. I'll show you. So I showed you Orange Bird, the small guns. This is Doc. This is Heavy Doc. Remember I showed you for the first time on camera? You went, whoa, that battery looks heavy, John. Yeah, this is Heavy Doc. So that has been depleted, Reed. That is a 10,000 milliamp, 36 watts at 3 hours rated battery, an NPF battery. That is a big gun, G. Ryan Wesley says 5.0 like Vanilla Ice, white rag top. By the way, where is Mustang? Yeah, Shadow Black Mustang, I don't know. But we'll pause here because you're seeing gorgeous views of Cinderella Castle here in the hub at the Magic Kingdom. Mike Wazowski says hi, or hey. At Randy. Penny Pick says, thanks, John, for the NPF explanation. Cherokee Warrior 164 says, it looks like it's going to storm soon. Yeah, it is raining right now, very, very lightly, Cherokee Warrior 164. Brandon Graham says, thanks for the welcome, John. You're welcome, Brandon Graham. Thanks again for being here. Ryan Wesley says, is today's special password Pickle Fingers? Oh, probably because when we were here Magic Adventures, that was the password, right? Pickle Fingers? Ryan Wesley, good memory. Oh, I think the chat jumped. Let me double check to see if we missed one. Oh, Cherokee Warrior 164 says technology can be crazy at times when you least expect it. You're right, especially when you're live streaming, Cherokee Warrior 164. Mysterious Court Marie says, John, make a quick stop at the fuel rod station. As it turns out, Court Marie, I don't have a fuel rod with me. I have one in the car, but not on my person. Thank you for the suggestion, though. And Heather K, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Heather K. Welcome to the channel on John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Heather K says, whoa, I didn't know this was a thing. I was having Disney withdrawals and just YouTube searched if there was a live stream. This made my night. Please film the fireworks. Well, we're going to do our best, Heather K. As it turns out, wouldn't you just know it? The battery life has just begun to give out here. So we're going to continue live streaming as long as we can here, Heather K. Regi says, welcome in at Heather K. We've been live since 2 p.m., Heather K. And we're broadcasting live in glorious 4K ultra high definition, Heather K. That requires a lot of juice to keep online. We're going to take a quick update for Scuda Adventures here. We're slowly going to come back down the ground level. And let me double check where the world famous Scuda Adventures ended up. You can see it's a little on the crowded side today here at the Magic Kingdom. It is a good to go day on the Sunday. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, Stephen is hurt. Well, what's wrong with Stephen Rocky Singleton? Regi says, at Heather K, Fun to Be Free is great for the post-Disney blues. Thank you, Regi. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Alyssa, welcome in, welcome in, says hi.
My friend,
you're new, Alyssa? Not Alyssa Steinberg, Alyssa?
Yes.
Okay.
What's happening?
Welcome to the channel, Alyssa. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort.
Oh my gosh, but the
But Alyssa, we're keeping our fingers crossed that we're going to get to experience happily ever after. But fair warning, the batteries seem to be about giving out here. I don't know how much more juice we have left. But we need to find Scuda Adventures. Hello, may I join my friend?
All right, friend. I'm not supposed to let you do this, okay? But you have me on video already. You just have to stand right behind me.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for making the magic. Have a great day. Okay, so I don't know how much longer we have, but here, let me tell my chat real quick. Yeah. So real quick, this is the world famous Scuda Adventures. Link in the description box below. In the event John with Fun to Be Free live stream concludes, or it gets zapped, or it dies, whatever the case may be, or if I do the outro, keep in mind you could just simply go to the description box below, click on the link for Scuda Adventures, and then pop in his live chat. So in the event John with Fun to Be Free cannot get the fireworks out, or happily ever after cannot broadcast live from the Magic Kingdom this evening due to a dead battery, folks, simply click on the description box, go to Scuda Adventures, hop on his live stream, like, comment, and subscribe to Scuda Adventures. Support your local live streamer.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. And if everybody just saw John in front right there, I know Reed and Doreen know John.
Okay, let's get a good shot here of the Cinderella Castle, and we'll get back to the chat.
We'll carry you right through the week. Give you your Disney fix every day. 7 days a week.
Regi says hello, Alyssa, welcome in. Alyssa says hi, Regi. Rob's Mad World, welcome in, welcome back. Rob's Mad World says hello, everyone. Thanks for staying strong into the night. Frank in Orangeburg. Rob's Mad World, did you just hear what I said? Oh, our batteries are not so hot right now, Rob's Mad World. Thank you for the update. Randy says, welcome in, Heather. Stephen Rocky Singleton says, I got surgery. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're on the mend, Stephen Rocky Singleton. And Mama Duck says, hello at Rob's Mad World. Great to see you. Mama Duck says, hi. Alyssa Regi says, welcome back at Rob's Mad World. Mama Duck says, welcome at Heather K. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. Did I happen to mention that we're broadcasting live in glorious ultra high definition 4K today? That's right, folks. I have Frankenstein 4K My camera rig, yes, that's right. My camera rig is called Frankenstein 4K. It looks like I reanimated him, brought him back to life, if you will. Off in the distance, you can see the beautiful Cinderella Castle. And you can see, of course, all the lights just emitting their incandescent glow off in the distance. How beautiful is that?
And an occasional bubble go by.
And we got bubbles, bubbles, bubbles. Let me show you what we're dealing with in terms of attendance. So I'll slowly pan around, and as you can see, there's bubbles in the area. And then, of course, we are in the wheelchair section. And then off in the distance on Main Street, USA, you can see it's a packed house. Even though it's a good to-go day here at the Walt Disney World Resort, it is very, very crowded here. Like I was saying earlier, it seems like all the annual pass holders, all the locals, they come out of the woodworks after 2 p.m., folks.
They sure do. It's like when they give out a magnet.
Yeah, free magnet, bam. Everyone on board.
Yeah, open floodgate.
And Randy says, thanks to all the new subscribers and the regulars. Today was beyond awesome. This couldn't be done without your support, and John and Frankie. Thank you, Randy. Thank you for that as well. But again, Randy says, thanks to all the new subscribers and the regulars. Today was beyond awesome. This couldn't be done without your support, and John and Frankie.
John would like to
Yeah, I'll pop under.
There we go.
Are you good holding it?
Yeah, I'm right.
Okay. So, folks, Scuda Adventures is holding an umbrella over Frankenstein 4K's head. I'll try not to get it in the shot, but keep the castle in the shot.
Scooter's giving himself up, getting wet over here.
Yeah.
I'm doing it for John. I'm doing it
Oh,
for
thank you, Scuda.
That's what I do.
Too kind.
Take a bullet for that guy.
Oh, come on now.
By the way, all those tissues were actually...
Regi says bubbles. That's right. Isn't it so cool, Regi? So quick story, you've heard me say it before. John with Fun to Be Free gets out of his car at the Magic Kingdom parking lot, and the first thing I see and hear is do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do, and bubbles fly across in the parking lot.
I often tell people, anywhere else in the world, I'd be annoyed. If you're in the mall and you walk through a million bubbles, it's kind of aggravating. This is the only place in the world where you're like, I actually welcome it, but I know I'm at the park. You know?
And I look forward to it, too.
Yeah, I do.
It's part of the magic sauce.
Yep. You know you're at Disney World when you're getting blasted in the face with a million bubbles.
Yeah. Momaduk says, well said it, Randy. Thank you, everyone. Oh, I think we got another chit-chat in between. Hold on. Let me pop up the subscribe banner.
Pete McDevitt, thank you, sir.
Oh, Pete's in the chat.
Yep, good to see you. And out here with John, Fun to Be Free, Pete. Thank you so much for popping in. I do have a link for Pete's show in the description.
Fastest Radio says, jump, jump, jump in the chat. The hype's real, the comments are flying, and John's battery is gasping like it just ran a marathon in Tomorrowland. Like and subscribe before Frank 4K takes a nap. Thank you, Fastest Radio. But again, Fastest Radio says, jump, jump, jump into the chat. The hype's real, the comments are flying, and John's battery is gasping like it just ran a marathon in Tomorrowland. Like and subscribe before Frank K takes a nap. Thank you, Fastest Radio. Mary the Move says, thank you, Randy, and thank you to the mod squad today. John, you've done good. Thank you, Mary the Move. Thank you for that nice compliment there.
He is a great supporter and calling the Godfather of Disney Street. So make sure you please check out Pete McDevitt show. I have a link below in the description. Pete McDevitt show. He's a friend of the channel. Good to see you, Pete. Thanks for joining us.
And Ryan Wesley says, if John and Frankie was on the Titanic, who do you think would be on the floor or the door floating in that icy cold ocean? I imagine Frank and him saying, he will never let you go. Ryan Wesley. The chat was jumping and rolling. Let's do it again. Ryan Wesley says, if John and Frankie was on the Titanic, who do you think would be on the door floating in the icy cold ocean? I imagine Frankie and him saying, he will never let you go. Thank you, Ryan Wesley. And always underscore board. Always underscore board. Welcome to the channel. Welcome back. It's nice to meet you. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Always underscore board. Hey, it's raining men here. Hallelujah, Scuda. Chris says, I had a magical time at Magic Kingdom, went on the rides, went Magic Scooter, and had a lot of fun. Debbie says, so proud of the new milestone, John. I'm happy for you. Thank you for being here, Debbie. And it's starting to rain, folks. And I'm looking at the battery levels. What time is it? 21:05, 9:05. So there's 15 minutes left to go here for, of course, Happily Ever After. So, no, you're fine. No worries. It is starting to rain even harder. So, again, Scooter, I'm just looking at the battery levels here. I don't think this is going to happen.
No.
So I'm going to do the outro now, folks. So hold on, I'm going to flip the camera. Don't get seasick. Oh, hello there. John with Fun to Be Free. We're going to turn on my access, if you will, so you can see behind me the beautiful Cinderella Castle. That's probably good in that area there, folks. But at any rate, The batteries are dying quickly on Frankenstein 4K. The rain is coming down, and like I previously said, we have the world famous Scoot Adventures. There's a link in the description box below. Once this live stream concludes, once it's over, click on the Scoot Adventures and enjoy happily ever after here at the Magic Kingdom in the hub. But I wanted to say again, thank you to my new subscribers. We will see you at a later time. Thank you for watching. The rain is starting to really come down here, folks. Take care, everyone. Again, thanks for watching. Stay tuned for the Kiss Goodnight. We will see you next time. Thanks for watching again. Bye-bye, everyone.
You're still in the room. I know you've been through this. While you were down here, I think your umbrella started to give out at one point. So, I hope that doesn't happen tonight. I have a brand new umbrella. We'll see if this umbrella helps out. I will put a link to this umbrella in the description. We'll see. Yep. Oh, you gonna take off?
He sips his drink with sunny laughter, a complimentary, fun to be free cup of water. He loves Figment, purple and bright. Disney Epcot brings him pure delight. His favorite film, a Jedi fight. Empire Strikes Back, stars so bright. Each dream's a gift, a Disney spree. With John we laugh so joyfully. Oh, parades are fun, we laugh and play. With smiling friends along the way. We cheer for floats that pass us by while John streams magic to the sky. Oh, oh, the party starts for all to see. It's the festival of fun to be free. He thanks the cast who make it real. Their magic touch is what we feel. He shows the parks with so much pride. With happy hearts we're by his side. He thanks the cast who make it real. Their magic touch is what we feel. He shows the parks with so much pride. We stream along, it's quite the ride. Oh! Marching through the parks each day, John's live stream leads the Disney way. He reads the chat and waves with glee. It's the festival of fun to be free. Oh!